Chapter 32 of Deerbrook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Deerbrook by Harriet Martineau. Chapter 32. Going to Rest. Mr. Walcott had arrived nearly at the end of his letter to his parents when summoned to attend Mrs Rowland to call on the Greys. He was afterwards glad that he had left room to put in that perhaps what Mr Enderby had said about Deerbrook ought to be less regarded, from its having come out that he was in an entanglement with the sister-in-law of this Mr Hope, when he had rather have been engaged to another person, being actually indeed attached to a lady now abroad. He represented that Mrs Rowland evidently paid very little regard to her brother's views of Deerbrook affairs, now that his mind was in a state of distraction between his proper attachment and his new entanglement. So Mr Enderby's opinion ought not to go for more than it was worth. The letter was still not quite finished when he was called to Mrs Enderby. She was very ill, and Mr Rowland and Phoebe were alarmed. Philip was at the corner house. Mrs Rowland was gone to see Miss Young, to convince her that she must put herself into Mr Walcott's hands immediately, to declare, indeed, that she should send her own medical man to attend her dear children's governess. The argument occupied some time, and Mrs Rowland's absence was protracted. Mrs Enderby had been extremely terrified the evening before at the noises she had heard, and the light of the bonfire upon the sky. The children were permitted to carry to her all the extravagant reports that were afloat about Mr Hope's being roasted in the fire, the ladies being in the hands of the mob, and so forth. And though her son-in-law had seen her before she settled for the night, and had assured her that everybody was safe, she could not be tranquillised. She thought he was deceiving her for her good, and that the children were probably nearest the truth. She was unable to close her eyes, and in the middle of the night told Phoebe that she could not be satisfied. She should not have a moment's peace till she had seen someone of the dear people from the corner house, to know from themselves that they were quite safe. Phoebe had found it difficult to persuade her that it was now 2 o'clock in the morning, and that they were all, no doubt, sleeping in their beds. She passed a wretched night, and the next day, after Philip had succeeded in composing her, a strange gentleman was brought to her to prescribe for her. This revived her terrors. She said she would ask no more questions, for all were in league to deceive her. Then she cried because she had said no harsh a thing, and begged that Phoebe would not expose it. Her weeping continued till Phoebe's heart was almost broken. The infallible drops failed. Arrowroot was in vain. The children were sent away as soon as they came in, as it would hurt their spirits, their mother thought, to see distress of this kind. In the afternoon quiet was prescribed by the authorities, and the old lady was left alone with Phoebe. To the weeping succeeded the spasms, so violent that little George was dispatched with all speed to summon his uncle, and Mr Walcott was called away from crossing the ends of his letter. No one but he proposed sending for Mrs Rowland, and his hint to that effect was not taken. Philip arrived in a shorter time than could have been supposed possible. Mr Rowland then immediately disappeared. He had formed the heroic resolution of bringing Margaret into the house on his own responsibility for Mrs Enderby's relief and gratification, and he was gone to tell Margaret that he considered her now as Mrs Enderby's daughter, and was come to summon her to the sick bed. Philip presently discovered that the presence of some one from the Hopes would be the best cordial that could be administered, and he set forth on the same errand, to bring Margaret, that she might have his protection in case of his sister returning before her arrival. Mrs Rowland did return, and the two gentlemen having taken different roads to the corner house, it being a matter of old dispute which was the shortest, missed each other. Margaret was gone with Mr Rowland before Philip arrived. "Here I will leave you," said Mr Rowland to Margaret, on the steps of his own house. "You will find Philip and Phoebe upstairs, and Mr Walcott. I must go in search of Mr Hope, and beg the favour of him to tell me whether we are proceeding rightly with our patient. She is too ill for ceremony." Margaret wondered why, if this was the case, Mr Rowland did not bring Edward to the patient at once. But she had her wonder to herself, for her escort was gone. The servant did not more than half open the door, and seemed unwilling to let Margaret enter; but she passed in, saying that she must see Phoebe for a moment. She soon found that she was to be left standing on the mat, for no person appeared, though she thought she heard whispers upstairs. Ned coming to peep from the study door, she beckoned him to her, and asked to be shown to where Phoebe was. The child took her hand, and led her upstairs. At the top of the first flight she met the lady of the house, who asked her, with an air of astonishment, what she wanted there. Margaret replied that Mr Rowland had brought her to see Mrs Enderby. That was impossible. The lady replied, Mr Rowland knew that Mrs Enderby was too ill to receive visitors. She herself would send for Miss Ibbotson whenever it should be proper for Mrs Enderby to admit strangers. Margaret replied that she must see Phoebe, that she should not retire till she had spoken to her, or till Mr Rowland's return. Mrs Rowland sent Ned to desire the servant to open the door for Miss Ibbotson, and Margaret took her seat on a chair on the landing, saying that, relying on her title to be admitted to Mrs Enderby at the desire of her old friend herself, and of all the family but Mrs Rowland, she should wait till she could obtain admittance. How rejoiced was she, at this moment, to hear the house door open, to hear the step she knew so well, to see Philip, and to have her arm drawn within his. "Let us pass," said he to his sister, who stopped the way. "Rest a moment," said Margaret. "Recover your breath a little, or we shall flurry her." "She is flurried to death already," said Philip, in his deepest tone of emotion. "Priscilla, our mother is dying. It is my belief that she is dying. If you have any humanity, if you have any regard for your own future peace of mind, conduct yourself decently now. Govern your own family as you will, when you have lost your mother, but hold off your hand from her last hours." "Your own last hours are to come," said Margaret. "As you would have Matilda be to you then, be you to your mother now." "I must ascertain one thing, Philip," said Mrs Rowland. "Does my mother know of what you call your engagement to Miss Ibbotson?" "She does not; and the sole reason is, that I would not subject her to what you might say and do. I wished, for her own sake, to keep the whole affair out of her thoughts, when once I had removed the false impressions you had given her. But Margaret and I may see fit to tell her now. I may see fit to give her the comfort of a daughter who will be to her what you ought to have been." He gently drew his sister aside, to make way for Margaret to pass. "In my own house!" exclaimed Mrs Rowland, in a tone of subdued rage. "We should have been in the house over the way," replied her brother, "and we act as if we were there. Come, my Margaret, we are doing right." "We are," replied Margaret, but yet she trembled. "I must go in first, and tell her that I have brought you," said Philip; "and yet I do not like to leave you, even for a moment." "Oh, never mind. I am not to be shaken now." Mrs Rowland did not appear during the 2 long minutes that Margaret was left by herself in the dressing room. When Philip came for her, he said, "You must not leave her again. You will stay, will not you? You shall be protected, but you must stay. I shall tell her how we stand to each other. We will tell her carefully, for she cannot bear much emotion. You are tired. You must be tired," he continued, looking at her with anxiety. "But do not speak of it. I did sleep last night, and there will be time enough for sleep when duty is done, the duty for which I have longed ever since I knew what duty was." And her eyes swam in tears. Phoebe's face was a dismal sight, too dismal for the sick room, for so many hours had she been in tears. She was dismissed to refresh herself with a turn in the garden. It was Philip's doing that she was at hand at all. Mrs Rowland had ordained that she should go, but Philip had supported the girl in her resolution to bear anything, rather than leave her mistress while it was essential to her mistress's comfort that she should stay. Mrs Enderby was in great pain, but yet not something too much to be comforted by finding that all were safe and well in the corner house. She even smiled when the others laughed at the ridiculous stories with which the children had assaulted her imagination. She thought it was very wrong for people to fabricate such things, and tell them to children. They might chance to put some extremely old ladies into a terrible fright. She was soothed in the very midst of a spasm, by hearing that Margaret would stay with her as long as she liked, if it would be of any comfort to her. In answer to her surprise and almost alarm at such a blessing, Philip said that Margaret wished it was a pleasure, and asked it as a sort of right. Now could she not guess any reason why it was a sort of right of Margaret's to attend upon her like a daughter? Yes, it was so indeed. Margaret was to be her daughter, some time or other, when her big boy should have learned all his lessons, as little George would say. I am thankful, indeed I am thankful, my dears, to hear this. But, my loves, that will be too late for me. I rejoice indeed, but it will be too late for me. Well, then, let me be your daughter now." The old lady clasped her hands around Margaret, and endured her next paroxysm with her head upon her young friend's shoulder. "I have a daughter already," said she, when she revived a little; "but I have room in my heart for another; and I always had you in my heart, my love, from the first moment I saw you. You hold all the world in your heart, I think." "Ah, my love, you flatter me. I mean I took to you particularly from the very hour I saw you. You have always been so kind and gentle with me." Margaret's heart swelled at the thought that any one could ever have been otherwise than kind and gentle to one so lowly and so loving. Nothing more could be done than was done for the sufferer. Hope saw her at Mr Rowland's desire, and said this. He left directions with Margaret, and then declined staying where his presence could be of no use, and cause much annoyance. Mrs Enderby was sinking rapidly. The probability was, that a few hours would end the struggle. Mrs Rowland was much alarmed and shocked. She went and came between the drawing room and her mother's chamber, but talked of the claims of her children at such a time, and persuaded herself that her duty lay chiefly with them. Others wanted no persuasion about the matter. They were too glad to have her dispose herself where she would be out of her mother's way. Mrs Enderby looked round now and then, seemed as if about 8 in the evening, when Mrs Rowland had come in softly, and Phoebe had met her at the door, to say something very unceremonious. Mrs Enderby's voice was heard. "Phoebe, I hope you are not preventing any person from coming in. I should wish to see my daughter. Priscilla, my dear, let me see you. Come to me, my dear." Mrs Rowland's face was very pale, and her brow told of a dreadful headache. There was a dark expression in her countenance, but the traces of irritability were gone. She was subdued for the hour. "My dear daughter," said Mrs Enderby, "I may not be able at another time to thank you as I should like for all the care you have taken of me, nor can I now do it as I could wish; but I thank you, my love." Mrs Rowland involuntarily cast a glance at her brother and Margaret to see how they took this, but their eyes were fixed on her mother. "And I can only say," continued Mrs Enderby, "that I am aware that you must have had many things to bear from me. I must have been much in your way, and often." Margaret and Philip implored her to say nothing of this kind. They could not bear it from one who was all patience herself, and gave no cause for forbearance in others. Mrs Rowland did not speak, perhaps because she could not. "Well, well, I will not dwell upon these things. You are all very kind. I only wanted to say that I was sensible of many things, Priscilla." "Mother," said she, starting, "this dear young friend of ours, she calls herself my daughter, bless her, is to be your sister, my love. Philip has been telling me. Let me see. Give me the pleasure of seeing." Margaret could have opened her arms to any spectre from the pale kingdoms at a moment like this, and under the imploring eye of Mrs Enderby, she disengaged her hand from that of her old friend, and took Mrs Rowland's, offering to kiss her cheek. Mrs Rowland returned the kiss with some little visible agitation. "Thank you, my dears," said Mrs Enderby, in a strong voice of satisfaction. She had made a great effort. Her speech now failed her, but they thought she would have said something about the children. "The children," said Mrs Rowland, rather eagerly. She turned and went slowly out of the room. The moment the door was shut, there was a heavy fall. She had fainted on the outside. Her mother heard it not. When Mrs Rowland was found to be receiving, the children were brought to their grandmamma's room. They quietly visited the bed, one by one, and with solemnity kissed the waste cheek. The first time they had ever kissed grandmamma without return. The baby made its remark upon this in its own way, and it had often done before. It patted the cheek rather roughly. Several hands were instantly stretched out to stop its play, to set up a cry, and was hurried out of the room. By the middle of the night, Margaret was longing to be at home and alone. It was all over. She was ashamed to think of her own share of the loss, while witnessing Philip's manly grief, or even while seeing how Phoebe lamented, and how Mr Rowland himself was broken down. But not the less for this was her heart repeating, till it was sick of itself, "I have lost another mother." She did not see Mrs Rowland again. In the earliest grey of the morning, Mr Rowland took Margaret home. As they stood on the steps, waiting to be let in, she observed that the morning star was yellow and bright in the sky. As soon as the sun had risen, the toll of the church bell conveyed to every ear in Deerbrook the news that Mrs Enderby was dead. Perhaps there might have been compunction in the breasts of some who had been abroad on Saturday night, on hearing the universal remark that it must have been rather sudden at last. Chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Deerbrook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Deerbrook by Harriet Martineau. Chapter 33. Moving Onward. The world still rolls on, let what may be happening to the individuals who occupy it. The sun rises and sets. Seed time and harvest come and go. Generations arise and pass away. Law and authority hold on their course, while hundreds of millions of human hearts have stirring within them struggles and emotions eternally new, and experience so diversified as that no 2 days appear alike to any one, and to no two does any one day appear the same. There is something so striking in this perpetual contrast between the external uniformity and internal variety of the procedure of existence, that it is no wonder that multitudes have formed a conception of fate, of a mighty unchanging power, blind to the differences of spirits, and deaf to the appeals of human delight and misery, a huge insensible force, beneath which all that is spiritual is sooner or later wounded, and is ever liable to be crushed. This conception of fate is grand, the natural and fully warranted to minds too lofty to be satisfied with the details of human life, but which have not risen to the far higher conception of a Providence to whom this uniformity and variety are but means to a higher end than they apparently involve. There is infinite blessing in having reached the nobler conception. The feeling of helplessness is relieved. The craving for sympathy from the ruling power is satisfied. There is a hold for veneration. There is room for hope. There is, above all, the stimulus and support of an end perceived or anticipated, a purpose which steeps in sanctity all human experience. Yet even where this blessing is the most fully felt and recognized, the spirit cannot be at times overwhelmed by the vast regularity of aggregate existence, thrown back upon its faith for support, when it reflects how all things go on as they did before it became conscious of existence, and how all would go on as now, if it were to die today. On it rolls, not only the great globe itself, but the life which stirs and hums on its surface, enveloping it like an atmosphere. On it rolls, and the vastest tumult that may take place among its inhabitants can no more make itself seen and heard above the general stir and hum of life, than Chimborazo or the loftiest Himalaya can lift its peak into space above the atmosphere. On its rolls, and the strong arm of the united race could not turn from its course one planetary mote of the myriads that swim in space. No shriek of passion, nor shrill song of joy, sent up from a group of nations on a continent, could attain the ear of the eternal silence. As she sits throned among the stars, death is less dreary than life in this view, a view which at times perhaps presents itself to every mind, but which speedily vanishes before the faith of those who, with the heart, believe that they are not the accidents of fate but the children of a Father. In the house of every wise parent may then be seen an epitome of life, a sight whose consolation is needed at times, perhaps by all. Which of the little children of a virtuous household can achieve of his entering into his parents' pursuits, or interfering with them? How sacred are the study and the office, the apparatus of a knowledge and a power which he can only venerate! Which of these little ones dreams of disturbing the course of his parents' thought or achievement? Which of them conceives of the daily routine of the household, its going forth and coming in, its rising and its rest having been different before his birth, or that it would be altered by his absence? It is even a matter of surprise to him, when it now and then occurs to him that there is anything set apart for him, that he has clothes and couch, and that his mother thinks and cares for him. If he lags behind in a walk, or finds himself alone among the trees, he does not dream of being missed, but home rises up before him, as he has always seen it, his father thoughtful, his mother occupied, and the rest gay, with the one difference of his not being there. Thus he believes, and has no other trust than in his shrieks of terror, for being ever remembered more. Yet all the while, from day to day, from year to year, without one moment's intermission, is the providence of his parent around him, brooding over the workings of his infant spirit, chastening its passions, nourishing its affections, now troubling it with salutary pain, now animating it with even more wholesome delight. All the while is the order of household affairs regulated for the comfort and profit of these lowly little ones, though they regard it reverently because they cannot comprehend it. They may not know of all this, how their guardian bends over their pillow nightly, and lets no word of their careless talk drop unheeded, hails every brightening gleam of reason, and records every sob of infant grief, and every chirp of childish glee. They may not know this, because they could not understand it aright, and each little heart would be inflated with pride, each little mind would lose the grace and purity of its unconsciousness. But the guardianship is not less real, constant, and tender for its being unrecognized by its objects. As the spirit expands, and perceives that it is one of an innumerable family, it would be in danger of sinking into the despair of loneliness, if it were not capable of belief in mercy carried infinite degrees beyond the tenderness of human hearts, while the very circumstance of multitude obviates the danger of undue elation. But though it is good to be lowly, it behooves everyone to be sensible of the guardianship of which so many evidences are around all who breathe, while the world and life roll on and on. The feeble reason of the child of Providence may be at times overpowered with the vastness of the system amidst which he lives, but his faith will smile upon his fear, rebuke him for averting his eyes, and inspire him with the thought, "Nothing can crush me, for I am made for eternity. I will do, suffer, and enjoy as my Father wills, and let the world and life roll on." Such is the faith which supports, which alone can support, the many who, having been whirled in the eddying stream of social affairs, are withdrawn, by one cause or another, to abide in some still little creek, the passage of the mighty tide. The broken down statesman who knows himself to be spoken of as politically dead, and sees his successors at work, building on his foundations, without more than a passing thought on who had laboured before them, has need of his faith. The aged who find affairs proceeding at the will of the young and hardy, whatever the grey-haired may think and say, have need of his faith. So have the sick, when they find none but themselves disposed to look on life in the light which comes from beyond the grave. So have the persecuted when, with or without cause, they see themselves pointed at in the streets, and the despised, who find themselves neglected, whichever way they turn. So have the prosperous during those moments which must occur to all, when sympathy fails, and means to much desired ends are wanting, or when satiety makes the spirit roam abroad in search of something better than it has found. This universal, eternal, filial relation is the only universal and eternal refuge. It is the solace of royalty weeping in the inner chambers of its palaces, and of poverty drooping beside its cold hearth. It is the glad tidings preached to the poor, and in which all must be poor in spirit to have part. If they be poor in spirit, it matters little what is their external state, or whether the world which rolls on beside or over them be the world of a solar system, or of a conquering empire, or of a small-souled village. It now and then seems strange to Hope, his wife and sister now and then, and for a passing moment, that while their hearts were full of motion, and their hands occupied with vicissitudes of their lot, the little world around them, which was wont to busy itself so strenuously with their affairs, should work its yearly round as if it heeded them not. As often as they detected themselves in his thought, they smiled at it, for might not each neighbour say the same of them as constituting a part of the surrounding world? There a cottage where some engrossing interest did not defy sympathy, where there was not some secret joy, some heart sore hidden from every eye, some important change, while all looked as familiar as the thatch and paling, and the faces which appeared within them. Yet there seemed something wonderful in the regularity with which affairs proceeded. The hawthorn hedges blossomed, and the corn was green in the furrows. The saw of the carpenter was heard from day to day, and the anvil of the blacksmith rang. The letter carrier blew his horn as the times came round. The children shouted in the road, and their parents bought and sold, planted and delved, ate and slept, as they had ever done, as if existence were as mechanical as the clock which told the hours without fail from the grey steeple. Amidst all this, how great were the changes in the corner house! In the early spring, the hearts of the dwellers in that house had been, though far less dreary than in the winter, still heavy at times with care. Hester thought that she would never again look upon the palm boughs of the willow, swelling with sap, and full of the hum of the early bees, or upon the bright green sprouts of the gooseberry in the cottage gardens, or upon the earliest primrose of the season on its moist bank, without a vivid recollection of the anxieties of this first spring season of her married life. The balmy month of May, rich in its tulips and lilacs and Guelder roses, was sacred to Margaret, from the sorrow which it brought in the death of Mrs Enderby. She wandered under the hedgerows with Philip during the short remainder of his stay, and alone when he was gone, and grew into better acquaintance with her own state of heart and mind, and into higher hope for the future of all whom she loved most. When the mowers were in the field, and the chirping figlings had become birds of the air, and the days were at the longest, her country rambles became more precious, for they must henceforth be restricted. They must be scarcer and shorter, in the place of the leisure and solitude for books in her own room, and for meditation in the field, leisure and solitude which had been to this day more dreamed of than enjoyed. She must now betake herself to more active duty. The maid Susan was discharged at midsummer, and not only Susan. After ample consultation with Morris, it was decided that Charles must go too, his place being in part supplied by a boy of yet humbler pretensions out of the house, who should carry out the medicines from the surgery, and do the errands of the family. Morris spoke cheerfully enough of these changes, smiled as if amused at the idea of her leaving her young ladies, and did not doubt but that, if Miss Margaret would lend her a helping hand sometimes, she would be able to preserve the credit of the family. There was something more to be done than to lend this helping hand in the lighter domestic offices. Their midsummer remittance had been eagerly looked for by the sisters, not only because it was exceedingly wanted for the current expenses of the household, but because it was high time that preparations were begun for the great event of the autumn, the birth of Hester's little one. During the summer, Margaret was up early, and was busy as Morris herself about the house till breakfast, and for some time after Hope had gone forth on his daily round, now so small that he soon returned to his books and his pen in the study. The morning hours passed pleasantly away, while Hester and Margaret sat at work by the window which looked into their garden, now by Sydney's care trimmed up into a state of promise once more. Hester was so much happier, so reasonable, so brave, amidst her sinking fortunes, that Margaret could scarcely have been gayer than in plying her needle by her side. Their cares lay chiefly out of doors now. The villagers behaved rudely to Edward, and cherished Mr Walcot. Mrs Rowland took every opportunity of insulting Margaret, and throwing discredit on her engagement, and the Greys caused their cousins much uneasiness by the spirit in which they conducted their share of the great controversy of the place. These troubles awaited the corner house family abroad, but their peace was perpetually on the increase at home. Morris and they were so completely in one interest, Edward was so easily pleased, and they were so free from jealous dependence, that they could carry their economy to any extent that suited their conscience and convenience. One superfluity after another vanished from the table. Every day something which had always been a want was discovered to be a fancy, and with every new act of frugality, each fresh exertion of industry, their spirits rose with the sense of achievement, and the complacency proper to cheerful sacrifice. In the evenings of their busy days, the sisters went out with Edward into their garden, or into the meadows, or spent an hour in the Grey's pretty shrubbery. Maria often saw them thus, and thought how happy are they who can ramble abroad, and find their cares dispersed by the breeze, or dissolved in the sunshine of the fields. The little Rowlands sometimes met them in the lanes, and the younger ones would thrust upon them the wild flowers which Mr Walcot had helped them to gather, while Mrs Rowland and Matilda would draw down their black crape veils, and walk on with scarcely a passing salutation. Every such meeting with the lady, every civil bow from Mr Walcot, every tale which Mrs Grey and Sophia had to tell against the new surgeon, seemed to do Hester good, and make her happier. These things were appeals to her magnanimity, and she could bear for Edward's sake many a trial which she could not otherwise have endured. All this told upon the intercourse at home, and Morris's heart was often cheered, as she pursued her labours in kitchen or chamber, with the sound of such merry laughter as had seldom been heard in the family during the anxious winter that had gone by. It seemed as if nothing depressed her young ladies now. There was frequent intelligence of the going over of another patient to Mr Walcot. The summer was not a favourable one, and everybody else was complaining of unseasonable weather, of the certainty of storms in the autumn of blight, and the prospect of scarcity. Yet, though Mr Grey shook his head, and the parish clerk could never be seen but with the doleful prophecy in his mouth, Morris's young master and mistresses were gay as she could desire. She was piously thankful for Margaret's engagement, for she concluded that it was by means of this that other hearts were working round into their true relation, and into a peace which the world, with all its wealth and favours, can neither make nor mar. In one of Margaret's hedgerow rambles with Philip, a few days after his mother's funeral, she had been strongly urged to leave Deerbrook and its troubles behind her, to marry at once, and be free from the trials from which he could not protect her, if he remained in the same place with Mrs Rowland. But Margaret steadily refused. "You will be wretched," said Philip. "You will be wretched, I know you will, the moment I am gone." "I never was less likely to be wretched. Mrs Rowland cannot make me so, and other people will not. I have every expectation of a happy summer, which I mention for your sake, for I do not like to indulge in that sort of anticipation without some such good reason as comforting you." "You cannot be happy here. Priscilla will never let you have an easy day, while she fancies she can separate us. When I think of the pertinacity with which she disowns you, the scorn with which she speaks about you, even in my presence, I see that nothing will do but your being mine at once." "That would not mend the matter. Our haste and imprudence would go to countenance the scandal she spreads. Why cannot we rather live it down?" "Because your spirit will be broken in the meantime. Margaret, I must be your guardian. This is my first duty, and an absolute necessity. If you will not go with me, I will not leave this place; and if my plan of life is broken up, you will be answerable for it. It was your plan, and you may demolish it if you choose." "I have a plan of life too," said Margaret. "It is to do the duty that lies nearest at hand; and the duty that lies nearest at hand is, to keep you up to yours. After this, there is one which lies almost as close. I cannot leave Hester and Edward till this crisis in their fortunes is past. I am bound to them for the present." "What are their claims to mine?" "Nothing, if they were fortunate, as I trust they yet may be. Nothing, if you had followed your plan of life up to this point, when we may carry it out together. We are wrong, Philip, in even thinking of what you say. You must go and study law, and you must go without me. Indeed, I could not be happy to join you yet. Your good name would suffer from what Mrs Rowland might then say. Your future prospects would suffer from the interruption of your preparation for your profession. I should feel that I had injured you, and deserted my own duty. Indeed, Philip, I could not be happy." "And how happy do you imagine we shall be apart?" Margaret gave him a look which said what words could not, what it was to be assured of his love, what it seemed to ask, could all the evil tongues in the world do to poison this joy? "Besides," said she, "I have the idea that I could not be spared, and there is great pleasure in that vanity. Edward and Hester cannot do without me at present." "You may say so at any future time." "No; when the right time comes, they will not want me. Oh, Philip, you are grieved for them, and you long to see them prosperous. Do not tempt me to desert them now. They want my help. They want the little money I have. They want my hands and head. Let this be your share of the penalty Mrs Rowland imposes upon us all, to spare me to them while their adversity lasts. I would not be selfish, Margaret. I would not trespass upon your wishes and your duty. But the truth is, I sometimes fear that I may have some heavier penalty even than this to pay for Priscilla's temper." "Ah, you wonder what can be heavier. Remember, she has put misunderstanding between us before, but she never can again. Ours was then merely a tacit understanding. Now, supposing me ever to hear what she may hint or say, do you imagine I could give the slightest heed to it? I would not believe her news of a person I had never seen. And do you think she can make the slightest impression on me with regard to you? It seems unreasonable at this moment, but yet I have a superstitious dread of the power of spirits of evil." "Superstitious, indeed! I defy them all, now that we have once understood each other. If we were able to do far more than she can, if she could load the winds with accusations against you, if she could haunt my dreams, and raise you up in vicious mocking at me, I believe she could not move me now. Before, I blamed myself. I thought I was lost in vanity and error. Now that I have once had certainty, we are safe. You are right, I trust, I believe it. But there is a long hard battle to be fought yet. It fills me with shame to think how he treats you in every relation you have. She is cruel to Maria Young. She hopes to reach you through her. Ah, you will hear nothing of it from Maria, I dare say, but she spoke infamously to her this morning, before Mrs Levitt. Mrs Levitt happened to be sitting with Maria when Priscilla and one or two of the children went in. Mrs Levitt spoke of us. Priscilla denied our engagement. Maria asserted it, very gently but quite decidedly. Priscilla reminded her of her poverty and infirmities, spoke of the gratitude she owed to those from whom she derived her subsistence, and reproached her with having purposes of her own to answer, in making matches in the families of her employers. And Maria? Maria trembled excessively, the children say, weak and reduced by pain as she is. One can hardly conceive of temper carrying any woman into such cruelty. Mrs Levitt rose, in great concern and displeasure, to go, but Maria begged her to sit down again, sent one of the children for me, and appealed to me to declare what share she had had in my engagement with you. I set her right with Mrs Levitt, who, I am convinced, sees how the matter stands. But it was really a distressing scene, and before the children, too. That was the worst part of it. They stood looking from the furthest corner of the room in utter dismay. It would have moved any one but Priscilla to see the torrent of tears Maria shed over them when they came timidly to wish her good morning. After Mrs Levitt was gone, she said she could do nothing more for them. They had been taught to despise her, and her relation to them was at an end. It must be," exclaimed Margaret. "Is there no way of stopping a career of vice like this? While Mrs Plumstead gets a parish boy whipped for picking up her hen's eggs from among the nettles, is Maria to have no redress for slander which takes away her peace and her bread?" "She shall have redress, for the children's sake, as well as her own. Her connection with them must go on. I do not exactly see how, but the thing must be done. I dread speaking to poor Rowland about any of these things. I know it makes him so wretched, but the good and the innocent must not be sacrificed. If these poor children must despise somebody, their contempt must be made to fall in the right place, even though it be upon their mother. Let us go and see Maria," said Margaret, turning back. "If there is a just and merciful way of proceeding in this case, she will point it out. I wish you had told me all this before.
Here have we been rambling over the grass and among the wild flowers, where at the best Maria can never go, and she lies weeping all alone, looking for me, I dare say, every moment. Let us make haste." Philip made all the haste that was compatible with gathering a handful of wild hyacinth and meadow narcissus for poor Maria. He found himself farther from success than ever. When he would have again urged Margaret to marry at once, a new duty seemed to have sprung up to keep her at Deerbrook. Maria wanted her. Her summer work lay clear before her. She must nurse and cheer Maria. She must ply her needle for Hester, and play the housewife, spending many of her hours in the business of living, a business which is often supposed to transact itself, but which in reality requires all the faculties which can be brought to it, and all the good moral habits which conscience can originate. The most that Philip could obtain was permission to come when his duties would fairly allow it, and a promise that he should be summoned if Margaret found herself placed in any difficulty by Mrs Rowland. Maria was not now literally alone, nor did she depend on her hostess or on Margaret for nursing and companionship. It occurred to all the kindest of her friends, immediately after Mrs Enderby's death, that Phoebe might be her attendant. Phoebe was not, just then, the most cheerful of nurses, so truly did she mourn her good old mistress; but she was glad of occupation, glad to be out of Mrs Rowland's way, glad to be useful, and she was an inestimable comfort to Maria. Nothing could be done about placing the children again under Maria's care. When she had recovered, Mr Rowland was naturally unwilling to stir in the business, and saw that the best chance for his children was to send them to school at a distance from Deerbrook, and Maria had been too grossly insulted in the presence of her pupils to choose to resume her authority. The Greys took her up with double zeal, as the Rowlands let her down. They assured her that her little income should not suffer for her being able to devote all her time to Fanny and Mary. The money, indeed, was nothing to Mrs Grey, in comparison with the pleasure it procured her. It put her upon equal terms with Mrs Rowland at last. She did not know how it was, but it was very difficult to patronize Mr Hope. He always contrived to baffle her praise, but here was an unconnected person thrown upon her care, and if Mrs Rowland had a young surgeon to push, Mrs Grey had an incomparable governess now all to herself. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of Deerbrook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Deerbrook by Harriet Martineau. Chapter 34. Old and Young. One of the characteristics of this summer at Deerbrook was the rival parties of pleasure with which the village was entertained. There had been rival parties of pleasure the preceding year, but from what a different cause! Then all were anxious to do honour to Hester and Margaret, or to show off in their eyes. Now the efforts made were, on one hand, to mortify, and on the other, to sustain them. The Rowlands had a carriage party to the woods one week, and the Greys cavalcade to the flower show at Blickley the next. The Rowlands gave a dinner to introduce Mr Walcot to more and more of their country neighbours, and the Greys had a dance in the green walk for the young people of the village. The Rowlands went to a strawberry gathering at Sir William Hunter's, and the Greys, with all their faction, as Mrs Rowland called it, were invited to a syllabub under the cow, at the Miss Andersons' breaking up for the holidays. All pretence of a good understanding between the two families was now at an end. They ceased to invite each other, and scrambled for their mutual acquaintances. The best of their mutual acquaintances saw no reason for taking part in the quarrel, and preserved a strict neutrality, and the worst enjoyed being scrambled for. The Levitts visited both families, and entertained everybody in return, as if nothing was happening. Sir William and Lady Hunter ate their annual dinner with each, and condescended to pay 2 or 3 extra visits to Mrs Rowland, without making a point of a full moon. Every circumstance that happened afforded occasion for comment, of course. Mrs Grey thought it very improper in the Rowlands to indulge in all this gaiety while they were in deep mourning. It was painful to her feelings, she owned, to hear the children shouting with laughter, while they were all bombazine and crape from head to foot. She had hoped to see the memory of her dear old friend treated with more respect. In vain did Mr Hope plead Mrs Enderby's delight in the mirth of children, and that their innocent gaiety would cheer her in her grave, if it could reach her there. In vain did Hester urge the danger and sin of training the little creatures to hypocrisy, a probable result, if they were to be kept solemn and unamused to the day when they might put off their mourning. Mrs Grey felt herself only the more called upon by all this to furnish the amount of sighs and tears which she believed to be due to Mrs Enderby's memory. Margaret rather sided with her. It was so sweet to her to hear Philip's mother mourned. Mrs Grey's tears were, however, interspersed with smiles. On the day of the Rowlands' great dinner party, when all was to be so stately for the Hunters, when the noon dessert service was procured from Staffordshire, the fish had not arrived from London. This was certainly a fact. The fish had come by the coach the next morning, and was still more remarkable, it had not occurred to Mrs Rowland that such an accident might happen, was very likely to happen, and as if she had been an inexperienced housekeeper, she had not any dish in reserve, in case of the non-arrival of the fish. It was said that Mrs Rowland had sat down to table with a face perfectly crimson with anxiety and vexation. To such a temper as hers, what a vexation it must have been! There was a counterpart to this story for Mrs Rowland. She fancied that Mrs Grey's friends, the Andersons, must have looked rather foolish on occasion of their great syllabub party. She hoped the Miss Andersons trained their pupils better than their cows. They had a sad obstreperous cow, she understood. Some of the young ladies had lit up the lawn with the potato, and got it to stand still to be milked. But when somebody began to sing, she had no doubt it was Miss Ibbotson who sang. The poor animal found the music was not to its taste, and of course it kicked away the china bowl, and pranced down the lawn again. There was a dirge sung over the syllabub. No doubt the poor Miss Andersons must have been terribly annoyed. The good understanding of the gentlemen seemed all this time to be uninterrupted. They had much to put up with at home on his account, but their good humour towards each other remained unbroken. Mr Rowland's anxious face, and his retirement within the enclosure of his own business, told his neighbours something of what he had to go through at home. Mrs Grey was vexed with her husband that he did not visit Hope's misfortunes upon Mr Rowland, and call the husband to account for the mischief the wife had caused. And Hester more than once expressed some resentment against her relation for not espousing Edward's cause more warmly. Hope told her this was not reasonable. "Remember," said he, as they sauntered in their garden one evening, "that these gentlemen must be more wary than we are, which is saying a great deal, of these perpetual squabbles, and they must earnestly desire to have peace in the counting house. God forbid that their dominions should be invaded for our sake, not for our sake only, but for the sake of justice. Everything depends on the sort of men you have to deal with, in such cases as this. You must not expect too much. Here are two kind-hearted men, bound to each other by mutual goodwill and mutual interest. There is no other resemblance between them, except that they are both overpowered, made rather cowardly by the circumstances of their environment. One departing from their plan of keeping the peace, they would be plunged into quarrel. They view things so differently from the differences of their minds, that their only safety is in avoiding altogether all subjects of Deerbrook contention. If you expect the heroism of devoted friendship, or of an enthusiastic sense of justice from such men, you will not find it. We must take them as they are, and humbly accept such countenance as they choose to bestow. Take it or leave it, as you will. There is no use in quarrelling with them for not being what they are not. That is all. Be generous with them, and do not expect from them the conduct which they have a right to expect from you." "I rather wonder," observed Margaret, "that they have had the courage to go so far as they do, in bearing testimony in your favour." They have been very handsome in their conduct on the whole, and it would grieve me sincerely if they were to suffer further than they have already done on my account. I am afraid Mr Rowland is wretched now, because I will accept no assistance from him. He told me the other day that he should receive no rent for his house, while Walcot occupies the other. He was beyond measure mortified when I positively declined being under any such obligation to any landlord. If Mr Rowland steadily refuses to turn us out of our house, and goes on offering favours that I cannot accept, that is all we can expect from him." "It never occurred to me that he can turn us out," said Hester, "that we are tenants at will. Oh, how sorry I should be to go!" she continued, as she surveyed the place. "I should grieve to quit our first home. There is no danger, I believe. Mr Rowland will be firm on that head." "And there is no danger, I should think," said Margaret, "but that the Greys should find us something better the next day. Oh, I do not know where or how, but it would be such a splendid opportunity for patronage, that they would work miracles rather than let it slip. How far this ivy had trailed over the wall already! I should be sorry to leave this garden, now that it promises to look like itself so soon again. Sydney despises me for my admiration of it at present. He looks melancholy about the blight. It is a pity, certainly. Look at this rose bush, how curled and withered it is." "Sydney is doing like everyone else in looking grave about the blight," observed Hope. "So bad a reason has not been known since I came to Deerbrook. I see care in the face of many an one who does not stand anything like our chance of want. Here comes Sydney, with news of every ill-looking field for 5 miles round, I doubt not." "And Mr and Mrs Grey and Sophia," said Hester, quitting her husband's arm, and hastening to meet her friends. The Greys pronounced it so pleasant an evening that they had no wish to sit down within doors. They preferred walking in the garden. They seemed to come for two purposes: to offer an invitation, and to relate that Mr Walcot was gone to dine at Sir William Hunter's to-day, and that Sir William had sent the carriage for him. Mr Walcot had not been ready to full 5 minutes after the carriage had driven up to the door. This delay was no doubt intended to give all Deerbrook time to observe the peculiar consideration in which Mr Walcot was treated by Sir William and Lady Hunter, who were by no means in the habit of sending their carriage for their Deerbrook guests. "Did you ever hear of such a thing," said Sophia, "as sending a carriage for a young man? I have no doubt it is because he cannot ride." "There you are out, Sophie," cried Sydney. "Mr Walcot rides as well as Mr Hope, every bit." "I cannot think what has happened to Sydney," observed his mother. "He does nothing but stand up for Mr Walcot in the most unaccountable way. I hope you will forgive it, Mr Hope. Boys take strange fancies, you know. You must forgive it, my dears, in consideration of the rest of us." "Instead of forgiving it," said Hope, "I shall take leave rather to admire it. There is a fine chivalrous spirit shown in frightening Mr Walcot's battles with our friends and relations." "There now," cried Sydney triumphantly. "But I cannot help it. You see, Mr Walcot can ride, and he does ride well, and he is very civil to me, and asks me to go fishing with him, and I am sure he always inquires very respectfully after the rest of them. I never said any more than that in praise of him, and I can't say less, can I, when they are all abusing him for whatever he does? I think not. I believe we may spare him that much credit without grudging." "But, Sydney, you know it is not pleasant to us to hear you speak in praise of Mr Walcot under present circumstances, and you should have little consideration for us." "Well, mother, if you will not speak of him at all, no more will I." And he glanced up into his mother's face to see how the proposition was taken. "That is fair, is not it?" he inquired of Mr Hope. "Excellent in theory, Sydney; but who likes to be tied down not to speak on any subject, especially one which is turning up every hour? Your plan will not answer." "I will ask you because I said I would, and all the more because you are not cross about Mr Walcot." "Hold your tongue, Sydney," said the mother. "Do not be ridiculous, Sydney," advised the sister. "Mr Hope will say whether it is ridiculous, Sophie. Now, Mr Hope, would not you and cousin Hester and Margaret go down the water with us to the Abbey, just the same if Mr Walcot was with us?" "With any guest of your father's and mother's, Sydney. We have no quarrel with Mr Walcot. The truth is, we feel, after all we have heard, that we know very little about him. We have not the slightest objection to meet Mr Walcot." "Neither wish nor objection," said Hester, calmly. "We are perfectly indifferent about him." Sydney vehemently beckoned his father, who left the apricot he and Margaret were examining by the surgery wall, and came to see what was wanted for. "You see," said he to Hope, when the matter was explained, "I have naturally been rather anxious to bring about this meeting between you and the young man, in a small place like this. It is painful to have everybody quarrelling, and not to be able to get one's friends about one, for fear they should brawl in one's very drawing room. Mr Rowland is one of my mind there, and I know it would gratify him if I were to take some notice of this young man. I really could hardly refuse, knowing how handsomely Mr Rowland always speaks of you and yours, and believing Mr Walcot to be a very respectable, harmless young man. If I thought it would injure your interests in the least, I would see him at Cape Horn before I would invite him, of course. You must be aware of that. And I should not think of asking you to meet Mrs Rowland. That would be going too far. But Mrs Grey wishes that your wife and Margaret should visit these ruins that we were always prevented from getting to last year, and Mr Walcot is anxious to see them too, and he has been civil to Sydney, and in short, I believe that Sydney half promised that he should go with us." "Say no more," replied Hope. "You will have no difficulty with us. I really know nothing against Mr Walcot. He had a perfect right to settle where he pleased. Whether the manner of doing it was handsome or otherwise is of far more consequence to himself than to me or to any one else. I wish we all viewed the matter as you do. If the ladies had your temper, we should have been a heaven upon earth. But they take things up so warmly, you see, when their feelings are interested for anybody. Mrs Rowland for one, and my wife for another. I hardly know what she will say to the idea of our having Walcot with us. Let us go and see." "I have a word to say to you first. Do you know of any one who wants a horse? I am going to dispose of mine." "Mr Walcot wants a horse," said Sydney, delighted at the idea of solving a difficulty. Hope smiled, and told Mr Grey that he had rather sell his horse at a distance. Mr Walcot had already hired the boy Charles, whom Hope had just dismissed, and if he obtained the horse too, the old servant who knew his way to every patient's door, all the country round, it really would look too like the unpopular man, patronising his opponent. Besides, it would be needlessly publishing in Deerbrook that the horse was given up. "What is the fault of your horse?" asked Mr Grey, rousing himself from an absent fit. "Merely that he eats, and therefore is expensive. I cannot afford now to keep a horse," he declared, in answer to Mr Grey's stare of amazement. "I have so few patients now out of walking reach, that I have no right to keep a horse. I can always hire, you know, from Reeves." "Upon my soul, I am sorry to hear this, extremely sorry to hear it. Matters must have gone further than I had any idea of."
"My dear fellow, we must see how we can serve you. You must let me accommodate you."
"Indeed you must, rather than give up your horse." "Do not speak of it. You are very kind, but we need no help. I do assure you, my mind is quite made up about the horse. It would only be an incumbrance now. And to satisfy you, I will mention that I have declined repeated offers of accommodation, offers very strongly urged. All I need ask of you is, to help me to dispose of my horse somewhere out of Deerbrook. I will manage that for you the next time I go to market." And in the emotion of the moment, Mr Grey was on the point of offering the use of his own horse when it should be at home, but he stopped short on the verge of his rash generosity. He was very particular about no one riding his horse but himself and the man who groomed it. He remembered his friend Hope's rapid riding and enthusiasm, and suspected that he should sooner or later repent the offer. So he changed it into, "I will get your horse disposed of to the best advantage, you may depend on it. But I am very sorry indeed." It is probable that nothing could have been reconciled the ladies of Mr Grey's family to the idea of admitting Mr Walcot into their party, but the fact that they had of late cut rather than a poor figure in contrast to Mrs Rowland. That lady had the advantage of novelty in the person of Mr Walcot, and her faction was by far the larger of the two. The Greys found fault with all its elements, but there was no denying its superiority of numbers. It was a great hardship to have Mr Walcot forced upon them, but they reflected that his presence might bring a reinforcement, that some neighbours would perhaps come to meet him, who would be otherwise engaged to the Rowlands for the very day on which they were wanted, for Mrs Rowland had the art of pre-engaging just the people the Greys intended to have. Sophie observed that Mr Walcot's presence would be less of a restraint in a boat, and at tea among the ruins, than in a drawing room. There was always something to be said about the banks and the woods, and there was singing, and in a boat people were not obliged to talk, unless they liked. She should not wonder if he would rather relish a little neglect. He had been made much of lately, at such a ridiculous rate. "If we do our part, my love," said Mrs Grey to Hester, in a mysterious low voice, "I think you should exert yourselves a little. Nothing can be done without a little exertion in this world, you know. Sophia and I were agreeing that it is a long time since you had any of your friends about you." "Very few since your wedding company," observed Sophia. "We remember you had all your acquaintance in the winter, my dear. It was very proper, I am sure, all you did then. But it is now the middle of July, you know, and our neighbours of Deerbrook always expect to be invited twice a year." "I should be happy to see them, I assure you," said Hester, "but it happens to be not convenient." "Not convenient, my dear." "Just so. We shall always be glad to see you and yours, but we have no hospitality to spare for the common world just now. We have no servants, you know, but Morris, and we are spending as little as we can." "Tea company costs so very little," said Sophia, "at this time of the year, when you need not light candles till people are going away, and when fruit is cheap and plentiful." "And we will take care of the cake," interposed Mrs Grey. "Sophia will make you come of her vicarage cake, and a batch of almond biscuits, and Alice shall come and wait. We can manage it very easily. You are extremely kind, but if our acquaintance are to eat your cake, it had better be at your house. It does not suit our present circumstances to entertain company." "But it costs so very little," persisted Sophia. "Mr Russell Taylor's father used to give a general invitation to all his friends to come to tea in the summer, because, as he said, they then cost him only 2 halfpenny a head." "I am afraid we are not such good managers as Mr Russell Taylor's father," replied Hester, laughing. "And if we were, it is not convenient to spend even 2 halfpenny a head upon our common acquaintance at present. If we grow richer, we will get our friends about us, without counting the cost so closely as that." "That time will soon come, Sophia, my dear," said her mother, winking at Hester. "In every profession, you know, there are little ups and downs, and particularly in the medical, I dare say. If the truth were told, there is scarcely any professional man, without private fortune, who has not at some time of his life broken into his last guinea without knowing where he is to get another. But professional people generally keep their difficulties to themselves. I fancy, Hester, they are not often so frank as you. Mind that, Sophia. You will be discreet, Sophia." "We have no intention of proclaiming in the streets that we are poor," said Hester. "But we owe it to you, dear Mrs Grey, to give our reasons for not doing all that we and you might wish. We are not dissatisfied. We want no help or pity. But we must live as we think right, that is all." "Indeed, my dear, I must say you do not look as if anything was amiss. You look charmingly indeed." "Charmingly indeed," echoed Sophia. And Mrs Levitt was saying that Margaret seems to have grown quite handsome this summer. "I fancy Mrs Rowland gets very few to agree with her as to Margaret being so very plain." "No, indeed. Margaret's countenance is so intelligent and pleasant that I always said, from the beginning, that nobody but Mrs Rowland could call her plain." "I suppose we shall soon be losing her, Hester." "Oh, no, not soon. She has no thought of leaving us at present. She would not go in the spring and sit beside Philip while he was learning his lessons. And now still they wait, I believe, till the lessons are finished." "She would not. Well, that shows what love will do. That shows what her power over Mr Enderby is. We used to think, indeed, everybody used to say it of Mr Enderby, that he always managed to do as he liked. He carried all his points. yet even he is obliged to yield." "Margaret has a way of carrying her points too," said Hester. "The best way in the world, by being always right." "Mind that, Sophia. But, my dear Hester, I am really anxious about you. I had no idea, I am sure. I hope you get your natural rest." "Perfectly. I assure you, Mrs Harwell might envy me, if she still cannot sleep for matching of worsteds. The simple truth is, Mrs Grey, we never were so happy in our lives. This may seem rather perverse, but so it is." Mrs Grey sighed that Mrs Rowland could not be aware of this. Hester thought it was no business of Mrs Rowland's, but Mrs Grey could not but feel that it would be a great satisfaction that she should know that those whom she hated slept. She heard Margaret and Sydney saying something in the middle of the grass plot, about the Milky Way. Looking up, she was surprised to perceive how plain it was, and how many stars were twinkling in the sky. She was sure Hester must be dreadfully tired with sauntering about so long. They had been very inconsiderate, and must go away directly. Sydney must call his father. "They are delightful young people, really," observed Mrs Grey to her husband, during their walk home. "One never knows how to get away. Lady Hunter little supposes that she loses in not cultivating them. Go on before us, Sophia. Make haste home with your sister, Sydney. But, my dear, they speak in a very poor way of their affairs." "Oh, Hester spoke to you, did he?" "Hope told me he must part with his horse. So Hester spoke to you?" "Yes, not at all in a melancholy way, however. She keeps up her spirits wonderfully, poor girl. We really must push them, Mr Grey. I see nothing but ruin before them, if we do not push them." "Ah, there is the difficulty. That little enthusiasm of Hope's comes in. I have a great respect for him, but I own I should like to see him a little more practical." "I really am pleased to hear you say so. It is just what I think, and I always fancied you did not agree with me. It really puts me almost out of patience to hear him speak of Mr Walcot encouraging Sydney in his notions. It is unnatural. It looks a little like affectation, all that sort of feeling about Mr Walcot." "I do not object to that, I confess. His thinking fairly of Walcot can do no harm, and may have mischief, and it looks honourable and well. I do not regret that, I own. But I think he is clearly wrong in selling his horse in such a hurry. All Deerbrook will know it directly, and it will not look well. I offered him such accommodation as would enable him to keep it, but he is quite obstinate. Some enthusiastic notion of honour, I suppose. But I told them that there is no profession or business in the world that has not its ups and downs." "Exactly what I told Hester, when she declined having any parties at present. It is the very crisis, in my opinion, when it is of great consequence that they should get their friends about them. Sophia would have made the cake, and Alice would have waited at tea. But the fact is, Mr Hope has put some of his spirit into his wife, and they must take their own way, I suppose." "He gave me his reasons, however," observed Mr Grey. "He regards this as something more than one of the slack times common in his profession. He will not accept obligation while he sees no clear prospect of being able to discharge it. I could not prevail upon him. However, they must have enough. They cannot be actually pinched. I never saw him in better spirits. There can be no occasion for our doing anything more than just being on the lookout to serve them. We must push them. That is all we can do. They cannot really be wanting anything, as you say, such fine spirits as they are in. Hester looks sweetly. The first game that we have to spare this season shall go to them, and I shall bear them in mind when we gather our apples." "If you find we have any apples to gather, my dear, I doubt it." "Do you really? It will be unfortunate for our young friends. If prices rise next winter, as you seem to expect, there goes 10 o'clock, I declare. And there are the children looking out for us, as well they may. But those are really delightful young people. There is no getting away from them." End of chapter 34.
Chapter 35, Part 1 of Deerbrook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gary Day. Deerbrook by Harriet Martin. Chapter 35, Part 1. Boating. Mr Walcot was delighted with the invitation to the water party, but he was fully engaged for the next 3 weeks. Mr Grey decreed that he was to be waited for. Then the Lady Moon had to be waited for another 10 days, so that it was past the middle of August before Mrs Grey and Sophia were called upon to endure Mr Walcot's society for 6 hours. The weather was somewhat dubious when the day arrived, but in so bad a season as the present, it would never do to let a doubt put a stop to an excursion which had been planned above a month. One of Mr Grey's men was sent round among the ladies in the morning to request to be the bearers of their cloaks, as it was thought they would be cold on the water without all the wraps they had. Hester sent as many warm things as she thought Margaret could possibly wear. She was not going herself. She wished it much, but it was decided on all hands that it would be imprudent, as there was no calculating the amount of fatigue which each might have to endure. At 3 o'clock the party assembled on the wharf on Mrs Grey and Rowland's premises, every one having dined at home. Mrs Rowland had tried to persuade Mr Walcot that he ought not to be out of the way, after what Lady Hunter had said in a note about her terrible headache of yesterday. It might be the beginning of a feverish attack, and it would be unfortunate if he should be 6 miles down the river, not expected home until 9 or 10 at night, when a messenger should arrive from the Hall. But Mr Walcot had seen few water parties in the course of his life, and he was resolved to go. Margaret and her brother repaired in gay spirits to the waterside. In the days of poverty, trifles become great events, and ease is luxury. Hope felt himself clear of the world to-day. He had received the money from the sale of his horse, and after paying for its corn, there was £15 left to be put by for his rent. Hester had bidden adieu to the horse with a sort of glee, as she had never been able to overcome her panic during her husband's long country rides, and Hope found that he hung more and more upon Hester's smiles. They cheered him, from whatever cause they arose. Margaret was gay from discourse with Philip. She had just dispatched a letter to him, a letter which had acknowledged that it was, indeed, long since they had met, that it was almost time that he was coming to Deerbrook again. The party they joined looked less merry than themselves. The 2 boats which lay at the wharf were gay enough, one with crimson cushions and the other with blue. A servant maid was to go in each to take care of the provisions and provide tea at the ruins, and Alice and her companion were alert and smiling; but Mrs Grey wore a countenance of extraordinary anxiety, and the twitching of her face showed that something had gone very seriously wrong. Sophia nearly turned her back on Mr Walcot, who continued to address her with patient diligence. Maria was sitting on some deals, waiting to be called to enter the boat, and some of the people of the village were staring at her from a little distance. Margaret immediately joined her. "What are those people looking at you for?" "I cannot conceive. I fancied that while I was sitting I looked pretty much like other people." "To be sure you do. I will ask Mr Grey. I'm sure there is some meaning in their gaze, so ridiculously compassionate." "Do you not know?" said Mr Grey. "Do you not know the story that they have got up about Miss Young's case? They say Mr Hope set her limb so badly that he had to break it again twice. I have been asked several times whether he did not get me to help, and they will not believe me when I deny the whole." Maria laughed, and Margaret observed that they would presently see how much better Maria could walk now than she did before her last accident, such being the effect of the long and complete rest which had been enforced upon her. "Nothing like seeing for themselves," observed Mr Grey, surveying the company. "All come but Dr Levitt now, I think. It really goes to my heart not to take some of my partner's children. There they are, peeping at us, one behind another, from that gate. There is room for 2 or 3, from the Jameses failing thus at the last. The little things might as well go, but I suppose there would be no use in saying anything about it. I must have a word with my daughter before we embark. Sophia, my dear, Sophia!" Sophia came, and Margaret overheard her father say to her that every person present was his guest, and to be treated with the civility and attention due to him as such. Sophia looked rather sulky at hearing this, and walked far away from Mr Walcot to devote herself to Miss Anderson. By dint of sending a messenger to Dr Levitt's a quarter of an hour before the time, his presence was secured a quarter of an hour after it. He made his usual approach, looking bland and gentlemanly, and fearing he was late. The party were ordered into the boats, as if they had been going in to dinner. Mr Walcot was appointed to hand Margaret in, but he showed, amidst great simplicity, an entire determination to be Sophia's companion. Hope was approaching Maria's seat to give her his arm, when some bustle was heard at the gate, where the little Rowlands were clustered. "There is my partner. He will go with us after all," said Mr Grey. "Come, my dear sir, we have plenty of room." "So much the better for my brother-in-law. You have room for Enderby, have you?" "He will be delighted to join you, I have no doubt." "Room for me too? I really think I must indulge myself. Yes. Enderby took us quite by surprise this morning, but that is his way, you know. Philip here, and without notice. Margaret thought she was dreaming the words she heard. She felt much oppressed, as if there must be something wrong in so sudden and strange a proceeding. At the very moment of suspense, she caught Mrs Grey's eyes fixed upon her with the saddest expression she thought she had ever seen. Philip was come. It was no dream. He was presently in the midst of the party, making his compliments paid to Margaret in all a manner scarcely different in the eyes of others from those which were shared by all. But to her a world of wonder and of horror was revealed by the glance of an eye and the quiver of a lip, too slight to be detected by any eye less intently fixed than hers. Margaret stood alone as the others were stepping into the boats, but Philip did not approach her. He interfered between Hope and Maria Young. Maria looked agitated and uncertain, but she thought she had no right to cause any delay or difficulty, and she took his arm, though she felt herself unable to conceal her trembling. Margaret saw that Hope was scarcely able to support herself. "I cannot go," she said, as he drew her arm within his. "Leave me behind. They will not miss me. Nobody will miss me." The agonised tone of these last words brought back the colour which Hope had lost in the tempest of emotions in which anger was uppermost. He was no longer deadly pale when he said, "Impossible. I cannot leave you. You must not stay behind. It is of the utmost consequence that you should go. Cannot you? Do try. I will place you beside Mrs Grey. Cannot you make the effort?" She did make the effort. With desperate steadiness she stepped into the boat, where Mrs Grey was seated. She was conscious that Philip watched to see what she would do, and then seated Maria and himself in the other boat. Hope followed Margaret. If he had been in the same boat with Enderby, the temptation to throw him overboard would have been too strong. Till they were past the weir and the lock, and all the erections belonging to the village, and to the great firm which dignified it, the boats were rowed. Conversation went on. The grey church steeple was pronounced picturesque as it rose above the trees, and the children looked up at Dr Levitt, as if the credit of it by some means belonged to him, the rector. Sydney desired his younger sisters not to trail their hands through the water, as it retarded the passage of the boat. The precise distance of the ruins from Deerbrook ferry was argued, and Dr Levitt gave some curious traditions about the old abbey they were going to see. Then towing took the place of rowing, and the party became very quiet. The boat cut steadily through the still waters, the slight ripple at the bows being the only sound which marked its progress. Dr Levitt pointed with his stick to the verdurous wall which sprang up from the brink of the river, every spray of the beech, every pyramid of the larch, every leaf of the oak, and the tall column of the occasional poplar, reflected true as the magical nature of light and waters could make them. Some then wished the sun would come out, without which it could scarcely be called seeing the woods. Others tried to recognise the person who stood fishing under the great ash, and it took a minute or two to settle whether it was a man or a boy, and 2 minutes more to decide that it belonged to nobody at Deerbrook. Margaret almost wondered that Edward could talk on about these things as much as he did, much in his common tone and manner. But for his ease and steadiness in small talk, she should suppose that he was striving to have her left unnoticed, to look down into the water as strenuously as she pleased. She little knew what a training he had had in wearing his usual manner while his heart was wretched. "There now," cried Fanny, "we have passed the place where cousin Margaret fell in last winter. We wanted to have gone directly over it." Margaret looked up and saw Sydney's awestruck glance. He had not yet recovered from that day. "If you had mentioned it sooner," said Margaret, "I could have shown you the very place. We did pass directly over it." "Oh, why did you not tell us? You should have told us." Dr Levitt smiled as he remarked that he thought Miss Ibbotson was less likely to be the last person to point out that spot to other people, as well as to forget it herself. Margaret had indeed been far from forgetting it. She had looked down into its depths, and had brought thence something that had been useful to her, something on which she was meditating when Fanny spoke. She had been saved, and doubtless for a purpose. If it was only to suffer for her own part, and to find no rest and peace but in devoting herself to others, this was a high purpose. Maria could live, and was thankful to live, without home or family or prospect. But it was not certain that this was all that was to be done and enjoyed in life. Something dreadful had happened, but Philip loved her. He still loved her, for nothing but agonised love could have inspired the glance which yet thrilled through her. There was some mistake, some fearful mistake, and the want of confidence in her which it revealed. The fault of temper in him opened a long perspective of misery. But yet he loved her, and all was not over. At times she felt certain that Mr Rowland was at the bottom of this new injury, but it was inconceivable that Philip should be deluded by her after his warnings and his jealous fears lest his Margaret should give heed to any of his sister's misrepresentations. No light shone upon the question, from the cloudy sky above or the clear waters beneath, but both yielded comfort through that gentle law by which things eminently real, Providence, the mercy of death, and the blessing of godlike life, are presented or prophesied to the spirit by the shadows amidst which we live. When Margaret spoke, there was a calmness in her voice, so like an echo of comfort in her heart, that it almost made Edward start. The party in the other boat were noisier. Whether or not they were happier than those in whose wake they followed, Mr Walcot had begun to be inspired as soon as the oars had made their first splash, and was now reciting to Sophia some lines to the setting sun which he had learned when a little boy, and had never forgotten. He asked her whether it was not a sweet idea, that of the declining sun being like a good man going to his rest, to rise again tomorrow morning. Sophia was fond of poetry, that was not too difficult, and she found little disinclination in herself now to observe her father's directions about being civil to Mr Walcot. The gentleman perceived that he had won some advantage, and he persevered. He next spoke of the amiable poet Cowper, and was delighted to find that Miss Grey was acquainted with some of his writings, that she had at one time been able to repeat his piece on a poplar field, and whose sweet lines beginning The rose has never been washed, just washed in a shower. But she had never heard the passage about the twanging horn o'er yonder bridge, and the wheeling the sofa round, and the cups that cheer but not inebriate. So Mr Walcot repeated them, not as before in a high key, and with his face turned up towards the sun, but almost in a whisper, and inclining towards her ear, Sophia sighed, and thought it very beautiful, and was sorry for people who were not fond of poetry. A pause of excited feeling followed, during which they found that the gentlemen were questioning a boatman, who was waiting his turn to tow, about the swans in the river. The swans have much increased in number this year, surely. Those are all of one family, I suppose, those about the island, observed Mr Grey. Yes, sir, they can't abide neighbours. They won't suffer a nest within a mile. They fight it out if they approach too near, eh? Said Enderby. Yes, sir, they leave another for dead. I have lost some of the finest swans under my charge in that way. Do you not part them when they fight? Asked Walcot. I would. I always part little boys whom I see fighting in the streets, and tell them they should not quarrel. You would repent meddling with the swans, sir, if you tried. When I knew no better, I meddled once, and thought I should hardly get away alive. One of the creatures flapped my arm so hard that I thought more than once that it was broken. I would advise you, sir, never to go near swans when they are angry. You will find ample employment for your peacemaking talents among the Deerbrook people, Mr Walcot, said Philip. They may break your windows and perhaps your heart, but they will leave your eyes and your right arm. For my part, I do not know, but I had rather do battle with the swans. Better not, sir, said the boatman. I would advise you never to go near swans when they are angry. Look, said Sophia anxiously. Is not this one angry? Yes, it is. I'm sure it is. Did you ever see anything like its feathers? And it's coming this way. It's just upon us. Oh, Mr Walcot! Sophia threw herself over to the other side of the boat, and Mr Walcot started up, looking very pale. Sit down, cried Mr Grey in his loudest voice. Mr Walcot sat down as if shot, and Sophia crept back to her place, with an anxious glance at the retreating bird. Of course, the two young people were plentifully lectured about shifting their places in the boat without leave, and were asked the question, more easily put than answered, how they should have felt if they had been the means of precipitating the whole party into the water. Then there was a calling out from the other boat to know what was the matter, and an explanation, so that Sophia and Mr Walcot had to take refuge in mutual sympathy from universal censure. The birds always quarrel with the boats of this make, explained the boatman, because their enemies go out in skiffs to take them. They let a lighter pass without taking any notice, while they always scour the water near a skiff. But I never heard of their flying at a pleasure party in any sort of boat. Where are the black swans that a sea captain brought to Lady Hunter? Asked Philip. I see nothing of them. The male died, choked, sir, with a crust of bread a stranger gave him. But for that he would now be in sight, I don't doubt, for he prospered very well till that day. Of a crust of bread? What a death! Exclaimed Philip. And the other? She died, sir, by the visitation of God, replied the boatman solemnly. It was obviously so far from the man's intention that any one should laugh, that nobody did laugh. Maria observed to her next neighbour that to a keeper of swans his birds were more companionable and quite as important as their human charge to coroners and jurymen. The boat got aground among the flags, at a point where the tow rope had to be carried over a footbridge at some little distance inland. One of the men, in attempting to leap the ditch, had fallen in, and emerged dripping with mud. Ben jumped ashore to take his little turn at the rope, and Enderby pushed the boat off again with an oar, with some little effort. Mr Walcot had squeezed Sophia's parasol so hard during the crisis as to break its ivory ring. The accident, mortifying as it was to him, did not prevent his exclaiming in a fervour of gratitude, when the vibration of the boat was over and they were once more afloat. "What an exceedingly clever man Mr Enderby is! Extremely clever. I really think he can do everything." "Ah, he would not have managed to break the ring of your parasol, as I have been so awkward as to do. But I will see about getting it mended to morrow. If I were as clever as Mr Enderby now, I might be able to mend it myself. You will not be able to get another ring in Deerbrook. But never mind. I beg you will not feel uncomfortable about it. I can fasten it with a loop of green ribbon and a button till the next time I go to Blickley. Pray do not feel uncomfortable." "How can I help it? You say there is no ring in Deerbrook? Not any sort of ring? My dear Miss Grey, if I cannot repair this sort of ring—" Sophia was a good deal flurried. She begged he would think no more of the parasol. It was no manner of consequence. "Do not be too good to me," he whispered. "I trust I know my duty better than to take you at your word. From my earliest years, my parents have instilled upon me the duty of making reparation for the injuries we cause to others." Sophia gave him an affecting look of approbation, and asked with much interest where his parents lived, and how many brothers and sisters he had, and assured him at last that she saw he belonged to a charming family. "It does not become me to speak proudly of such near relations," said he, "and one who has so lately left the parental roof is perhaps scarcely to be trusted as to be impartial. But I will say that my family, that, though not perhaps so clever as Mr Rowland and Mr Enderby—" "Oh, for heaven's sake, do not name them together!" Mr Walcot saw he had broken the charm. He hastened to repair the mischief which one unhappy name had caused. "It is natural, I know, that you should take the most interest in that member of the family who is to be your relation. You consider him in that light, I believe? Of course, he is to be our cousin. The parties wish it to be kept a secret, I conclude," said he, glancing at Enderby, and then stretching back as far as he thought safe to look at the other boat. "Oh dear, no, there is no secret about the matter. I should not have supposed them to be engaged, by their manner to each other. Perhaps it is off," said he, quickly fixing his eyes upon her. "Off? What an odd idea! Who ever thought of such a thing? Such things have been heard of as engagements going off, you know." Both had raised their voices during the last few eager sentences. Sophia became aware that they had been overheard, by seeing the deep flush which overspread Miss Young's pale face. Philip looked at Mr Walcot as if he would have knocked him down, if they had only been on land. The young man took off his hat, and ran his fingers through his white hair, for the sake of something to do, replaced his hat, and shook his head manfully, as if to settle his heart in his breast, as well as his beaver on his crown. He glanced down the river, in hopes that the abbey was not yet too near. It was important to him the wrath of so extremely clever a man as Mr Enderby should have subsided before the party went on shore. It would have been a strange thing to have known how many of that company were dreading to reach the object of their excursion. A thrill passed through many hearts when the ruins, with their overshadowing ivy, were at length discerned, seated in the meadow to which the boat seemed to be approaching far too rapidly. In the bustle of landing, however, it was easy for those who wished to avoid one another to do so. Most of the guests walked straight up to the abbey walls, so to examine all that was left of them. Mrs Grey and her maids went to the little farmhouse, which was at one corner of the old building, and chiefly constructed out of its ruins. And while the parties on whom the cares of hospitality devolved were consulting with the farmer's wife about preparations for tea, any stray guest might search for wood plants in the skirts of the copse on the hill behind, or talk with the children who were jumping in and out of an old saw pit in the wood, or if contemplative, might watch the minnows in the brook, which was here running parallel with the river. Mrs Grey obviously considered that Margaret was her peculiar charge. She spoke little to her, but when Philip was off somewhere, she took her arm, and seemed to insist on her company when she proceeded to her treaty with the dame of the farm. Margaret stood for some time patiently while they discussed whether it should be tea in the farmhouse parlour, which was too small, or tea in the meadow, which might be damp, or tea in the ruins, where there might be draughts, and the water could not be supplied hot. Before this matter was settled, Margaret saw that her friend Maria was seated on a log beside the brook, and gazing wistfully at her, Margaret tried to disengage her arm from Mrs Grey. Mrs Grey objected. "Wait a moment, my dear. I will not detain you 5 minutes. You must not go anywhere without me, my dear child." Never before had Mrs Grey spoken to Margaret with tenderness like this. Margaret was resolved to know why. But she would first speak to Maria. She said she would return presently. She wished to return, but she must speak to Maria. "Margaret, what is all this?" said Maria, in a voice whose agitation she could not control. "Have I been doing wrong? Am I now thinking what is wrong? I did not know whether to be angry with him or not. I was afraid to speak to him, and afraid not to speak to him. How is it? Tell me, Margaret." "I wish I could," said Margaret, in a tone calmer than her friend's. "I am in a miserable dream. I wrote to him this morning." "To London?" "Yes, to London. He must have been in Deerbrook while I was writing it. I have heard from him, as usual, 3 days ago; and since then I have never had a line or a word to prepare me for this. There is some dreadful mistake." "The mistake is not his, I fear," said Maria, her eyes filling as she spoke. "The mistake is yours, Margaret, and mine, and everybody's who took a selfish man of the world for a being with a heart and a conscience. You are wrong, Maria. You go too far. You will find that you are unjust. He is as wretched as I am. There is some mistake which may be explained, for he loves me, I am certain; but I wish I was anywhere but here. It is so wretched." "I am afraid I have done wrong in speaking with him at all," said Maria. "I longed for 3 words with you, for I did not know that I ought to do. We must learn something before we return. Your friends must act for you. Where is Mr Hope?" "I do not know. Everybody deserts me, I think." "I will not. It is little more than I can do. But stay by me. Do not leave me. We will watch for you." Margaret fell into the common error of the wretched when she said these last words. Her brother was at work on her behalf. Hope had gone towards the ruins with the rest of the party, to keep his eye on Enderby. Sophia hung on his arm, which she had taken that she might relieve herself of some thoughts which she could not so well speak to any one of the strangers of the party. "Oh, Mr Hope!" cried she, "how very much mistaken we have been in Mr Walcot all this time. He is a most delightful young man, so refined and so domestic." "Indeed, you will trust Sydney's judgment more readily another time." "Yes, indeed; but I could not help telling you. I know you will not be offended, though some people perhaps would not venture to speak to you. But I know you will excuse it and not be offended." "So far from being offended, I like what you say far better than the way I have heard you sometimes speak of Mr Walcot. I have thought before that you did not allow him fair play. Now, in my turn, I must ask you not to be offended with me." "Oh, I could never be offended with you. You are always so good and amiable. Mamma seemed a little vexed when you encouraged Sydney to praise Mr Walcot; but she will be delighted at your opinion of him, when she finds how accomplished he is, and so refined. You speak of my opinion. I have no opinion about Mr Walcot yet, because I do not know him. You must remember that, although Deerbrook has been busy about him since May, I have scarcely heard him say 5 words. I do not speak as having any opinion of him, one way or another. How dark this place looks to day! That aisle, how gloomy! I think it is the weather. There is no sun, and the ivy tosses about strangely. What do you think of the weather? I think we shall have the least possible benefit of the moon. How like a solid wall those clouds look, low down in the sky! Here comes Mr Walcot. Suppose you let him take you after the rest of the party. You will not like the gloom of that aisle where I am going. End of part 1.
Section 41, Chapter 35, Part 2 of Deerbrook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gary Day. Deerbrook by Harriet Martineau. Chapter 35, Part 2, Boating. Both Sophia and Mr Walcot much preferred each other's company to the damp and shadow of the interior of the abbey. They walked off together and gathered meadow flowers, and admired poetry and poets, till all were summoned, and they were compelled to join the groups who were converging from copse, brook, poultry yard, and cloister, towards the green before the farmhouse, where, after all, the long tea-table was spread. The reason of Hope's anxiety to consign Sophia to Mr Walcot's charge was that he saw Enderby pacing the aisle alone with rapid steps, his face hung with gloom as deep as darkened the walls about him. "Enderby, are you mad?" cried Hope, hastening in to him. "I believe I am. As you are aware, no man has better cause." "I wait your explanation. Till I have it, your conduct is a perfect mystery to Margaret, or to me for her. You must explain yourself, and that immediately. In the meantime, I do not know how to address you, how to judge you." "Then Mrs Grey has not told you of our conversation of this morning?" "No," said Hope, his heart suddenly failing him. "The whole dreadful story has become known to me, and I am thankful that it is revealed before it is too late. My sister is sometimes right, however she may be often wrong. She has done me a cruel kindness now. I know all, Hope: how you loved Margaret; how, when it was too late, you discovered that Margaret loved you; how, when I burst in upon you and her, she was oh, why did I ever see her again? She was learning from you the absurd resolution which Mrs Grey had been urging upon you, by working upon your false sense of honour, a sense of honour of which I am to have none of the benefit, since, after marrying the one sister out of compassion, and to please Mrs Grey, you turn the other over to me, innocent in soul and conscience. I know, but no longer with virgin affections, you give her to me for your mutual security and consolation." "Enderby, you are mad!" cried Hope, his strength being roused by this extent of accusation, from the depression caused by the mixture of truth in the dreadful words Philip had spoken. "But mad, deluded, or wicked, however you may have been wrought into this state of mind, there are two things which must be said on the instant, and regarded by you in all coming time. These charges, as they relate to myself, had better be spoken of at another opportunity, and when you are in a calmer state of mind. But meanwhile, I, as a husband, forgive you to speak lightly of my beloved and honoured wife; and I also charge you, as you revere the purity of Margaret's soul, of the innocent soul and conscience of which you speak, that you do not convey to her, by the remotest intimation, any conception of the horrible tale with which some wretch has been deluding you. She never loved any one but you. If you pollute and agonise her imagination with these vile fancies of your sister's, for from whom else can such inventions come, remember that you peril the peace of an innocent family. You poison the friendship of sisters, whom bereavement has bound to each other, and deprive Margaret of all that life contains for her. You will not impair my wife's faith in me, I am confident, but you may turn Margaret's brain if you say anything to her like what passed your lips just now. It seems but a short time, Enderby, since we committed Margaret's happiness to your care, and now I have to appeal on her behalf to your honour and conscience." Mrs Grey," Enderby repeated, fixing his eyes upon Hope's countenance. "The quarrel between you and me shall be attended to in its turn, Enderby. I must first secure my wife and Margaret from any rashness on your part. If you put distrust between them, and pollute their home by the wildest of fancies, it would be better for you that these walls should fall upon us and bury us both." "Oh, that they would!" cried Philip. "I am sick of living in the midst of treachery. My life is a waste to a man treated as I have been." "Answer me, Enderby. Answer me this instant," Hope cried, advancing to place himself between Enderby and Margaret, whom he saw now entering the ruin and rapidly approaching them. "You are right," said Enderby aloud. "You may trust me." "Philip, what am I to think?" said Margaret, walking quite up to him, and looking intently in his face. "I hardly know whether we are living, and in our common world." Hope shuddered to see the glance she cast around the dreary place. Philip half turned away and did not speak. "Why will you not speak? What reason can there be for this silence? When you last left me, you feared your sister might make mischief between us; and then I promised that if such a thing could happen as that, I should doubt you. I would tell you my doubt as soon as I was aware of it myself. And now you are angry with me. You would strike me dead this moment, if you dared, and you will not speak." "Go now, Margaret," said Hope gently. "He cannot speak to you now. Take my word for it that he cannot." "I will not go. I will take nobody's word. What are you, Edward, between me and him? It is my right to know how I have offended him. I require no more than my right. I do not ask him to love me, nor need I, for he loves me still. I know it and feel it." "It is true," said Enderby, mournfully gazing upon her agitated countenance, but retreating as he gazed. "I do not ask to be yours any farther than I am now when our affections are true and our word is broken. But I do insist upon your esteem as far as I have ever possessed it. I have done nothing to forfeit it, and I demand your reasons for supposing that I have." "Not now," said Philip, faintly, shrinking in the presence of the two concerning whom he entertained so painful a complexity of feelings. There stood Hope, firm as the pillar behind him. There stood Margaret, agitated but unabashed, as the angels that come in dreams. Was it possible that these two had loved? Could they then stand before him thus? But Mrs Grey, what she had admitted, this in confirmation with other evidence, could not be cast aside. Yet Philip dared not speak, fearing to injure beyond reparation. "Oh, Margaret, not now!" he faintly repeated. "My heart is almost broken. Give me time." "You have given me none. Let that pass, however. But I cannot give you time. I cannot hold out. Who can hold out? Under injurious secrecy, under mocking injustice, under torturing doubt from the one who is pledged to the extreme of confidence. Let us understand one another, and we shall never meet more; and I will endure whatever must be endured, and we shall have time, oh, what a weary time, to learn to submit. But not till you have given me the confidence you owe, the last I shall ever ask from you, will I endure one moment's suspense. I will not give you time." "Yes, Margaret, you will, you must," said Hope. "It is hard, very hard. But Enderby is so far right." "God help me, for every one is against me!" cried Margaret, sinking down among the long grass, and laying her throbbing head upon the cold stone. "He comes without notice to terrify me by his anger, me whom he loves above all the world. He leaves my heart to break with his unkindness in the midst of all these indifferent people. He denies me the explanation I demand, and you of all others, tell me he is right. I will do without protection, since the two who owe it forsake me. But God is my witness how you wrong me." "Enderby, why do you not go?" said Hope sternly. Almost before the words were spoken, Enderby had disappeared at the farther end of the aisle. "Patience, Margaret, a little patience, my dear sister. All may be well. All must be well for such as you. But I mean that I trust all may be repaired. He has been wrought upon by some bad influence." "Then all is over, if, knowing me as he did. But, Edward, do not speak to me. Go. Leave me. I cannot speak another word now." "I cannot leave you here. This is no place for you. Think of your sister Margaret. You will do nothing to alarm her. If she were to see you now—" Margaret raised herself, took her brother's arms, and went out into the air. No one was near. "Now leave me, brother. I must be alone. I will walk here, and think what I must do. But how can I know, when all is made such a mystery? Oh, brother, tell me what I ought to do." "Calm yourself now. Command yourself. For this day, you, innocent as you are, may well do so. If I had such a conscience as yours, if I were only in your place, Margaret, if I had nothing to bear but wrongs, I would thank heaven as heaven was never yet thanked." "You, Edward?" "If the universe heaped injuries upon me, they should not crush me. If I had a self-respect like yours, I would lift my head to the stars." "You, Edward!" "Margaret, wretched as you are, your misery is nothing to mine. Have pity upon me, and command yourself. For my sake and your sister's, look and act like yourself, and hope peacefully, trust steadily, that all will yet be right. It cannot be that you have wronged me, brother. You sent him from me, I know, and that was unkind. But you could never really wrong anyone. I never meant it. I honour you, and would protect you. I will protect you, as a brother should. Only do not say again that you are forsaken. It would break our hearts to hear you say that again." "I will not, and I will try to be for to day as if nothing had happened. But I promise no more than to endeavour. I am so bewildered." "Then I will leave you. I shall not be far off. No one shall come to disturb you." There is perhaps no mood of mind in which it is impossible for the sweet ministrations of nature to be accepted. Even now, as Margaret stood on the river bank, the influences of the scene flowed in upon her. The operations of thought were quickened, and she was presently convinced that the next time she saw Philip, she should learn all. She might even find him repentant for having been weak and credulous. Edward's self-reproach was the most inexplicable mystery of all. In his brotherly grief he had no doubt exaggerated some slight carelessness of speech, some deficiency of watchfulness and zeal. Hester must never know of these sorrowful things that Edward had said. There was substantial comfort in other of his words. It was true that she was only wronged. In her former season of wretchedness it had been far worse. There was not only disappointment, but humiliation, loss, not only of hope, but of self-respect. Now she was innocent of any wrong towards Philip and herself, and in this consciousness, and any lot must be supportable. While thus musing, she walked slowly along, sighing away some of her oppression. Her heart and head throbbed less. Her eye was caught by the little fish that leaped out of the water after the evening flies. She stood to watch them, The splash of a water rat roused her ear, and she turned to track him across the stream. Then she saw a fine yellow iris growing among the flags on the very brink, and she must have it for Maria. To reach it without a wetting required some skill and time. She tried this way, she tried that, but the flower was just out of reach. She went to the next alder bush for a bough which answered her purpose, and she had drawn the tuft of flags toward her and laid hold of the iris, when Sydney shouted her name from a distance and summoned her to tea. Maria was seated at the table amidst the greater proportion of the party when Margaret arrived, escorted by Sydney, and followed at a little distance by Mr Hope. Never had flower been more welcome to Maria than this iris, offered to her with a smile. Pale as the face was, and heavy as were the eyes, there was a genuine smile. Maria had kept a place for Margaret, which she took, though Mrs Grey kept gazing at her, and assured her that she must sit beside her. Mr Enderby was not to be seen. Frequent proclamation was made for him, but he did not appear, and it was settled that if he preferred wood ranging to good cheer, he must have his own way. Tea passed off well enough. Dr Levitt and Mr Hope went over the subject of the Abbey again, for the benefit of the rearward portion of the company who had not heard it before. Mr Rowland and the farmer discussed the bad crops. Sophia spilled her tea, from Mr Walcot having made her laugh when she was carrying the cup to her lips, and Sydney collected a portion of every good thing that was on the table for Mr Enderby to enjoy on his return. Mr Enderby did not return until it was quite time to be gone. Mr Grey had long been hurrying the servants in their business of packing up plates and spoons. He even offered help, and repeated his cautions to his guests not to stray beyond call. The farmer shook his head as he looked up at the leaden-coloured sky, across which black masses of cloud, like condensed smoke, were whirled, and prophesied a stormy night. There was no time to be lost. The boatmen came bustling out of the farm kitchen, still munching, and they put the boats in trim with all speed, while the ladies stood on the bank quite ready to step in. Mrs Grey assorted the two parties, still claiming Margaret for her own boat, but allowed Maria to enter instead of Sydney. Hope chose to remain with them, so Dr Levitt exchanged with Sophia. Mr Walcot thought there was a lion in his path either way. Mr Hope, his professional rival, in one boat, and Mr Enderby, whom he fancied he had offended, in the other. He adhered to Sophia as a sure ally. "Mr Enderby, where can he be?" was the exclamation when all were seated, and the boatmen stood ready to start, with the tow rope about their shoulders. When the dame of the farm made her parting curtsy, and had stepped a few paces backwards after a swimming obeisance, the farmer was running over the meadow towards the copse in search of the missing gentleman, and Sydney would have sprung out of the boat to join in the chase, when his father laid a strong hand on him, and said that one stray member of a party on a threatening evening was enough. He could not have people running after one another till the storm came on. Mr Rowland was full of concern, and would have had Sydney throw away the basket full of good things he had hoarded for his friend. If Enderby chose to absent himself for his own enjoyments, Mr Rowland said, he could not expect to share other people's. Hope was standing up in the first boat, gazing anxiously round, and Margaret's eyes were fixed on his face, when everybody cried out at once, "Here he is! Here he comes!" And Enderby was seen leaping through a gap in the farthest hedge, and bounding over the meadows. He sprang into the boat with such a force that set it rocking, and made the ladies catch at whatever could be grasped. "Your hat!" exclaimed several voices. "Why, Mr Enderby, where is your hat?" cried Sydney, laughing. Enderby clapped his hand on top of his head, and declared he did not know. He had not missed his hat till that moment. Hope called from the first boat to the farmer, and asked him to look in the aisle of the abbey for the gentleman's hat. It was brought thence, and Fanny and Maria laughed at Mr Hope for being such a good guesser as to fancy where Mr Enderby's hat might be, when Mr Enderby did not know himself. The moment the hat was tossed into the lap of its owner, Mr Grey's voice was heard shouting to the men, "Start off, and get us home as soon as you can." The men gave a glance at the sky, and set forth at a smart pace. Mr Grey saw that the umbrellas lay at his hand ready for distribution, and advised each lady to draw her cloak about her, as the air felt to him damp and chill. A general flatness being perceptible, someone proposed that someone else should sing. All declined at first, however, except Maria, whose voice was always most ready when it was most difficult to sing, when the party was dull, or when no one else would begin. She wanted to prevent Margaret's being applied to, and she sang once and again on the slightest hint. Sophia had no music books, and could not sing without the piano, as every one knew beforehand, she would say. Mrs Grey dropped a tear to the memory of Mrs Enderby, whose ballad was never wanting on such occasions as these. Sydney concluded that it was the same thought which made Mr Enderby bury his head in his hat between his knees while Miss Young was singing. It could not surely be all from shame at having kept the party waiting. It was with some uncertainty and awe that he whispered in his friend's ear, "Don't you think you could sing your new song that cousin Margaret is so fond of? Do. We are all as flat as flounders, and everybody will be asleep presently if we don't do something. Can't you get over a thing or two and sing for us?" "I'm sure I would if I only could." Enderby shook his head without raising it from his knees. Mr Walcot had no idea of refusing when he was asked. He could sing the Canadian boat song, but he was afraid they might have heard it before. "Never mind that. Let us have it," said everybody. "But there should be two. It is a duet properly, you know." Sophia believed she could sing that, just that, without the piano. She would try the first part, if he would take the second. Mr Grey thought to himself that his daughter seemed to have adopted his hint about civility to his guests very dutifully. But Mr Walcot could only sing the first part, because he had a brother at home who always took the second. He could soon learn it, he had no doubt, but he did not know it at present. So he had the duet all to himself, uplifting a slender voice in a very odd key, which Fanny and Mary did not quite know what to make of. They looked around into all the faces in the boat to see whether anyone was going to laugh, but every one was immovable, except that Sophia whispered softly to Miss Young that Mr Walcot was a most delightful young man after all, so accomplished and so refined. Mr Walcot's song ended with a quaver, from a large, cold, startling drop of rain falling upon his nose, as he closed his eyes to draw out his last note. He blushed at having started, and flinched from a drop of rain, and so spoiled his conclusion. Some of his hearers supposed he had broken down, till assured by others that he had finished. Then everybody thanked him, and agreed that the rain really was coming on. There were now odd fleeces of white cloud between the lead colour and the black. They were hurried about in the sky, evidently by counter currents. The river was almost inky in its hue, and every large drop made its own splash and circle. Up went the umbrellas in both boats, but almost before they were raised, some were turned inside out, and all were dragged down again. The gust had come and brought with it a pelt of hail, large hailstones, which fell in at Fanny's collar behind, while she put down her head to save her face, and which almost took away Mary's breath by coming sharp and fast against her cheeks. Then somebody descried a gleam of lightning quivering in the grey roof of the sky, and next everyone saw the tremendous flash which blazed over the surface of the water all round about. How Mr Walcot would have quavered if he had been singing still! But a very different voice was now to be heard, the hoarse thunder rolling up, like advancing artillery, first growling, then roaring, and then presently crashing and rattling overhead. The boatman's thoughts were for the ladies, exposed as they were, without the possibility of putting up umbrellas. It felt almost dark to those in the boats, as they cut rapidly, more and more rapidly, through the water which seethed about the bows. The men were trotting, running. Presently it was darker still. The bent heads were raised, and it appeared that the boats were brought to, under the wide branches of 2 oaks which overhung the water. The woods were reached already. "Shelter for the ladies, sir," said the panting boatman, touching their hats and then taking them off to wipe their brows. Mr Grey looked doubtful, stood up to survey, and then asked if there were no farm, no sort of house anywhere near. None nearer than your village, where the spire was, and that was very little nearer than Deerbrook itself. The ladies, who were disposed to say anything, observed that they were very well as they were. The tree kept off a good deal of the hail, and the wind was not felt quite so much as on the open river. Should they sit still or step on shore? Sit still by all means. Packed closely as they were, they would be warmer and drier than standing on shore. And they were now ready to start homewards as soon as the storm should abate. It did not appear that there was any abatement of the storm in 5 minutes, nor in a quarter of an hour. The young people looked up at the elder ones, as if asking what to expect. Several of the party happened to be glancing in the same direction with the boatman, when they saw a shaft of lightning strike perpendicularly from the upper range of cloud upon the village spire, and light it up. "Lord bless us!" exclaimed Mr Grey, as the spire sent its smoke up like a little volcano. Fanny burst out a crying, but was called a silly child, and desired not to make a noise. Every one was silent now, most hiding their faces, that they might not see what happened next. Half way between the river and the smoking church, in the farther part of the opposite meadow, was a fine spreading oak, under which, as might just be seen, a flock of sheep were huddled together for shelter. Another fiery dart shot down from the dark canopy under the crown of this oak. The tree quivered and fell asunder, its fragments lying in a circle. There was a rush forth of such of the sheep as escaped, and a rattle of thunder which would have overpowered any ordinary voices, but in the midst of which a scream was heard from the first boat. It was a singular thing that, in talking over this storm in the days after at home, no lady would own this scream. "I am thinking, sir," said Ben, as soon as he could make himself heard, "we are in a bad place here, as the storms seem thickening this way. We had best get from under the trees, for all the hail." "Do so, Ben, and make haste." When the first boat was brought out a little into the stream, in order to clear it of the flags, Margaret became aware that Philip was gazing earnestly at her from the other boat. She alone of the ladies had sat with face upraised, watching the advance of the storm. She alone, perhaps, of all the company, had enjoyed it with pure relish. It had animated her mind, and restored her to herself. When she saw Philip leaning back on his elbow, almost over the edge of the boat, to contemplate her, she returned his gaze with such an expression of mournful wonder and composed sorrow, as moved him to draw his hat over his eyes and resolve to look no more. The storm abated, but did not cease. Rain succeeded to hail. Lightning still hovered in the air, and thunder continued to growl afar off. But the umbrellas could now be kept up, and the ladies escaped with a slight wetting. Before the party dispersed from the wharf, Hope sought Philip, and had a few moments' conversation with him, the object of which was to agree upon further discourse on the morrow. Hope and Margaret then accompanied Maria to her lodging, and walked thence silently home. Hester was on the watch for them, a little anxious lest they should have suffered from the storm, and ready with some reflections on the liabilities of parties of pleasure, yet blithe and beaming. Her countenance fell when she saw her sister's pale face. "Margaret, how you look!" cried she, Cold, wet, and weary, and ill too, I am sure." "Cold, wet, and weary," Margaret admitted. "Let me make haste to bed; and do you make tea for Edward, and send some up to me. Good night. I cannot talk now. Edward will tell you." "Tell me what?" Hester asked her husband, when she found that Margaret had really rather have no attendance. "That Margaret is unhappy, love, from some misunderstanding with Enderby. Some busy devil, I have no doubt the same that caused so much mischief already, has come between him and Margaret." He then told the story of Philip's sudden appearance, and his conduct throughout the day, omitting all hint that any conversation with him had taken place. He hoped, in conclusion, that all would be cleared up, and the mutual faith of the lovers restored. Hester thought this impossible. If Philip could be prejudiced against Margaret by any man or woman on earth, or any devil in hell, there must be an instability in his character to which Margaret's happiness must not be committed. Hope was not sure of this. There were circumstances of temptation, modes of delusion, under which the faith of a seraph might sink. But worse still, Hester said, was his conduct of to-day, torturing Margaret's affections, wounding her pride, insulting her cruelly, in the presence of all those among whom she lived. Hope was disposed to suspend his judgment even upon this. Enderby was evidently half frantic. His love was undiminished, it was clear. It was the soul of all the madness of to-day. Margaret had conducted herself nobly. Her innocence, her faith, must triumph at last. They might bring her lover to her side again. Hester had little doubt, but she did not see what could now render Philip worthy of Margaret. This had always been her apprehension. How, after the passions of this day, could they ever be as they had been? And tears as gentle and sorrowful as Margaret had ever shed for her now rained from Hester's eyes. "Be comforted, my Hester, my generous wife. Be comforted. You live for us. You are our best blessing, my love, and we can never bear to see you suffer for her. Be comforted, and wait. Trust that the retribution of this will fall where it ought, and that will never be upon our Margaret. Pray that the retribution may fall where it ought, and that its bitterness may be intense as the joy which Margaret and you deserve." "I never knew you so revengeful, Edward," said his wife, taking the hand he held before his eyes. "Shall I admonish you for once? Shall I give you a reproof for wishing woe to our enemies? Shall I remind you to forgive fully, freely, as you hope to be forgiven?" "Yes, love, anything for the hope of being forgiven." Ah, how deep such sorrow for Margaret is! Grief always humbles us in our own eyes. Such humiliation is the test of sorrow. Bless you, love, that you grieve so for Margaret. End of section 41. Chapter 35, part 2. Section 42. Chapter 36, part 1 of Deerbrook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gary Day. Deerbrook by Harriet Martineau. Section 42. Chapter 36, part 1. The next day. The hours of a sleepless night were not too long for Hope to revolve what he must say and do on the morrow. He must meet Enderby, and the day would probably decide Margaret's fate. That this decision would implicate his own happiness or misery was a subordinate thought. It was not till after he had viewed Margaret's case in every light in which apprehension could place it, that he dwelt upon what the suffering to himself must be of seeing Margaret day by day, living on in meek patience amidst the destruction of hope and happiness which his attachment had caused. When he did dwell upon it, his heart sank within him. All that had made him unhappy seemed of late to have passed away. For many months he had seen Margaret satisfied in her attachment to another. He had seen Hester coming out nobly from the trial of adversity, in which all her fine qualities had been exercised, and her weaknesses almost subdued. She had been not only the devoted wife, but patient and generous towards her foes, full of faith and cheerfulness in her temper, and capable of any degree of self-denial in the conduct of her daily life. She had been of late all that in the days of their engagement, in the days when he had dealt falsely with his own mind, he had trusted she would be. A friendship whose tenderness was life enough for them both had grown up in his soul, and he had been at peace. It had been a subject of incessant thankfulness to him that the evil of what he could now hardly consider as a false step had been confined to himself, that his struggles, his strivings, the dreadful solitary conflicts of a few months had not been in vain, that he had fulfilled the claim of both relations and marred no one's peace. Now he was plunged into the struggle again. The cause was at an end, but consequences of perhaps endless wretchedness remained to be borne. His secret was known, and made the basis of untruths to which the whole happiness of his household, so victoriously struggled for, so carefully cherished by him, and so lately secured, must be sacrificed. Again and again he turned from the fearful visions of Margaret cast off, of the estrangement of the sisters, of the possible loss of some of their fair fame. From these harrowing thoughts he turned again and again to consider what must be done. The most certain thing was, that he must not by word, look, pause, or admission, countenance to Enderby himself the supposition that he had not preferred Hester at the time she became his wife. In the present state of their attachment, this was the merest justice to her. Nothing that it was in Mrs Grey's power to reveal bore a relation to any time later than his early, and, it might be assumed, superficial intercourse with the sisters; and, as far as he knew, no one else, unless it were Frank, by this time in possession of the facts, had ever conceived of the true state of the case. He must decline all question about his domestic relations, except as far as Margaret was concerned. Beyond this he would allow of no inquisition, and would forbid all speculation. For Margaret's sake, no less than Hester's, this was necessary. If she should ever be Enderby's wife, it was of the utmost importance that Enderby should not, in his most secret soul, hold this information, however strongly he might be convinced that Margaret was in ignorance of it, and had never loved any but himself. There must be no admission to Enderby of that which had been truth, but which would become untruth by being first admitted now. There must be entire silence upon the whole subject of himself. As to Margaret, he did not see what could be done, but to declare his true and perfect belief that she had never loved any but Enderby. But alas! what chance was there of this testimony being received? The very point of Enderby's accusation being, that they both looked, perhaps in self-delusion, at the connection with him as their security from the consequences of Hope's weakness in marrying Hester. It was all confused, all wretched, all nearly hopeless. Margaret would be sacrificed without knowing why, would have her heart wrung with the sense of injury in addition to her woe. From reflections and anticipations, Hope rose early to the great duty of the day. He told Hester that he was going to meet Enderby in the meadows, to receive a full explanation of his conduct of the preceding day, and that it was probable that he should bring home whatever tidings it might be Margaret's lot to hear. He found, during the long and anxious conversation in the meadow, that he had need of all the courage, calmness, and discretion he could command. It was a cruel trial to one whose wont it had been, from his childhood, to converse in simplicity and godly sincerity. It was a cruel trial to hear evidence upon evidence brought of what he knew to have been fact, and to find connected with this revolting falsehoods against which he could only utter the indignation of his soul. When he afterwards reflected how artfully the facts and falsehoods were connected, he could no longer wonder at Enderby's convictions, nor at the conduct which proceeded from them. There was in Enderby this morning no undue anger, no contempt which could excite anger in another, no doubt cast by him on Hope's honour or Margaret's purity of mind, as the world esteems purity. However this might have been before their meeting of yesterday, it was now clear that, though immovably convinced of their mutual attachment, he supposed it to have been entertained as innocently as it was formed; that Hope had been wrought upon by Mrs Grey, and by a consciousness of Hester's love; that he had married from a false sense of honour, and then discovered his mistake; that he had striven naturally, and with success, to persuade himself that Margaret loved his friend, while Margaret had made the same effort, and would have married that friend for security, and with the hope of rest in a home of her own, with one whom she might possibly love, and to whom she was bound by his love of herself. As for the evidence on which his belief was founded, there seemed to be no end to it. Hope could do little but listen to the detail. If he had been sitting in judgment on the conduct of an imputed criminal, he would have wrestled with the evidence obstinately and long. But what could he do when it was the lover of his sister-in-law who was declaring why his confidence in her was gone, and he must resume his plighted faith? None but those who had done the mischief could repair it, and least of all Hope himself. He could only make one single solemn protestation of his belief that Margaret had loved none but Enderby, and denying the truth of every statement was inconsistent with this. The exhibition of the evidence showed how penetrating, how sagacious, as well as how industrious, malice can be. There seemed to be no circumstance connected with the sisters and their relation to Mr Hope that Mrs Rowland had not laid hold of. Mrs Grey's visit to Hope during his convalescence, his subsequent seclusion, and his depression when he reappeared, all these were noted, and it was these which sent Enderby to Mrs Grey for an explanation, which she had not had courage or judgment to withhold, which, indeed, she had been hurried into giving. She had admitted all that had passed between herself and Mr Hope, his consternation at finding that it was Hester who loved him and whom he must marry, and the force with which Mrs Grey had felt herself obliged to urge that duty upon him. Enderby connected with his own observations and feelings at the time, his last summer's conviction that it was Margaret whom Hope loved, his rapturous surprise on hearing of the engagement being to Hester, and his wonder at the coldness with which his friend received his congratulations. He now thought that he must have been doomed to blindness not to have discerned the truth through all this. Then there was his own intrusion during the interview which Hope had had with Margaret. Their countenances had haunted him ever since. Hope's was full of constraint and anxiety. He was telling his intentions. Margaret's face was downcast, and her attitude motionless. She was hearing her doom. Then, after Hope was married, all Deerbrook was aware of his failure of spirits, and of Margaret's no less. It was a matter of common remark that there must be something amiss, that all was not right at home. They had then doubtless discovered that the attachment was mutual, and that they might well be wretched. Those who ought to know best had been convinced of this at an earlier stage of the intercourse. Mrs Rowland had met at Cheltenham a young officer, an intimate friend of Mr Hope's family, who would not be persuaded that it was not to the younger sister that Mr Hope was married. He declared that he knew from the highest authority that Hope was attached to Margaret, and that the attachment was returned. It was not until Mrs Rowland had shown him the announcement of the marriage in an old Blickley newspaper, which she happened to have used in packing her trunk, that he would believe that it was the elder sister who was Hope's wife. There was one person, however, who had known the whole, Enderby said. Perhaps she was the only person who had been aware of it all, and that was his mother. In answer to Hope's exclamations upon the absurdity of this, Enderby said that 1,000 circumstances rose up to confirm Mrs Rowland's statement that her mother had known all, and had learned it from Margaret herself. Margaret had confided in her old friend as in a mother, and nothing could be more natural, nothing probably more necessary to an overburdened heart. This explained his mother's never having shown his letters to Margaret, the person for whom, as she knew, they were chiefly written. This explained the words of concern about the domestic troubles of the Hopes, which now and then during her long confinement she had dropped in Phoebe's hearing, and even in her letters to her son. She had repeatedly regretted that Margaret would not leave her sister's house, and return to Birmingham, saying that income and convenience were not to be thought of for a moment, in comparison with some other considerations. In fact, she had, it was weakness, perhaps, but one not to be judged too hardly under the circumstances. She had revealed the whole to her daughter under injunctions to secrecy, which had been strictly observed while she lived, and broken now only for a brother's sake, and after a long conflict between obligations apparently contradictory. When, from her deathbed, she had welcomed Margaret as a daughter-in-law, it was in the gratitude which it was natural for a mother to feel, on finding the attachment of an only son at length appreciated and rewarded. When she had implored Mrs Rowland to receive Margaret as a sister, and had seen them embrace, her generous spirit had rejoiced in her young friend's conquest of an unhappy passion, and she had meant to convey to Priscilla an admonition to bury in oblivion what had become known to her, and to forgive Margaret for having loved any one but Philip. Priscilla could not make a difficulty at such a time and in such a presence. She had submitted to the embrace, but her soul had recoiled from it. She had actually fainted under the shock, and ever since she had declared to her brother, with a pertinacity which he had been unable to understand, which indeed had looked like sheer audacity, that he would never marry Margaret Ibbotson. Philip was now convinced that he had done his sister much wrong. Her temper and conduct were in some instances indefensible; but since he had learned all this, and become aware how much of what he had censured had been said and done out of affection for himself, he had been disposed rather to blame her for the lateness of her explanations than for any excess of zeal on his account, zeal which he admitted had carried her a point or two beyond the truth in some of her aims. These statements about the condition of Margaret's mind were borne out by circumstances known to others. When Margaret had been rescued from drowning, Hope was heard to breathe as he bent over her, "Oh God, my Margaret!" and it was observed that she rallied instantly on hearing the exclamation, and repaid him with a look worthy of his words. This had been admitted to Enderby himself by the one who heard it, and who might be trusted to speak of it to no one else. Then it was known that when Margaret was in the habit of taking long walks alone, towards the end of the winter, She was met occasionally by her brother-in-law in his rides, naturally enough. Their conversation had been overheard once at least, when they were consulted about the peace of their home. How much of a certain set of circumstances should they communicate to Mrs Hope, and whether or not Mr Enderby was engaged to a lady abroad. Without these testimonies, Enderby felt that he had only to recur to his own experience to be convinced that Margaret had never loved him, though striving to persuade herself as well as him that she did. The calmness with which she had received his avowals that first evening last winter struck him with admiration at the time. He now understood it better. He wondered he had felt so little till now the coldness of her tone of her correspondence. The first thing which awakened him to an admission of it was her refusal to marry him in the spring. She shrank, as she avowed, from leaving her present residence, she might have said, from quitting those she loved best. It was clear that in marrying she was to make a sacrifice to duty, to secure innocence and safety for herself and those who were dearest to her, and that when the time drew near she recoiled from the effort. Enderby was thankful that all had become clear in time for her release and his own. The horror with which Hope listened to this was beyond what he had prepared himself for, beyond all that he had yet endured. Enderby seemed quite willing to hear him, but what could be said? Only that which he had planned. His protest against the truth of certain of the statements, and the justice of some of the constructions of facts, was strong. He declared that, in his perfect satisfaction with his domestic state, his happiness with his beloved and honoured wife, he would admit no question about his family affairs, as far as he and Hester were concerned. He denied at once and for ever all that went to show that Margaret had for a moment regarded him otherwise than as a brother and a friend, and declared that the bare mention to her of the idea which was uppermost in Enderby's mind would be a cruelty and insult which could never be retrieved. He was not going to plead for her. Bitterly as she must suffer, it was from a cause which lay too deep for cure, from a want of faith in her, in one who ought to know her best, but from whom she would be henceforth best separated. If what he had been saying was his deliberate belief and judgment, Enderby, declaring that it was so, and that it was his intention to release Margaret from her engagement, gently and carefully, without useless explanation and without reproach, there was nothing more to be said or done. Hope prophesied in parting that, of all the days of Enderby's life, this was perhaps that of which he would some day most heartily repent; and while he spoke, he felt that this same day was the one which he might himself find the most difficult to endure. He left Enderby still pacing the meadow, and walked homewards with a heart weighed down with a grief which yet he would fain have increased to any degree of intensity by taking Margaret's upon himself. Margaret was at the breakfast table with her sister when he entered. Her eyes were swollen, but her manner was gentle and composed. She looked up at Edward when he appeared, with an expression of timid expectation in her face, which went to his soul. A few words passed, a very few, and then no more was said. "Yes, I have seen him. He is very wretched. He will not come, but we shall hear something, I have no doubt. A strange persuasion which I cannot remove, of a prior attachment, of a want of frankness and confidence. He will explain himself presently, but his persuasion is irremovable." Hester had much to say of him out of her throbbing heart, but she looked at Margaret and restrained herself. What must be there in that heart? To utter one word would be irreverent. The breakfast passed in an almost unbroken silence. It had not been long over when the expected letter came. Hope never saw it, but there was no need. He perfectly anticipated its contents, while to her for whom they were written they were incomprehensible. I spare you and myself the misery of an interview. It must be agonising to you, and there would be dishonour as well as pain to me in witnessing that agony. If, as I fully believe, you have been hitherto blind to the injustice of your connecting yourself with me from a sense of duty and expediency, when you have not had a first genuine love to give, I think you will see it now, and I pity your suffering in the discovery. There is only one point on which I wish or intend to hang any reproach. Why did you not, when I had become entitled to your confidence, lay your heart fully open to me? Did I not do so by you? Did I not reveal to you even the transient fancy which I entertained long ago, and which I showed my faith in you, her friend, by revealing? If you had only done the same, if you had only let me know, without a hint as to the object, that you had been attached, and that you believed I might succeed to your affections in time, if you had done this, I do not say that we should then have been what I so lately trusted we were to be, for my soul is jealous, has been made so by what I thought you, and will bear none but a first, and an entire, and an exclusive love. But in that case I should have cherished you in my inmost heart as all that I have believed you to be, though not destined for me. But I do not blame you. You have done what you meant to be right, though from too great regard to one set of considerations. You have mistaken the right, and have sacrificed me. I make allowance for your difficulty, and for my own part, pardon you, and testify most sincerely and earnestly to the purity of your mind and intentions. Do not reject this parting testimony. I offer it because I would not have you think me harsh, or suppose that passion has made me unjust. I love you too deeply to do more than mourn. I have no heart to blame, except for your want of confidence. Of that I have a right to complain; but for the rest, spare yourself the effort of self-justification. It is not needed. I do not accuse you. You were right in saying yesterday that I love you still. I shall ever love you, be our separate lives what they may. God bless you. P.E. "Will you not wait, my dearest Margaret?" said Hester, when, within half an hour of the arrival of Enderby's letter, she met her sister on the stairs, with the reply in her hand, sealed and ready to be sent. "Why such haste? The events of your life may hang on this day, on this one letter. Can it be right to be so rapid in what you think and do?" "The event of my life is decided," she replied, No, the event of my life is decided. I have nothing more to wait for. I have written what I think, and it must go." End of section 42.
Section 43. Chapter 36, Part 2 of Deerbrook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gary Day. Deerbrook by Harriet Martineau. Chapter 36. The Next Day, Part 2. It was as follows. "I have nothing to say in reply to your letter, for I cannot understand it. Yet I wonder less at your letter than at your having written it, instead of coming to me to say all that is in your mind. At some moments I still think that you will. I feel that you are on your way hither, and I fancy that this dreadful dream of your displeasure will pass away. It is the very first time in my life that any one has been seriously and lastingly displeased with me; and though I feel that I have not deserved it, I am very wretched that you, of all others, should blame me and cease to trust me. There ought to be some comfort in the thought that your anger is without cause; but I cannot find such comfort, for I feel that though I could endure your loss by long absence or death, I cannot live in the spirit in which I should wish to live without your esteem. It is useless, alas, to entreat you to come and explain yourself, or in some other way put me in possession of the cause of your anger. If you could resist the claims I had upon you for confidence before I knew what was going to befall me, if you could resist the demand I made yesterday, I fear there is little use in imploring you to do me justice. If I thought there was any chance, I would submit to entreat, though I would not have you, any more than myself, forget that I have a right to demand. But indeed I would yield everything that I dare forego, to have you awakened from this strange delusion which makes us both wretched. It is no time for pride now. I care not how fully you know what I feel. I only wish that you could see into my soul as into your own, for then you would not misjudge me as you do. I care not what any one may think of my throwing myself upon the love which I am certain that you feel for me. If I can only persuade you to tell me what you mean, and to hear what I shall then have to say. What can I now say? I will not reproach you, for I know you must be even, if possible, more miserable than I. But yet, how can I help feeling that you have been unjust and harsh with me? Yes, though the tone of your letter seems to be gentle, and you clearly meant it to be so, I feel that you have been very harsh to me. Nothing that you can do shall ever make me so cruel to you. You may rest satisfied, if we should not meet again, I will never be unjust to you. To every one about me it will appear that you are fickle and dishonourable, that you have acted towards me as it is in the nature of some men to act towards the women whose affections they possess. In the nature of some men, but not in yours. I know you to be incapable of anything worse than error or mistrust, and till yesterday I could not have believed you capable of this much wrong. And you may trust me to impute to you nothing worse than this. Suffering as I now am, as we both are, under this error and mistrust, may I not implore you, for your own sake, for mine it is too late, to nourish the weak part of yourself, to question your own unworthy doubts, and to study the best parts of the minds you meet, till you grow assured, as a religious man ought to be, that there can be no self-interest, and much less falsehood, mixed up with any real affection, with any such affection as has existed between us two. I must not write more, for I do not know, I cannot conjecture how you may receive what I have written, thinking of me as you do now. It is strange to remember that at this time yesterday, in this very chair, I was writing to you. Oh, how differently! Is it possible that it was only yesterday? Such a world of misery as we have lived through since! But I can write no more. It may be that you will despise me in every line as you read, after what has happened. I cannot tell. Notwithstanding all that I have said about trusting, I feel at this moment as if I could never depend on anything in the world again. If you should come within this hour and explain all, how could I be sure that the same thing might not happen again? But do not let this weigh a moment with you. If indeed you think of coming, if I do not see you today, I shall never see you. I will then bear in mind, as you desire, and as I cannot help, that you still love me. But how little comfort there is in love when trust is gone. God comfort us both. Margaret Ibbotson. Mrs Rowland was crossing the hall at the moment that her maid Betsy opened the door to Mr Hope's errand boy, and took in this letter. "Where are you carrying that letter?" she said, as Betsy passed her. "To the study, ma'am, against Mr Enderby comes in. It is for Mr Enderby, ma'am." "Very well." The letter was placed on the study mantelpiece, the place of deposit for letters for absent members of the family. Mrs Rowland meantime resumed her seat in the drawing room, where the nursemaid was amusing the baby. Mamma took the baby and sent the maid away. She had a strong belief that her brother might be found somewhere in the shrubbery, though some feeling had prevented her telling the servant so when the letter was taken in. She went with the baby in her arms into the study to see whether Philip was visible in any part of the garden that could be seen thence. But she stopped short of the window. The handwriting on the address of the letter troubled her sight. More than half persuaded as she was of the truth of much that she had told her brother, strenuously as she had nourished the few facts she was in possession of, till she had made them yield a double crop of inferences, she was yet conscious of large exaggerations of what she knew, and of huge additions to what she believed to be probabilities, and had delivered as facts. There was in that handwriting a prophecy of detection, and like other cowards, she began to tamper with her reason and conscience. There is great mischief in letters at such times, she thought. They are so difficult to answer, and it is so possible to produce any effect that may be wished by them. As my husband was reading the other day, it is so easy to be virtuous, to be perfect upon paper. Nothing that the girl can say ought to alter the state of the case. It can only harass Philip's feelings, and perhaps cause all the work to be gone over again. His letter was meant to be final, I am confident, from his intending to go away this evening. There should have been no answer. This letter is a pure impertinence, and ought to be treated as such. It is a sort of duty to use it as it deserves. Many parents, at least I know old Mr Boyle did, burn letters which they know to contain offers to daughters whom they do not wish to part with. Mr Boyle had no scruple, and I am sure this is the stronger case. Better end the whole affair at once, and then Philip will be free to form a better connection. He will thank me one day for having broken off this. She carried the letter into the drawing room, slowly contemplating it as she went. She thought for one fleeting instant of reading it. She was not withheld by honour, but by fear. She shrank from encountering its contents. She glanced over the mantelpiece, and saw that the lucifer matches were at hand. To make a letter burn quickly, it was necessary to unfold it. She put the child down on the rug, a favourite play place, for the sake of the gay pink and green shavings which, at this time of year, curtained the grate. While baby crawled and gazed quietly and contentedly there, Mrs Rowland broke the seal of Margaret's letter, turning her eyes from the writing, laid the blistered sheet in the hearth, and set fire to it. The child set up a loud crow of delight at the flame. At that moment, even this simple and familiar sound startled its mother out of all power of self-control. She snatched up the child with a vehemence which frightened it into a shrill cry. She feared the nursemaid would come before all the sparks were out, and she tried to quiet the baby by dancing it before the mirror over the mantelpiece. She met her own face there, white as ashes, and the child saw nothing that could amuse it, while its eyes were blinded with tears. She opened the window to let it hearken to the church clock, and the device was effectual. Baby composed its face to serious listening before the long succession of strokes was finished, and allowed the tears to be wiped from its cheeks. One thing more remained to be done. Mrs Rowland heard a step in the hall and looked out. It was Betsy's. "I thought it was you. Pray desire cook send up a cup of broth for Miss Rowland's lunch, and be sure and let Miss Rowland know the moment it is ready. Mr Enderby is in the shrubbery, I think." "Yes, ma'am. Seeing he was there, I was coming to ask about the letter, ma'am, to carry it to him." "Oh, that letter! I sent it to him. He has got it. Tell cook directly about the broth." At lunch-time, one of the children was desired to summon Uncle Philip. Mrs Rowland took care to meet him at the garden door. She saw him cast a wistful eye towards the study mantelpiece as he passed the open door. His sister observed that she had believed it was past post time for this half week. He sighed deeply, and she felt that no sigh of his had ever so gone to her heart before. "Why, mamma, do look!" cried George, as well as a mouthful of bread would allow. "Look at the chimney! Where have all the shavings gone?" There is a knot at the top that they were tied together with, but not a bit of shaving left. Have they blown up the chimney?" "What will poor baby say?" exclaimed Matilda. "All the pretty pink and green gone." "There is some tinder blowing about," observed George. "I do believe they've been burnt." "Shut the window, George, will you? There's no bearing this draught. There is no bearing wet Betsy's waist either. She has burned those shavings somehow in cleaning the grate. Her carelessness is past endurance." "Make her buy some new shavings, mamma, for baby's sake. Do be quiet and get your lunch. Hand your uncle the dish of currants." Philip languidly picked a few bunches. He had noticed nothing that had passed, as his sister was glad to observe. Besides being too much accustomed to hear complaints of the servants to give any heed to them, he was now engrossed with his own wretched thoughts. Every 5 minutes that passed without bringing a reply from Margaret went to confirm his most painful impressions. Margaret, meantime, was sitting alone in her chamber, enduring the long morning as best she might, now plying her needle as if life depended on her industry, and now throwing up her employment in disgust. She listened for the one sound she needed to hear, till her soul was sick of every other. "I must live wholly within myself now," she thought. "As far as he is concerned, I can never speak of him, or allow Hester or Maria to speak of him to me, for they will blame him. Every one will blame him. Maria did yesterday. No one will do him justice. I cannot ask Mrs Grey, as I intended, anything of what she may have seen and heard about all this. I have had my joy to myself. I have carried about my solitary glory and bliss in his being mine, and now I must live alone upon my grief for him. For no person in the world will pity and justify him but myself. He has done me no wrong that he could help. His staying away today is to save me pain, as he thinks. I wish I had not said in my letter that he had been harsh to me. Perhaps he would have been here by this time if I had not said that. How afraid he was that day in the spring when he urged me so to marry at once! Oh, if I had, all this would have been saved. And yet I thought, and I still think, I was right. But how afraid he was of our parting, lest evil should come between us! I promised him it should not, for my own part; but who could have thought that the mistrust would be on his side? He had a superstitious feeling, he said, that something would happen, that we should be parted, and I would not hear of it. How presumptuous I was! How did I dare to make so light of what has come so dreadfully true? Oh, why are we made so that we cannot see into another's hearts? If we are made to depend on one another so absolutely as we are, so that we hold one another's peace to cherish or to crush, why is it such a blind dependence? Why are we left so helpless? Why, with so many powers as are given us, have we not that one other worthy of all the rest, of mutual insight? If God would bestow this power for this one day, I would give up all else for it ever after. Philip would trust me again, and I should understand him, and I could rest afterwards, happen what might, though then nothing would happen but what was good. But now, shut in, each into ourselves, with anger and sorrow all about us, from some mistake which a moment's insight might remove, it is the dreariest, the most tormenting state. What are all the locks and bars and fetters in the world to it? So near each other too, when one look, one tone, might perhaps lead to the clearing up of it all. There is no occasion to bear this, however. So near as we are, nothing should prevent our meeting. Nothing shall prevent it. She started up and hastily put on her bonnet and gloves. But when her hand was on the lock of her door, her heart misgave her. If I should fail, she thought, if he should neither look at me nor speak to me, if he should leave me as he did yesterday, I should never get over the shame. I dare not store up such a wretched remembrance to make me miserable as often as I think of it, for as long as I live. If he will not come after reading my letter, Neither would he hear me if I went to him. Oh, he is very unjust. After all his feats of my being influenced against him, he might have distrusted himself. After making me promise to write, on the first morning that any one might try to put into my mind, he might have remembered to do the same by me, instead of coming down in this way, not to explain, but to overwhelm me with his displeasure, without giving me a moment's time to justify myself. Edward seems strangely unkind too, she sighed, as she slowly untied her bonnet and put it away, as if to avoid tempting herself with the sight of it again. I never knew Edward unjust or unkind before, but I heard him ask Philip why he stayed to hear me in the Abbey yesterday, and though he has been with Philip this morning, he does not seem to have made the slightest attempt to bring us together. When such as Edward and Philip do so wrong, one does not know where to trust or what to hope. There is nothing to trust but God and the right. I will live for these, and no one shall henceforth hear me complain, or see me droop, or know anything of what lies deepest in my heart. It must be possible. It has been done. Many nuns in their convents have carried it through, and missionaries in heathen countries, and all the wisest who have been before their age. And some would say, Maria would say, almost every person who has loved as I have, but I do not believe this. I do not believe that many can have felt as I do now. It is not natural and right that any should live as I mean to do. We are made for confidence, not for solitude and concealment. But it may be done when circumstances press as they do upon me, and if God gives me strength, I will do it. I will live for him and his, and my heart, let it suffer as it may, shall never complain to human ear. It shall be silent as the grave. The resolution held for some hours. Margaret was quiet and composed through dinner, though her expectation, instead of dying out, grew more intense with every hour. After dinner, Hope urged his wife to walk with him. It had been a fine day, and she had not been out. There was still another hour before dark. Would not Margaret go too? No, Margaret could not leave home. When Hester came down, equipped for her walk, she sat beside her sister on the sofa for a minute or two while waiting for Edward. "Margaret," said she, "will you let me say one word to you?" "Anything, Hester, if you will not be hard upon any one whom you cannot fully understand." "I would not for the world be hard, love. But there was once a time, above a year ago, when you warned me, kindly warned me, though I did not receive it kindly, against pride as a support. You said it could not support me, and you said truly. May I say the same to you now?" "Thank you. It is kind of you. I will consider. But I do not think that I have any pride in me today. I feel humbled enough." "It is not for you to feel humbled, love. Reverence yourself, for you may. Nothing has happened to impair your self-respect. Admit freely to your own mind, and to us, that you have been cruelly injured, and that you suffer as you must and ought. Admit this freely, and then rely on yourself and us." Margaret shook her head. She did not say it, but she felt that she could not rely on Edward while he seemed to stand between her and Philip. He came in at the moment, and she averted her eyes from him. He felt her displeasure in his heart's core. When they returned, sooner than she expected from their walk, they had bad news for her, which they had agreed it was most merciful not to delay. They had seen Enderby in Mr Rowland's gig on the Blickley road. He had his carpet bag with him, and Mr Rowland's man was undoubtedly driving him to Blickley to meet the night coach for London. "It is better to save you all further useless expectation," observed Edward. "We keep nothing from you." "You keep nothing from me," said Margaret, now fixing her eyes upon him. "Then what is your reason for not having brought us together, if indeed you have not kept us apart? Do I suppose I did not hear you send him from me yesterday? And how do I know that you have not kept him away today?" "My dear Margaret!" exclaimed Hester. but a look from her husband and the recollection of Margaret's misery silenced her. For the first time, Hester forgave on the instant the act of blaming her husband. "Whatever I have done, whether it appears clear to you or not," replied Hope, "it is from the most tender respect for your feelings. I shall always respect them most tenderly, and not the less for their being hurt with me. I have no doubt of your meaning that all is kind, Edward; but surely when two people misunderstand each other, it is best that they should meet. If you have acted from a regard to what you consider my dignity, I could wish that you had left the charge of it to myself." "You are right, quite right." "Then why, oh Edward, if you repent what you have done, it may not yet be too late." "I do not repent. I have done you no wrong today, Margaret. I grieve for you, but I could not have helped you." "Let us never speak on this subject again," said Margaret, stung by the consciousness of having so soon broken the resolution of the morning, that her suffering heart should be silent as the grave. "It is not from pride, Hester, that I say so. But let us never again speak of all this." "Let us know but one thing, Margaret," said Edward, "that yours is the generous silence of forgiveness. I do not mean with regard to him, for I fear you will forgive him sooner than we can do. I do not mean him particularly, nor those who have poisoned his ear, but all. Only tell us that your silence is the oblivion of mercy, so mourning for the erring that, for its own sake, it remembers their transgressions no more." Margaret looked up at them both. Though her eyes swam in tears, there was a smile upon her lips as she held out her hand to her brother, and yielded herself to Hester's kiss. Chapter 36.
Chapter 37 of Deerbrook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Deerbrook by Harriet Martineau. Chapter 37. The Conqueror. Mrs Rowland did not find herself much the happier for being borne out by the whole world in her assertions that Philip and Margaret were not engaged. She knew that, with regard to this, she now stood justified in the eyes of all Deerbrook; that almost everyone there now believed that it had been an entanglement from which she had released her brother, from selfish fear, from dread of the consequences of going so far as to be again sent by her husband to Cheltenham, or by the Levitts to Coventry, from foresight of the results which would ensue from her provoking an inquiry into the domestic concerns of the Hopes, an inquiry which might end in the reconciliation of Philip and Margaret, and in some unpleasant discoveries about herself. She was very guarded respecting the grand accusation by which she had brought on her brother. No hint of it got abroad in Deerbrook. Nothing was added to the ancient gossip about the Hopes not being very happy together. Mrs Rowland knew that affairs stood in this satisfactory state. She knew that Margaret was exposed to as much observation and inquiry as a country village affords, respecting her disappointed attachment; that the Greys were very angry, and praised Margaret to every person they met; that Mr Walcot and Gluist Mrs Rowland's discernment to all Mrs Rowland's party; that Mrs Howell and Miss Miskin lifted up their eyes in thankfulness at Mr Enderby's escape from such a connection; that Mr Hope was reported to be rather flat in spirits, and that Margaret was certainly looking thin. She knew of all this success, and yet she was not happier than 6 months ago. The drawback on such successes is, that they are never complete. There is always some Mordecai sitting at the gate to mar the enjoyment. Mrs Rowland was aware of Mrs James having dropped that she and her husband had nothing to do with anybody's family quarrels; that there was always a great deal to be said on both sides in such cases; and that they had never seen anything but what was amiable and pleasant in Miss Ibbotson and her connections. She knew that Dr Levitt called on the Hopes full as often as at any house in Deerbrook, and that Mrs Levitt had offered to take some of Margaret's plants into her greenhouse, to be nursed through the winter. She was always hearing that Miss Young and Margaret were much together, and that they were happy in each other's society.
and she alternately fancied them talking about her, exposing to each other the injuries she had wrought to both, and enjoying an oblivion of their cares in her despite. She could never see Maria taking an airing in the Greys' shrubbery, leaning on Margaret's arm, or Margaret turning in at the farrier's gate, without feeling her colour rise. She knew that Mr Jones was apt to accommodate Miss Ibbotson with a choice of meat, in preference to his other customers, and that Mrs Jones had spoken indignantly to a neighbour about fine gentlemen from London, that think little of breaking one young heart after another, to please their own vanity, and never come back to upon the eyes that they have made dim, and the cheeks that grow pale for them. All these things Mrs Rowland knew, and they ate into her heart. In these days of her triumph, she moved about in fear, and no hour passed without troubling her victory. She felt that she could not rest till the Corner House family was got rid of. They did not seem disposed to move of their own accord. She incessantly expressed her scorn of the want of spirit of a professional man, who would live on in a place where he had lost his practice, and where a rival was daily rising upon his ruins. But the Hopes stayed on still. Week after week they were to be met in the lanes and meadows, now gleaning in the wake of the wain, with Fanny and Mary, for the benefit of Widow Rye; now blackberry gathering in the fields, now nutting in the hedgerows. The quarterly term came round, and no notice that he might look out for another tenant reached Mr Rowland. If they would not go of their own accord, they must be dislodged; for she felt, though she did not fully admit the truth to herself, that she could not much longer endure their presence. She looked out for an opportunity of opening the subject advantageously with Mr Rowland. The wine and walnuts were on the table, and the gentleman and lady were amusing themselves with letting Anna and Ned try to crack walnuts, the 3 elder children being by this time at school at Blickley, when Mrs Rowland began her attack. "My dear," said she, "is the corner house in perfectly good repair at present?" "I believe so. It was thoroughly set to rights when Mr Hope went into it, and again after the riot, and I have heard no complaints since." "Ah, after the riot. That is what I wanted to know. The surgery is well fitted up, is it?" "No doubt. The magistrates took care that everything should be done handsomely." Mr Hope was fully satisfied. "He was." "Then there seems no doubt that Mr Walcot had better remove to the corner house when the Hopes go away. It is made to be a surgeon's residence, and I own I do not like to see those blinds of Mr Walcot's, with that staring word surgery upon them, in the windows of my poor mother's breakfast room." "Nor I: but the Hopes are not going to remove." "I believe they will be leaving Deerbrook before long." "I believe not." "My dear Mr Rowland, I have reason for what I say." "So have I. Take care of that little thumb of yours, my darling, or you will be cracking it instead of the walnut." "What is your reason for thinking that the Hopes will not leave Deerbrook, Mr Rowland?" "Mr Hope told me so himself." "Ah, that is nothing. You will be about the last person he will inform of his plans. Mr Walcot's nearest friends will be the last to know, of course." "Pray, do not make me out one of Mr Walcot's nearest friends, my dear. I have a very slight acquaintance with the young gentleman, and do not intend to have more." "You say so now to annoy me, my love; but you may change your mind. If you should see Mr Walcot, your son-in-law, at some future day, you will not go on to call him a slight acquaintance, I suppose?" "My son-in-law! Have you been asking him to marry Matilda?" "I wait, Mr Rowland, till he asks it himself, which I foresee he will do as soon as our dear girl is old enough to warrant his introducing the subject. Her accomplishments are not lost upon him. He has the prophetic eye, which sees what a wonderful creature she must become; and if we are permitted to witness such an attachment as theirs will be, and our dear girl settled beside us here, we shall have nothing left to wish. To speak of something more nearly at hand, I beg, my dear, that you will hold out no expectation of the corner house to Mr Walcot, as it is not likely to be vacated. Has the rent been regularly paid so far?" "To be sure it has." "By Mr Grey's help, I have no doubt, my dear. I have no doubt. My dear, I know what I am saying. The Hopes are as poor as the rats in your granary, and it is not to be supposed that Mr Grey will long go on paying their rent for them." just for the frolic of sustaining Mr Hope against Mr Walcot. It is paying too dear for the fancy. The Hopes are wretchedly pinched for money. They have dropped their subscription in the book club. I am very sorry to hear it. I would give half I am worth that it were otherwise. Give it them at once, then, and it will be otherwise. I would gladly, but they will not take it. I advise you to try, however. It would make such a pretty romantic story. While Mr Grey is extremely mortified at their withdrawing from the book club, he remonstrated very strongly indeed. That does not agree very well with his paying their rent for them. Perfectly well. He thinks that if he undertakes the large thing, for the sake of their credit, they might have managed the small. This is his way of viewing the matter, no doubt. He sees how their credit will suffer by their giving up the book club. He sees how everybody will remark upon it. So do they, I have no doubt. And the matter will not be mended by Sophia Grey's nonsense. What absurd things that girl does! I wonder her mother allows it. Only that, to be sure. She is not much wiser herself. Sophia has told some of her acquaintance, and all Deerbrook will hear it before long, that her cousins have withdrawn from the book club on account of Hester's situation, that they are to be so busy with the baby that is coming, that they will have no time to read. As long as the Hopes are above false pretences, they need not care for such as are made for them. There, show mamma what a nice plump walnut you have cracked for her. Nicely done, my pet. But Mr Rowland, the Hopes cannot hold out. They cannot possibly stay here. You will not get their rent at Christmas, depend upon it. I shall not press them for it, I assure you. Then you will be unjust to your family. You owe it to your children, to say nothing of myself, to look after your property. I owe it to them not to show myself a harsh landlord to excellent tenants. But we need not trouble ourselves about what will happen at Christmas. It may be that the rent will make its appearance on the morning of quarter day. Then, if not, you will give them notice that the house is let from the next quarter, will you not? By no means, my dear. If you do not like to undertake the office yourself, perhaps you will let me do it. I have a good deal of courage about doing disagreeable things on occasion. You have, my dear, but I do not wish that this should be done. I desire that it be not done. The Hopes shall live in that house of mine as long as they please, and if," continued Mr Rowland, not liking the expression of his lady's eye, "if any one disturbs them in their present abode, the consequence will be that I shall be compelled to invite them here. I shall establish them in this very house. Sooner than that they shall be obliged to leave Deerbrook against their will, and then, my dear, you will have to be off to Cheltenham again." "What nonsense you talk, Mr Rowland! Who should disturb them, if you won't be open to reason so as to do it yourself? I thought you knew enough of what it is to be ridden by poor tenants, to wish to avoid the plague, if warned in time. But some people can never take warning. Let us see that you can, my love. You will remember what I have said about the Hopes being disturbed, I have no doubt. And now we have done with that, I want to tell you. Presently, when we have really done with this subject, my dear, I have other reasons, which you will spare me the hearing, my dear Priscilla. There are no reasons on earth which can justify me in turning this family out of their house, or you in asking me to do it. Let us hear no more about it. But you must hear. I will be heard on a subject in which I have such an interest, Mr Rowland. Ring the bell, my little fellow. Pull hard. That's it. Candles in the office immediately." And Mr Rowland tossed off the last half of his glass of port, kissed the little ones, and was gone. The lady remained to compassionate herself, which she did very deeply, that she could find no means of ridding herself of the great plague of her life. These people were always in her way, and no one would help her to dislodge them. Her own husband was against her, quite unmanageable and perverse. End of chapter 37.
Chapter 38 of Deerbrook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Deerbrook by Harriet Martineau. Chapter 38. The Victims. If Mrs Rowland was dissatisfied with her success, while seeing that some resources of comfort remained to the Hopes and Margaret, a view of the interior of the corner house would probably have affected her deeply, and set her moralizing on the incompleteness of all human triumphs. There was peace there which even she could not invade, could only, if she had known it, envy. Her power was now exhausted, and her work was unfinished. For many weeks she had made Margaret as miserable as she had intended to make her. Margaret had suffered from an exasperating sense of injury, but that was only for a few hours. Here was not a nature which could retain personal resentment for any length of time. She needed the relief of compassionate and forgiving feelings, and she cast herself into them for solace, as the traveller, emerging from the glaring desert, throws himself down beside the gushing spring in the shade. From the moment that she did this, it became her chief trouble that Philip was blamed by others. Her friends said as little as they could in reference to him, out of regard for her feelings, but she could not help seeing that Maria's indignation was strong, and that Hester considered that her sister had had a happy escape from a man capable of treating her as Philip had done. If it had been possible to undertake his defence, Margaret would have done so. As there were no means of working upon others to forgive her wrongs, she made it her consolation to forgive them doubly herself, to cheer up under them, to live for the aim of being more worthy of Philip's love, the less he believed her to be so. Her lot was far easier now than it had been in the winter. She had been his, and she believed that she still occupied his whole soul. She was not now the solitary, self-despising being she had felt herself before, though cut off from intercourse with him as if the grave lay between them. She knew that sympathy with her heart and mind existed. She experienced the struggles, the moaning efforts of affections doomed to solitude and silence, the shrinking from a whole long life of self-reliance, of exclusion from domestic life, the occasional horror of contemplating the waste and withering of some of the noblest parts of the immortal nature. A waste and withering which are the almost certain consequence of violence done to its instincts and its laws. From these pains and terrors she suffered, and from some of smaller account, from the petty insults or speculations of the more coarse-minded of her neighbours, and the being too suddenly reminded by passing circumstances of the change which had come over her expectations and prospects. But her love, her forgiveness, her conviction of being beloved, bore her through all these, and saved her from that fever of the heart, in the paroxysms of which she had, in her former and severer trial, longed for death, even for non-existence. She could enjoy but little of what had been her favourite solace at that time. She had but few opportunities now for long solitary walks. She saw the autumn fading away, melting in rain and cold fog, without its having been made use of. It had been as unfavourable a season as the summer, dreary, unproductive, disappointing in every way. But there had been days in the later autumn when the sun had shown his dim face, when the dank hedges had looked fresh, and the fallen leaves in the wood paths had rustled under the tread of the squirrel, and Margaret would on such days have liked to spend the whole morning in rambles by herself. But there were reasons why she should not. Almost before the chilliness of the coming season began to be felt, hardship was complained of throughout the country. The prices of provisions were inordinately high, and the evil consequences which, in the rural districts, follow upon a scarcity began to make themselves felt. The poachers were daring beyond belief. Enmity between the large proprietors and the labourers around them. The oldest men and women and children, scarcely able to walk, were found trespassing day by day in all plantations, with bags, aprons, or pinafores, full of fir cones and wood snapped off from the trees, or plucked out of the hedges. There was no end to repairing the fences. There were unpleasant rumours, too, of its being no longer safe to walk singly in the more retired places. No such thing as highway robbery had ever before been heard of at Deerbrook, within the memory of the oldest inhabitant, the oldest of the inhabitants being Jim Bird, the man of 100 years. But there was reason now for the caution. Mr. Jones's meat cart had been stopped on the high road by two men who came out of the hedge, and helped themselves to what the cart contained. An ill-looking fellow had crossed the path,
of Mrs. James and her young sister in the Verdon woods, evidently with the intention of stopping the ladies. But luckily the jingling of a timber wain was heard below, and the man had retreated. Mr. Gray had desired that the ladies of his family would not go further without his escort than a mile out and back again on the high road. They were not to attempt the lanes. The Miss Andersons no longer came into Deerbrook in their pony chaise, and Mrs Howell reported to all her customers that Lady Hunter never walked in her own grounds without a footman behind her, 2 dogs before her, and the gamekeeper within hearing of a scream. Mr Walcot was advised to leave his watch and purse at home when he set forth to visit his country patients, and it did not comfort him much to perceive that his neighbours were always vigilant to note the hour and minute of his setting forth, and to learn the precise time when he might be looked for at home again. It was observed that he was generally back half an hour sooner than he was expected, and a very red face, and his horse all in a foam. In addition to these grounds of objection to solitary walks, Margaret had strong domestic reasons for denying herself the rambles she delighted in. As the months rolled on, poverty pressed closer and closer. When the rent was secured, and some of the comforts provided with Hester must have in her confinement, so little was left that it became necessary to limit the weekly expenses of the family to a sum small enough to require the nicest management and the most strenuous domestic industry to make it suffice. Hope would not pledge his credit while he saw so little prospect of redeeming it. His family were of one mind as to purchasing nothing which they were not certainly able to pay for. This being his principle, he made every effort to increase his funds. A guinea or two dropped in now and then, in return for contributions to medical periodicals. Money was due to him from some of his patients. To these he sent in his bills again, and even made personal application. From several he obtained promises, from 2 or 3 the amount of whose debt was very small. He got his money, disgraced by smiles of wonder and contempt. From the greater number he received nothing but excuses on account of the pressure of the times. The small sums he did recover were of a value which none of the 3 had ever imagined that money could be to them. Every little extra comfort thus obtained, the dinner of meat once oftener in the week, the fire in the evening, the new gloves for Hope, when the old ones could no longer, by any mending, he made to look fit for him, what a luxury it was, and all the more for being secretly enjoyed. No one out of the house had a suspicion how far their poverty had gone. Mr. Gray had really been vexed at them for withdrawing from the book club, had attributed his instance of economy to the enthusiasm which was in his eyes the fault of the family, and never dreamed of their not dining on meat, vegetables, and pudding, with their glass of wine, every day. The Greys little knew what a blessing they were conferring on their cousins, when they insisted on having them for a long day once more before Hester's confinement, and set them down to steaming soup, and a plentiful joint, and accompaniments without stint. The guests laughed, when they were at home again, over the new sort of pleasure they had felt, the delight at the sight of a good dinner, to which nothing was wanting but that Morris should have had her share. Morris, for her part, had been very happy at home. She had put aside for her mistress's luncheon next day the broth which she had been told was for her, and had feasted on potatoes and water, and the idea of the good dinner her young ladies were to enjoy. While their affairs were in this state, it was a great luxury in the family to have any unusual comfort which betokened that Hope had been successful in some of his errands, had received a fee, or recovered the amount of a bill. One day Morris brought in a goose and giblets, which had been brought and paid for by Mr. Hope, the messenger said. Another morning came a sack of apples, from the orchard of a country patient who was willing to pay in kind. At another time Edward emptied his pockets of knitted worsted stockings and mittens, the handiwork of a farmer's dame, who was flattered by his taking the produce of her evening industry instead of money, which she could not well spare at the present season. There was more mirth, more real gladness in the house, on the arrival of windfalls like these, than if Hope had daily exhibited a purse full of gold. There was no sting in their poverty, no adventitious misery belonging to it. They suffered its genuine force, and that was all. What is poverty? Not destitution, but poverty. It has many shapes, aspects almost as various as the minds and circumstances of those whom it visits. It is famine to the savage in the wilds. It is hardship to the laborer in the cottage. It is disgrace to the proud, and to the miser despair. It is a spectre which, with dread of change perplexes him who lives at ease. Such are its aspects, but what is it? It is a deficiency of the comforts of life, a deficiency present and to come. It involves many other things, but this is what it is. It is then worth all the apprehension and grief it occasions. It is an adequate cause for the gloom of the merchant, the discontent of the artisan, the foreboding sighs of the mother, the ghastly dreams which haunt the avaricious, the conscious debasement of the subservient, the humiliation of the proud. These are severe sufferings. Are they authorized by the nature of poverty? Certainly not. If poverty induced no eventuous evils, involved nothing but a deficiency of the comforts of life, leaving life itself unimpaired, the life is more than food, and the body than raiment, and the untimely extinction of the life itself would not be worth the pangs which apprehended poverty excites. But poverty involves woes which, in their sum, are far greater than itself. To a multitude, it is the loss of a pursuit, which they have yet to learn will be certainly supplied. For such elevation or compensation is in store, in the rising up of objects new, and the creation of fresh hopes. The impoverished merchant, who may no longer look out for his argosies, may yet be in glee when he finds it, a rare dropping mourning for the early colewort. To another multitude, poverty involves loss of rank, a letting down among strangers whose manners are ungenial, and their thoughts unfamiliar. For these there may be solace in retirement, or the evil may fall short of its threats. The reduced gentlewoman may live in patient solitude, or may grow into sympathy with her neighbours, by raising some of them up to herself, and by warming her heart at the great central fire of humanity, which burns on under the crust of manners as rough as the storms of the tropics, or as frigid as polar snows. The avaricious are out of the pale of peace already, and at all events, poverty is the most seriously an evil to sons and daughters, who see their parents stripped of comfort at an age when comfort is almost one with life itself, and to parents who watch the narrowing of the capacities of their children by the pressure of poverty, the impairing of their promise, the blotting out of their prospects. To such mourning children there is little comfort but in contemplating the easier life which lies behind, and it may be hoped the happier one which stretches before their parents on the other side the postern of life. If there is sunshine on the two grand reaches of their path, the shadow which lies in the midst is necessarily but a temporary gloom. To grieving parents it should be a consoling truth that the life is more than food, so is the soul more than instruction and opportunity, and such accomplishments as man can administer, that as the fowls are fed and lilies clothed by him whose hand made the air musical with the one, and dressed the fields with the other, so is the human spirit nourished and adorned by airs from heaven, which blow over the whole earth, and light from the skies, which no hand is permitted to intercept. Parents know but not that Providence may be substituting the noblest education for the misteaching of intermediate guardians. It may possibly be so, but if not, there is appointed to every human being much training, many privileges, which capricious fortune can never give nor take away. The father may sigh to see his boy condemned to the toil of the loom, or the gossip and drudgery of the shop, when he would fain have beheld him the ornament of a university. But he knows not whether a more simple integrity, a loftier disinterestedness, may not come out of the humbler discipline than the higher privilege. The mother's eyes may swim as she hears her little daughter sing her baby brother to sleep on the cottage threshold. Her eyes may swim at the thought how those wild and moving tones might have been exalted by art. Such art would have been in itself a good, but would this child then have been as now, about her Father's business, which in ministering to one of his little ones, she is as surely as the archangel who suspends new systems of worlds in the furthest void? Her occupation is now earnest and holy, and what need the true mother wish for more? What is poverty to those who are not thus set in families? What is it to the solitary, or to the husband and wife who have faith in each other's strength? If they have the higher faith which usually originates mutual trust, more poverty is scarcely worth a passing fear. If they have plucked out the stings of pride and selfishness, and purified their vision by faith, what is there to dread? What is their case? They have life without certainty how it is to be nourished. They do without certainty, like the young ravens which cry, and work for and enjoy the subsistence of the day, leaving the morrow to take care of what concerns it. If living in the dreariest abodes of a town, the light from within shines in the dark place, and dispelling the mists of worldly care, guides to the blessing of tending the sick, and sharing the food of today with the orphan, and him who has no help but in them. If the philosopher goes into such retreats with his lantern, there may he best find the generous and the brave. If instead of the alleys of a city they live under the open sky, they are yet lighter under them. They have today the living reality of lawns and woods, and flocks in the green pasture beside the still waters, which silently remind them of the shepherd, under whom they shall not want any real good thing. The quiet of the shady lane is theirs, and the beauty of the blossoming thorn above the pool. Delight steals through them with the scent of the violet, or the new-mown hay. If they have hushed the voices of complaint and fear within them, there is music of the merry lark for them, or of the leaping waterfall, or of a whole orchestra of harps, when the breeze sweeps through a grove of pines, while it is not for fortune to rob them free of nature's grace, and while she leaves them life and strength of limb and soul, the certainty of a future, though they cannot see what, and the assurance of progression, though they cannot see how. Is poverty worth for themselves more than a passing doubt? Can it ever be worth the torment of fear, the bondage of subservience, the compromise of free thought, the sacrifice of free speech, the bending of the erect head, the veiling of an open brow, the repression of the silent soul? If, instead of this, poverty should act as the liberator of the spirit, awakening it to trust in God and sympathy for man, and placing it aloft fresh and free, like morning on the hilltop, to survey the expanse of life, and recognize its realities from beneath its mists, it should be greeted with that holy joy before which all sorrow and sighing flee away. Their poverty, which had never afflicted them very grievously, was almost lost sight of by the corner house family when Hester's infant was born. They were all happy and satisfied then, though there were people in Deerbrook who found fault with their arrangements, and were extremely scandalized when it was found that no nurse had arrived from Blickley, and that Morris took the charge of her mistress upon herself. The Greys pronounced by their own fireside that it was a strange fancy, carrying an affection for an old servant to a rather a romantic extreme, that it was a fresh instance of the enthusiasm which adversity had not yet moderated in their cousins, as might have been wished. Out of doors, however, Sophia vaunted the attachment of Morris to her young mistress, an attachment so strong as that she would have been really hurt if anyone else had been allowed to sit up with Hester, and indeed no one could have filled her place half so much to the satisfaction of the family. Morris had had so much experience, and was as fond of her change as a mother could be. No one knew what a treasure her cousins had in Morris, all of which was true in its separate particulars, though altogether it did not constitute the reason why Hester had no nurse from Buckley. They were happy and satisfied, yes, even Margaret. This infant opened up a spring of consolation in her heart, which she could not have believed existed there. On this child she could pour out some of her repressed affections, and on him did she rest her baffled hopes. He beguiled her into the future, from which she had hitherto recoiled. That helpless unconscious little creature cradled on her arm, and knowing nothing of its resting place was more powerful than sister, brother, or friend, than self-interest, philosophy, or religion, in luring her imagination onward into future years of honour and peace. Holy and sweet was the calm of her mind, as, forgetting herself and her griefs, she watched the first efforts of this infant to acquaint herself with his own powers, and with the world about him, when she smiled at the ungainly stretching of the little limbs, and the unpractised movement of his eyes seeking the light. Holy and sweet were the tears which swelled into her eyes when she saw him at his mother's breast, and could not but gaze at the fresh and divine beauty now mantling on that mother's face. Amidst the joy of this new relation, it was a delicious moment when Hope came in, the first day that Hester sat by the fireside, when he stopped short for a brief instant, as if arrested by the beauty of what he saw, and then glanced toward Margaret for sympathy. It was a delicious moment to her, the moment of that full, free, unembarrassed glance, which she had scarcely met since the first days of their acquaintance. It was a pleasure to them all to see Hester well provided with luxuries. Maria, knowing that her surgeon would not accept money from her, took this opportunity of sending in wine. Oh, the pleasure of finding the neglected corkscrew, and making Morris take a glass with them. The Greys brought game, and Hester's little table was well served every day. With what zeal did Margaret apply herself, under Morris's teaching, to cook Hester's choice little dinners. Yes, to cook them. Margaret was learning all Morris's arts from her, for of two troubles which somewhat disturbed this season of comfort. One was, then it appeared too certain that Morris must go, as Susan and Charles had gone before her. No one had expressly declared this. It was left undiscussed, apparently by common consent, till it should be ascertained that baby was healthy and Hester getting strong. But the thought was in the minds of them all, and their plans involved preparation for this. The other trouble was, that the peace and comfort, some slight, very slight symptoms recurred of Hester's propensity to self-torment. It could not be otherwise. The wonder was, that for weeks and months she had been relieved from her old enemy to the extent she had been. The reverence with which her husband and sister regarded the temper in which she had borne unbounded provocation and most unmerited adversity, sometimes beguiled them into a hope that her troubles from within were over for ever. But a little reflection, and some slight experience, taught them that this was unreasonable. They remembered that the infirmity of a lifetime was not to be wholly cured in half a year, and that they must expect some recurrence of her old malady at times, when there was no immediate appeal to her magnanimity, and no present cause for anxiety for those in whom she forgot herself. The first time that Hester was in the drawing-room for the whole day, Morris was laying the cloth for dinner, and Margaret was walking up and down the room with the baby on her arm. When Hope came in, Hester forgot everybody and everything else when her husband appeared, a fact which Morris's benevolence was never weary of noting and commenting upon to herself. She often wondered if ever lady loved her husband as her young mistress did, and she smiled to herself to see the welcome that beamed upon Hester's whole face when Hope came to take his seat beside her on the sofa. This was in her mind to-day, when her master presently said, "Where is my boy? I have not seen him for hours. Why do you put him out of his father's way? Oh, Margaret has him. Come, Margaret, yield him up. You can have him all the hours that I am away. You do not grudge him to me, do you?" "My master won't have to complain, as many gentlemen do," said Morris, "or as many gentlemen feel, if they don't complain, that he is neglected for the sake of his baby." "If you enjoy your dinner to-day, love," said Hester, "you must not give me the credit of it. You and I are to sit down to our pheasant together, they tell me. Margaret and Morris will have it that they have both dined." "There is little in getting a comfortable dinner ready," said Morris, "whether it is the lady herself or another, that looks to a trifle like that. It is the seeing his wife so full of care and thought about her baby as to have none to spare for him, that frets many an one who does not like to say anything about it. Fathers can be so taken with a very young baby as the mothers are,
and it is mortifying to feel themselves neglected for a newcomer. I have often seen that, my dears, but I shall never see it here, I find." "I do not know how you should, Morris," said Hester, in something of the old tone, which made her sister's heart throb almost before it reached her ear. "Margaret will save me from any such danger. Margaret takes care that nobody shall be engrossed with the baby but herself. She has not a thought to spare for any of us while she has baby in her arms. The little fellow has cut us all out." Margaret quickly transferred the infant to her brother's arm, and left the room. She thought it best, for her heart was very full, and she could not speak. She restrained her tears, and went into the kitchen to busy herself about the dinner she had cooked. "'Tis a fine pheasant, indeed, Miss Margaret, my dear, and beautifully roasted, I am sure, and I hope you will go up and see them enjoy it. I am so sorry, my dear, for what I said just now. I merely spoke what came up in my mind when I felt pleased, and never thought of its bringing on any remark, nor was anything intended, I am sure, that should make you look so sad. So do you go up and take the baby again, when they sit down to dinner, as if nothing had been said. Do, my dear, if I may venture to say so. I will follow you with the dinner in a minute." "I wonder how it is, my love," said Hope, in a voice which spoke all the tenderness of his heart. "I wonder how it is that you can endure wrong so nobly, and that you cannot bear the natural course of events. Tell me how it is, Hester, that you have sustained magnanimously all the injuries and misfortunes of many months, and that you now quarrel with Margaret's affection for our child." "Ah, why indeed, Edward," she replied humbly. "Why but that I am unworthy that such an one as Margaret should love me and my child." "Enough, enough. I only want to show you how I regard the case about this new love of Margaret's. Do you not see how much happier she has been since this little fellow was born?" "Oh, yes. One may now fancy that she may be gay again. Let us remember what an oppressed heart she had, and what it must be to her to have a new object, so innocent and unconscious as this child, to lavish her affection upon. Do not let us grudge her the consolation, or poison the pleasure of this fresh interest." "I am afraid it is done," cried Hester, in great distress. "I was wicked. I was more cruel than any of our enemies, when I said what I did. I may well bear with them, for, God knows, I am at times no better than they. I have robbed my Margaret of her only comfort, spoiled her only pleasure. No, no, here she comes. Look at her." Margaret's face was indeed serene, and she made as light of the matter as she could, when Hester implored that she would pardon her hasty and cruel words, and that she would show her forgiveness by continuing to cherish the child. He must not begin to suffer already for his mother's faults. Hester said there could be no doubt of Margaret's forgiveness, nor of her forgetfulness of what had been said, as far as forgetfulness was possible. But the worst of such sayings is, that they carry in them that which prevents their being ever quite forgotten. Hester had effectually established a constraint in her sister's intercourse with the baby, and imposed upon Margaret the incessant care of scrupulously adjusting the claims of the mother and the child. The evils arising from faulty temper may be borne, may be concealed, but can never be fully repaired. Happy they whose part it is to endure and to conceal, rather than to inflict, and to strive uselessly to repair. Margaret's part was the easiest of the three. As they sat at the table, she was with the baby in her arms, and all agreeing that the time was come for an explanation with Morris, for depending on themselves for almost all the work of the house. "Come, Morris," said Hester, when the cloth was removed, "you must spare us half an hour. We want to consult with you. Come and sit down." Morris came with a foreboding heart. "It will be no news to you," said Hope, "that we are very poor. You know nearly as much of our affairs as we do ourselves, as it is right that you should. We have not wished to make any further change in our domestic plans till this little fellow was born. But now that he is beginning to make his way in the world, and that his mother is well and strong, we feel that we must consider of some further effort to spend still less than we do now. There are two ways in which this may be done. We think, Morris," said Hester, "we may either keep the comfort of having you with us,
and pinch ourselves more as to dress and the table. Oh, ma'am, I hope you will not carry that any further. Well, if we do not carry that any further, the only thing done, I fear, is to part with you." "Is there no other way, I wonder?" said Morris, as if thinking aloud. "If it must be one of these ways, it certainly seems to me to be better for ladies to work hard with good food, than to have a servant, and stint themselves in health and strength. But who would have thought of my young ladies coming to this? It is a situation in which hundreds and thousands are placed, Morris, and why not we as well as they?" "May be so, ma'am, but it grieves one too." "Do not grieve. I believe we all think that this parting with you is the first real grief that our change of fortune has caused us. Somehow or another we have been exceedingly comfortable in our poverty. If that had been all, we should have had a very happy year of it. One would desire to say nothing against what is God's will, ma'am, but one may be allowed, perhaps, to hope that better times will come." "I do hope it, and believe it," said her master. "And if better times come, Morris, you will return to us, will you not?" "My dear, you know nothing would make me leave you now. As you say, I am a comfort to you. If I had any right to say I would stay, I would live upon as little as anybody, and could do almost without any wages. But there is my poor sister, you know, ladies. She depends upon me for everything, now that she cannot work herself, and I must earn money for her." "We are quite aware of that," said Margaret. "It is for your sake and hers, quite as much as for our own, that we think we must part." "We wish to know what you would like to do," said Hester. "Shall we try to find a situation for you near us, or would you be happier to go down among your old friends?" "I had better go where I am sure of employment, ma'am. Better go down to Birmingham at once. I should never have left it but for my young ladies' sakes. But I should be right glad, my dears, to leave it again for you. If you can, at any time, write to say you wish for me back. There is another way I have thought of sometimes, but of course you cannot have overlooked anything that could occur to me. If you would all go to Birmingham, you have so many friends there, and my master would be valued as he ought to be, which there is no sign of his being in this place. I do not like this place, my dears. It is not good enough for you. We think any place good enough for us, where there are men and women living," said Hope, kindly but gravely. "Others have thought as you do, Morris, and have offered us temptations to go away, but we do not think it right. If we go, we shall leave behind us a bad character, which we do not deserve. If we stay, I have very little doubt of recovering my professional character, and winning over our neighbours to think better of us, and be kind to us again. We mean to try for it, if I should have to hire myself out as a porter in Mr. Gray's yards." "Pray don't say that, sir. But indeed I believe you are so far right as that the good always conquers at last." "Just so, Morris. That is what we trust. And for the sake of this little fellow, if for nothing else, we must stand by our good name. Who knows but that I may leave him a fine flourishing practice in this very place, when I retire or die, always supposing he means to follow his father's profession." "Sir, that is looking forward very far." "So it is, Morris. But however people may disapprove of looking forward too far, it is difficult to help it when they become parents. Your mistress could tell you, if she would own the truth, that she sees her son's manly beauty already under that little wry mouth, and that odd button of a nose. Why may I not just as well fancy him a young surgeon? Morris would say, as she once said to me," observed Margaret. "Remember death, my dear, remember death." "We will remember it," said Morris, "but we must remember at the same time God's mercy in giving life. He who gave life can preserve it. And this shall be my trust for you all, my dears. When I am far away from you, there is a knock. I must go. Oh, Miss Margaret, who will there be to go to the door when I am gone, but you?" Mr. Jones had knocked at the door, and left a letter. These were its contents: "Sir, I hope you will excuse the liberty I take in applying to you for my own satisfaction. My wife and I have perceived with much concern that we have lost much of your custom of late. We mind little the mere falling off of custom in any quarter, in comparison with failing to give satisfaction. We have always tried, I am sure, to give satisfaction in our dealings with your family, sir, and if there has been any offence, I can assure you it is unintentional, and shall feel obligated by knowing what it is. We cannot conceive, sir, where you get your meat, if not from us, and if you have the trouble of buying it from a distance. I can only say we should be happy to save you the trouble, if we knew how to serve you to your liking, for, sir, we have a great respect for you and yours. Your obedient servants, John Jones, Mary Jones. The kind soul, cried Hester. What must we say to them? We must set their minds at ease about our goodwill to them. How that little fellow stares about him, like a child of double his age! I do believe I could make him look wise at my watch already. Yes, we must set the Joneses at ease, at all events. But how? We must not tell them that we cannot afford to buy of them as we did. No, that would be begging. We must trust to their delicacy, not to press too closely for a reason, when once assured that we respect them as highly as they possibly can us. You may trust them, said Margaret. I am convinced they will look in your face, and be satisfied without further question, and my advice, therefore, is, that you do not write, but go. I will, and now. They shall not suffer a moment's pain that I can save them. Good night, my boy. What, you have not learned to kiss yet? Well, among us all, you will soon know how, if teaching will do it. What a spirit he has! I fancy he will turn out like Frank. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39, Part 1 of Deerbrook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Deerbrook by Harriet Martineau. Chapter 39, Part 1. The Long Nights. Almost as soon as Hope had left the house, Sydney Grey arrived, looking full of importance. He took care to shut the door before he would tell his errand. His mother had been obliged to trust him for want of another messenger, and he delivered his message with a little of the parade of mystery he had derived from her. Mr Grey's family had become uneasy about his returning from the markets in the evening, since robberies had become so frequent as they now were, and the days so short, and had at length persuaded him to sleep at the more distant market town he had to visit, and return the next morning from Blickley. He could get home before the evening closed in, but on 2 days in the week he was to remain out all night. When he had agreed to this, his family had applauded him and felt satisfied. But as the evening drew on occasion of his first absence, Mrs Grey and Sophia had grown nervous on their own account. They recalled story after story which they had lately heard, of robberies at several solitary houses in the country round. And though their house was not solitary, they could not reconcile themselves to going to rest without the comfort of knowing that there was, as usual, a strong man on their premises. If they had been aware how many strong men there were sometimes on their premises at night, they would not have been satisfied with having one within their walls. Not having been informed, however, how cleverly their dogs were silenced, how much poached game was divided under the shelter of their stacks of deals, and what dexterous abstractions were at such times made from the store of corn in their granaries and coal in their lighters, they proposed nothing further than to beg the favour of Mr Hope that he would take a bed in their house for this one night. They dared not engage any of the men from the yards to defend them. They had not Mr Grey's leave, and he might not be pleased if they showed any fear to their own servants. But it would be the greatest comfort if Mr Hope would come, as if to supper, and stay the night. The spare room was ready, and Mrs Grey hoped he would not object to leaving his family just for once. Mr Grey intended to do the same thing twice a week, till the days should lengthen and the roads become safer. Though Sydney made the most of his message, he declared himself not thoroughly pleased with it. "They might have trusted me to take care of them," said he, "if they had just let me have my father's pistols." "Come, come, Sydney, do not talk of pistols," said Hester, who did not relish any part of the affair. "He would not talk of them if he thought they were likely to be wanted," observed Margaret. "Likely! When were they ever more likely to be wanted, I should like to know? Did you hear what happened at the Russell Taylors' last night?" "No, and we do not wish to hear.
Do not tell us any horrible stories, unless you mean my husband to stay at home tonight. Oh, you must just hear this, because it ended well. That is, nobody was killed. Mr Walcot told Sophia all about it this morning, and it was partly that which made her so anxious to have some one sleep in their house tonight." "Well, then, do not tell us, or you will make us anxious for the same thing. What would your mother say if you were to carry home word that Mr Hope could not come, that his family dare not part with him?" "Oh, then she must let me have my father's pistols, and watch for the fellows. If they came about our windows, as they did about the Russell Taylors, how I would let fly among them. They came rapping at the shutters at 2 this morning, and when Mr Taylor looked out from his bedroom above, they said they would not trouble themselves to get in, if he would throw out his money. And did he? Yes, they raised a hat upon a pole, and he put in 4 or 5 pounds, all he had in the house, he told them. So they went away, but none of the family thought of going to bed again." "I dare say not. And what sort of thieves are these supposed to be?" "They set about their businesses very oddly. Not like London thieves," said Sydney, consequentially, as if he knew all about London thieves. "They are the distressed country people, no doubt, such as would no more think of standing a second shot from my pistol, than of keeping the straits of Thermopylae. Look here," he continued, showing the end of a pistol which peeped from a pocket inside his coat. "Here's a thing that will put such gentry into a fine taking." "Pray, is that pistol loaded?" inquired Hester, pressing her infant to her. "To be sure. What is the use of a pistol if it is not loaded? It might as well be in the shop as in my pocket, then. Look at her, cousin Margaret, if she is not in as great a fright as the cowardly thieves. Why, cousin Hester, don't you see, if this pistol went off, it would not shoot you or the baby. It would go straight through me. That is a great comfort. But I had rather you would go away, you and your pistol. Pray, does your mother know that you carry one?" "No, mind you don't tell her. I trust you not to tell her. Remember, I would not have told you if I had not felt sure of you." "You had better not have felt sure of us. However, we will not tell your mother, but my husband will tell Mr Grey tomorrow, when he comes home. If he chooses that you should carry loaded pistols about, there will be no harm done." "I have a great mind to say I will shoot you if you tell," cried Sydney, presenting the pistol with a grand air. But he saw that he made his cousins really uneasy, and he laid it down on the table, offering to leave it with them for the night. If they thought it would make him feel any safer, there were plenty more at home. "Thank you," said Margaret, "but I believe we are more afraid of loaded pistols than of thieves. The sooner you will take it away, the better. You can go now, presently, for here comes my brother." Sydney quickly pocketed his pistol. Hope agreed to go, and promised to be at Mr Grey's supper by 9 o'clock. Margaret was incessantly thinking of Maria in these long evenings, when alarms of one kind or another were all abroad. She now thought she would go with Sydney, and spend an hour or two with Maria. Returning by the home, her brother would be going to the Greys. Maria's landlord would see her home, no doubt. She found her friend busy with book and needle, and as well in health as usual, but obviously somewhat moved by the dismal stories which had travelled from mouth to mouth through Deerbrook during the day. It seemed hardly right that any person in delicate health should be lonely at such a time, and it occurred to Margaret that her friend might like to go home with her, and occupy the bed which was this night to spare. Maria thankfully accepted the offer, and let Margaret put up her little bundle for her. The farrier escorted them to the steps of the corner house, and then left them. The door was half open, as Morris was talking with someone on the mat in the hall. An extremely tall woman, with a crying baby in her arms, made way for the ladies, not by going out of the house, but by stepping further into the hall. "Morris, had you not better shut the door?" said Margaret. "The wind blows in so, it is enough to chill the whole house." But Morris held the door open, rather wider than before. "So the gentleman is not at home," said the tall woman, gruffly. "If I come again in an hour with my poor baby, will he be at home then? Is my brother gone, Morris?" "Yes, miss, 3 minutes ago." "Then he will not be back in an hour. We do not expect him. This good woman had better go to Mr Walcot, ma'am, as I have been telling her. There is no doubt he is at home." "I could wait here till the gentleman comes home," said the tall woman, "and so get the first advice for my poor baby." "'Tis very ill, ma'am,
"Better go to Mr Walcot," persisted Morris. "Or to my brother and Mr Gray's," said Margaret, unwilling to lose the chance of a new patient for Edward, and thinking his advice better for the child's sake than Mr Walcot's. "It is far the readiest way to go to Mr Walcot's," declared Maria, whose arm Margaret felt to tremble within her own. "I believe you are right," said Margaret. "You had better not waste any more time here, good woman. It may make all the difference to your child." "If you would let me wait till the gentleman comes home," said the tall woman. "Impossible. It is too late tonight for patients to wait. This lady's landlord without there will show you the way to Mr Walcot's. Call him Morris." Morris went out upon the steps, but the tall woman passed her, and was gone. Morris stepped in briskly, and put up the chain. "You were very ready to send a new patient to Mr Walcot, Morris," said Margaret, smiling. "I had a fancy that it was a sort of patient that my master would not be the better for," replied Morris. "I did not like the looks of the person." "Nor I," said Maria. The drawing-room door was heard to open, and Morris put her finger on her lips. Hester had been alone nearly 10 minutes. She was growing nervous, and wanted to know what all this talking in the hall was about. She was told that Mr Hope had been inquired for about a sick baby, and the rest of the disclosures went to the account of Maria's unexpected arrival. Hester welcomed Maria kindly, ordered up the cold pheasant and the wine, and then, leaving the friends to enjoy themselves over the fire, retired to rest. Morris was desired to go too, as she still slept in her mistress's room, and ought to keep early hours, since, in addition to her labours of the day, she was at the baby's call in the night. Margaret would see her friend to her room. Morris must not remain upon their account. "How comfortable this is!" cried Maria in a gleeful tone, as she looked round upon the crackling fire, the tray, the wine, and her companion. "How unlooked for, to pass a whole evening and night without being afraid of anything! What an admission from you, that you are afraid of something every night!" "That is just the plain truth. When I used to read about the horrors of living in a solitary house in the country, I little thought how much of the same terror I should feel from living solitary in a house in a village. You wonder what could happen to me, I dare say, and perhaps it would not be very easy to suppose any peril which would stand examination. I was going to say that you and we are particularly safe from being so poor that there is no inducement to rob us. We and you have neither money nor jewels nor plate that can tempt thieves, for our Jew forks and spoons are hardly worth breaking into a house for. People who want bread, however, may think it worth while to break in for that. And while our thieves are this sort of people, and not the London gentry whom Sydney is so fond of talking of, it may be enough that gentlemen and ladies live in houses to make the starving suppose that they shall find something valuable there. They would soon learn better if they came here. I doubt whether, when you and I have done our supper, they would find anything to eat. But how do you show your terrors, I should like to know? Do you scream? I never screamed in my life, as far as I remember. Screaming appears to me the most unnatural of human sounds. I never felt the slightest inclination to express myself in that manner." "Nor I, but I never said so, because I thought no one would believe me. No, the true mood for these doleful winter nights is, to sit trying to read, but never able to fix your attention for 5 minutes, for some odd noise or another, and yet it is almost worse to hear nothing but a cinder falling on the hearth now and then, startling you like a pistol shot. Then it seems as if somebody was opening the shutter outside, and then tapping at the window. I have got so into the habit of looking at the window at night, expecting to see a face squeezed flat against the pane, that I have yielded up my credit to myself, and actually have the blinds drawn down when the outside shutters are closed. How glad I am to find you are no braver than the rest of us. No, do not be glad. It is very painful, night after night. Every step clinks or cranches in the Farrells' yard, you know. This ought to be a comfort, but sometimes I cannot clearly tell where the sound comes from. More than once lately I have fancied it was behind me, and have turned around in a greater hurry than you would think I could use. My rooms are a good way from the rest of the house. You remember the length of the passage between. I do not like disturbing the family in the evenings, but I have been selfish enough to ring once or twice this week, without any sufficient reason, just for the sake of a sight of my landlady. A very sufficient reason, but I had no idea of all this from you. You have heard me say some fine things about the value of time to me.
about the blessings of my long evenings, for all that, true as it is. I have got into the way of going to bed soon after 10, just because I know everyone else in the house is in bed, and I do not like to be the only person up. That is the reason why you are looking so well, notwithstanding all these terrors. But, Maria, what has become of your bravery? It is just where it was. I am no more afraid than I used to be of evils which may be met with a mature mind, and just as much afraid as ever of those which terrified my childhood. Our baby shall never be afraid of anything, asserted Margaret. But, Maria, something must be done for your relief. That is just what I hoped and expected you would say, and the reason why I exposed myself to you. Why do not the Greys offer you a room there for the winter? That seems the simplest and more obvious plan. It is not convenient. How should that be? The bed would have to be uncovered, you know, and the mahogany washstand might be splashed. They can get a room ready for a guest, to relieve their own fears, but not yours. Can nothing be done about it? Not unless the Rowlands should take in Mr Walcot, because he is afraid to live alone. In such case, the Greys would take me in for the same reason. But that will not be so, Margaret. I will ask you plainly, and you will answer as plainly. Could you, without too much pain, trouble, and inconvenience, spend an evening or two a week with me, just till this panic is past? If you could put it in my power to be always looking forward to an evening of relief, it would break the sense of solitude, and make all the difference to me. I see the selfishness of this, but I really think it is better to own my weakness than to struggle uselessly against it any longer. I could do that, should like, of all things, to do it until Morris goes, but that will be so soon. Morris, where is she going? Margaret related this piece of domestic news, too private to be told to anyone else till the last moment. Maria forgot her own troubles, or despised them as she listened, so grieved was she for her friends, including Morris. Margaret was not very sorry on Morris's own account. Morris wanted rest, an easier place. She had had too much upon her for some time past. What then will you have when she is gone? If I have work enough to drive all thought out of my head, I shall be thankful. Meantime I will bestow my best wit upon your case. I am ashamed of my case already. While sitting in all this comfort here, I can hardly believe in my own tremors. If no earlier date than last night. Come, let us draw to the fire. I hope we shall not end with sitting up all night, but I feel as if I should like it very much. Margaret stirred up a blaze, and put out the candles. No economy was now beneath her care. As she took her seat beside her friend, she said, Maria, did you ever know any place so dull and dismal as Deerbrook is now? It is not enough to make any heart as heavy as the fortunes of the place. Even the little that I see of it, in going to and from the Greys, looks sad enough. You see the outskirts, which I suppose are worse still. The very air feels so heavy to breathe. The cottages, and even the better houses, appear to my eyes damp and weather-stained on the outside, and silent within. The children sit shivering on the thresholds, do not they, instead of shouting at their play, as they did? Everyone looks discontented, and complains, the poor of want of bread, and everyone else of hard times, and all manner of woes that no one ever hears of in prosperous seasons. Mr James says the actions for trespass are beyond all example. Mr Tucker declares his dog, that died the other day, was poisoned, and I never pass the green but the women are even quarrelling for precedence at the pump. I have witnessed some of this, but not all, and neither, I suspect, have you, Margaret, though you think you have. We see the affairs of the world in shadow, you know, when our own hearts are sad. My heart is not so sad as you think. You do not believe me, but that is because you do not believe what I am sure of, that he is not to blame for anything that has happened, that at least he has only been mistaken, that there has been no fickleness, no selfishness in him. I cannot speak of this, even to you, Maria. If it were not a duty to him, you must not be left to suppose from my silence that he is to blame, as you think he is. I suffer from no sense of injury from him. I got over that long ago. Maria would not say as she thought. You had to get over it then. It makes me very unhappy to think how he is suffering, how much more he has to bear than I, so much more than the separation and the blank. He cannot trust me as I trusted him.
and that is indeed to be without consolation. Do men ever trust as women do? Yes, Edward does. If he were to go to India for 20 years, he would know as certainly as I should, that Hester would be widowed in every thought till his return. And the time will come when Philip will know this as certainly of me. It is but a little while yet that I have waited, Maria, but it does sometimes seem a weary waiting." Maria took her friend's hand, in token of the sympathy she could not speak, so much of hopelessness was there mingled with it. "I know you and others think that this waiting is to go on for ever. No, love, not so. Or that a certainty, which is even worse, will come some day. But it will be otherwise. His love can no more be quenched or alienated by the slanders of a wicked woman, than the sun can be put out by an eclipse, or sent to enlighten another world, leaving us mourning. You judge by your own soul, Margaret, and that should be a faithful guide. You judge him by your own soul, and how much by this?" she added, with a smile, fixing her eyes on the turquoise ring, which was Philip's gift, and which, safely guarded, was on a finger of the hand she held. End of chapter 39, part 1. Chapter 39, part 2 of Deerbrook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Deerbrook by Harriet Martineau. Chapter 39, part 2. Margaret blushed. She could not have denied, if closely pressed, that some little tinge of the Eastern superstition had entered into this sacred ring, and lay there, like the fire in the opal. She could not have denied that, when she drew it on every morning, she noted with satisfaction that its blue was as clear and bright as ever. "How is it that this ring is still here?" asked Maria. "Is it possible that he retains gifts of yours? Yet I think if he did not, this ring would not be on your finger. He does keep whatever I gave him. Thank God, he keeps them. This is one of my greatest comforts. It is the only way I have left of speaking to him. But if it were not so, this ring would still be where it is. I would not give it up. I am not altered. I am not angry with him. His love is as precious to me as it ever was, and I will not give up the tokens of it. Why, Maria, you surely cannot suppose that these things have any other value or use but as given to him. You cannot suppose that I dread the imputation of keeping them for their own sakes. No, but what? Is any proof of his former regard of value now? That is the question. It has only very lately became a question with me. I have only lately learned to think him in fault. I excused him before. I excused him as long as I could. You will unlearn your present opinion of him? Yes, everything that was ever valuable from him is more precious than ever now that he is under a spell, and cannot speak his soul. If it were, as you think, if he loved me no longer, they would still be more precious, as a relic of the dead, but it is not so. If faith can remove mountains, we may have to rejoice for you still, Margaret, for there can be no mass of calamities between you and him, which you have not faith enough to overthrow. Thank you for that. It is the best word of comfort that has come to me from without for many a day. Now there is one thing more in which you can perhaps help me. I have heard nothing about him for so long. You see Mr. Rowland sometimes. I know he feels a great friendship for you, and you meet the younger children. Do you hear nothing whatever about him? Nothing, nor do they. Mr. Rowland told me a fortnight ago that Mrs. Rowland and he are seriously uneasy at obtaining no answers to their repeated letters to Mr. Enderby. Mrs. Rowland is more disturbed, I believe, than she chooses to show. She must feel herself responsible. She has tried various means of accounting for his silence all the autumn. Now she gives that up, and is silent in her turn. If it were not for the impossibility of leaving home at such a time as this, Mr. Rowland would go to London to satisfy himself. Margaret, I believe you are the only person who has smiled at this. Perhaps I am the only one who understands him. I had rather know of this silence than all the letters he could have written to Mrs. Rowland. If he had been ill, they would certainly have heard. Yes, they say so. Then that is enough. Let us say no more now. You have said that which has cheered me for you, Margaret, though as we poor irreligious human beings often say to each other, I wish I had your faith. You have given me more than I had, however. But are we to say no more about anything? Must we leave this comfortable fire and go to sleep? Not unless you wish it. I have more to ask, if you are not tired. Come, ask me. Cannot you tell me of some way in which a woman may earn money? A woman? What rate of woman? Do you mean yourself? That question is easily answered. A woman from the uneducated classes can get a subsistence by washing and cooking, by milking cows and going to service, and in some parts of the kingdom, by working in a cotton mill, or burnishing plate, as you have no doubt seen for yourself at Birmingham. But for an educated woman, a woman with the powers which God gave her, religiously improved, with a reason which lays life open before her, an understanding which surveys silence as its appropriate task, and a conscience which would make every species of responsibility safe, for such a woman there is in all England no chance of subsistence but by teaching, that almost ineffectual teaching which can never countervail the education of circumstances, and for which not 1 in 1,000 is fit, or by being a superior Miss Nares, the feminine gender of the tailor and the hatter. The tutor, the tailor, and the hatter, is this all? All, except that there are departments of art and literature from which it is impossible to shut woman out. These are not, however, to be regarded as resources for bread. Besides the number who succeed in art and literature being necessarily extremely small, it seems pretty certain that no great achievements in the domains of art and imagination can be looked for from either men or women who labor there to supply their lower wants, or for any other reason than the pure love of their work, while they toil in any one of the arts of expression, if they are not engrossed by some loftier meaning. The highest which they will end with expressing will be the need of bread. True, quite true. I must not think of any of those higher departments of labor, because even if I were qualified, what I want is not employment, but money. I am anxious to learn some money, Maria. We are very poor. Edward is trying, one way and another, to earn money to live upon, till his practice comes back to him, as he is forever trusting it will. I wish to earn something too, if it be ever so little. Can you tell me of no way? I believe I should not if I could. Why? Because I think you have quite enough to do already, and will soon have too much. Just consider, when Morris goes, what hour of the day will you have to spare? Let us see. Do you mean to sweep the rooms with your own hands? Yes, said Margaret, smiling. And to score them too? No, not quite that. We shall hire a neighbour to come 2 or 3 times a week to do the rougher parts of the work. But I mean to light the fire in the morning, and we shall have but one, and get breakfast ready, and Hester will help me to make the beds. That is nearly all I shall let her do besides the sewing. For baby, I will give her employment enough. Indeed, I think so, and that will leave you too much. Do not think, dear, of earning money. You are doing all you ought in saving it. I must think about it, because earning is so much nobler and more effectual than saving. I cannot help seeing that it would be far better to earn the amount of Morris's maintenance, than to save it by doing her work badly myself. Not that I shrink from the labour. I am rather enjoying the prospect of it, as I told you. Hark! What footstep is that? I heard it a minute or 2 ago, whispered Maria, but I did not like to mention it. They listened in the deepest silence for a while. At first they were not sure whether they heard anything above the beating of their own hearts, but they were soon certain that there were feet moving outside the room door. The church clock has but lately gone 12, said Maria, in the faint hope that it might be some one of the household yet stirring. Margaret shook her head. She rose softly from her seat, and took a candle from the table to light it, saying she would go and see. Her hand trembled a little as she held the match, and the candle would not immediately light. Meantime the door opened without noise, and some one walked in and quite up to the gazing ladies. It was the tall woman. Maria made an effort to reach the bell, but the tall woman seized her arm, and made her sit down. A capricious jet of flame from a coal in the fire at this moment lighted up the face of the stranger for a moment, and enabled Maria to spy a cret peered under the muffler. "What do you want at this time?" said Margaret. "I want money. And what else can I get?" said the intruder, in the no longer disguised voice of a man. "I have been into your larder, but you seem to have nothing there." "That is true," said Margaret, firmly. "Nor have we any money. We are very poor. You could not have come to a worse place, if you are in want." "Here is something, however," said the man, turning to the tray. "With your leave, I'll see what you have left us to eat." He thrust one of the candles between the bars of the grate to light it, telling the ladies they had better start no difficulty, lest they should have reason to repent it. There were others with him in the house, who would show themselves in an instant, if any noise were made. "Then do you make none. I beg it as a favour," said Margaret. "There is a lady asleep upstairs, with a very young infant. If you respect her life, you will be quiet." The man did not answer, but he was quiet. He cut slices from the loaf, and carried them to the door, and they were taken by somebody outside. He quickly devoured the remains of the pheasant, tearing the meat from the bones with his teeth. He drank from the decanter of wine, and then carried it where he had taken the bread. Two men put their heads in at the door, nodded to the ladies before they drank, and again withdrew. The girls cast a look at each other, a glance of agreement. What resistance was not to be thought of? Yet each was conscious of a feeling of rather pleasant surprise that she was not more alarmed. "Now for it," said the man, striding oddly about in his petticoats, and evidently out of patience with them. "Now for your money." As he spoke, he put the spoons from the tray into the bosom of his gown, proceeding to murmur at his deficiency of pockets. Margaret held out her purse to him. It contained 1 single shilling. "You don't mean this is all you are going to give me?" "It is all I have, and I believe there is not another shilling in the house. I told you, we have no money." "And you?" said he, turning to Maria. "I have not my purse about me, and if I had, there is nothing in it worth your taking. I assure you I have not got my purse. I am only a visitor here for this one night, and an odd night it is to have chosen, as it turns out." "Give me your watches." "I have no watch. I have not had a watch these 5 years," said Maria. "I have no watch," said Margaret. "I sold mine a month ago. I told you we were very poor." The man muttered something about the plague of gentlefolks being so poor, and about wondering that gentlefolks were not ashamed of being so poor. "You have got something, however," he continued, fixing his eye on the ring on Margaret's finger. "Give me that ring. Give it me, or else I'll take it." Margaret's heart sank with a self-reproach worse than her grief, when she remembered how easily she might have saved this ring, how easily she might have thrust it under the fender, or dropped it into her shoe, into her hair, anywhere. While the intruder was gone to the room door to his companions, she felt that she could never forgive herself for this neglect of the most precious thing she had in the world, of that which most belonged to Philip. "She cannot part with that ring," said Maria. "Look, you may see. She had rather part with any money she is ever likely to have than with that ring." She pointed to Margaret, who was sitting with her friends clasped as if they were never to be disjoined, and with the face of the deepest distress. "I can't help that," said the man. "I must have what I can get." He seized her hands, and with one gripe of his, made hers fly open. Margaret could no longer endure to expose any of her feelings to the notice of a stranger of this character. "Be patient a moment," said she, and she drew off the ring after its guard, made of Hester's hair, and put them into the large hand which was held out to receive them, feeling at the moment as if her heart was breaking. The man threw the hair ring back into her lap, and tied the turquoise in the corner of the shawl. He wrote: "The lady upstairs has got a watch, I suppose?" "Yes, she has. Let me go and fetch it. Do let me go. I'm afraid of nothing so much as to her being terrified. If you have any humanity, let me go. Indeed, I will bring the watch." "Well, there is no man in the house, I know, for you to call. You may go, miss, but I must step behind you to the room door." No further. She shan't see me, nor know any one is there, unless you tell her. This young lady will sit as still as a mouse till we come back." "Never mind me," said Maria to her friend, while they were gone. She sat, as she was desired, as still as a mouse, enforced thereto by the certainty that a man stood in the shadow by the door, with his eye upon her the whole time. Margaret lighted a chamber candle, in order, as she said, to look as usual if her sister should see her. The robber did tread very softly on the stairs, and stop outside the chamber door. Morris was sitting up in her truckle bed, evidently listening, and was on the point of starting out of it on seeing that Margaret's face was pale, when Margaret put her finger on her lips and motioned her to lie down. Hester was asleep, with her sleeping infant on her arm. Margaret set down the light, and leaned over her to take the watch from its hook at the head of the bed. "Are you still up?" said Hester, drowsily, and just opening her eyes. "What do you want? It must be very late. Nearly 12:30, by your watch. I am sorry I disturbed you. Good night." As she withdrew with the watch in her hand, she whispered to Morris, "Lie still. Don't be uneasy. I will come again presently." So in a few minutes, as seemed to intently listening ears, the house was clear of the intruders. Within a quarter of an hour, Margaret had beckoned Morris out of Hester's room, and had explained the case to her. They went round the house, and found that all the little plate they had was gone, and the cheese from the pantry. Morris's cloth cloak was left hanging on its pin, and even Edward's old hat. From these circumstances, and from the dialect, if the only speaker, Margaret thought the thieves must be country people from the neighbourhood, who could not wear the old clothes of the gentry without danger of detection. They had come in from the surgery, whose outer door was sufficiently distant from the inhabited rooms of the house to be forced without the noise being heard. Morris and Margaret barricaded this door as well as they could, with such chests and benches as they were able to move without making themselves heard upstairs, and then Morris, at Margaret's earnest desire, stole back to bed, anything rather than alarm Hester. While they were below, Maria had put on more coals, and restored some order and comfort to the table and the fireside. She concluded that sleep was out of the question for this night. For some moments after Margaret came and sat down by her, neither of them spoke. At length Margaret said, half laughing, "That you should have come here for rest this night, of all nights in the year! I am glad it happened so. Yes, indeed I am. I know it must have been a comfort to you to have someone with you, though only poor lame me, and I am glad, on my own account too. I assure you, such a visitation is not half so dreadful as I had fancied, not worth half the fear I have spent upon it all my life. I am sure you felt it as I did, while he was here. You felt it quite yourself, did not you? If it had not been for the woman's clothes, it would really have been scarcely terrifying at all. There is something much more human about a horsebreaker than I had fancied, but yet it was very inhuman of him to take your ring." Margaret wept more bitterly than any one had ever seen her weep since her unhappy days began, and her friend could not comfort her. It was a case in which there was no comfort to be given, unless in the very faint and unreasonable hope that the ring might be offered for sale to some jeweller in some market town in the county. A hope sadly faint and unreasonable, since country people who would take plate and ornaments must, in all probability, be in communication with London rogues, who would turn the property into money in the great city. Still, there was a possibility of recovering the lost treasure, and on this possibility Maria dwelt perseveringly. "But, Margaret," she went on to ask, "what is this about your watch? Have you indeed sold it?" "Yes, Morris managed that for me while Hester was confined. I am glad now that I parted with it as I did. It has paid some bills, which I know made Edward anxious, and that is far better than its being in a housebreaker's hands." "Yes, indeed. But I am sorry you all have such a struggle to live. Not a shilling in the house but the one you gave up. So much for Edward's being out. It happened very well, for he could not have helped us if he had been here. You saw there were 3 of them. What I meant was, that Edward was about him the little money that is to last us till Christmas. The rent is safe enough. It is in Mr Grey's strong box, or the bank at Blickley. The rent is too important a matter to be put to any hazard, considering that Mr Rowland is our landlord. It is all ready and safe. That is well. Now, Margaret, could you swear to this visitor of ours?" "No," said Margaret, softly, looking round, as if to convince herself that he was not there still. "No, his bonnet was so large, and he kept the shadow of it so carefully upon his face, that I should not know him again, at least, not in any other dress. And we shall never see him again in this. It is very disagreeable," she continued, shuddering slightly, "to think that we may pass him any day or every day, and that he may say to himself as we go by, 'There go the ladies that sat with their feet on the fender so comfortably when I went in, without leave. Poor wretch! He will rather stay. There goes the young lady that I made so unhappy about her ring. I wish I had choked with the wine I drank before I took that ring. The first man you meet that cannot look you in the face is the thief. Depend on it, Margaret." "I must not depend upon that. But, Maria, could you swear to him?" "I am not quite sure at this moment, but I believe I could." The light from the fire shone brightly upon his black chin, and a bit of lank hair that came from under his mob cap. "I could swear to the shawl." "So could I, but that will be burned to morrow morning. Now, Maria, do go to bed." "Well, if you had rather. Can we be together? Must I be treated as a guest, and have a room to myself?" "Not if you think we can make room in mine. We shall be most comfortable there, shall not we, near to Morris and Hester?" Rather than separate, they both betook themselves to the bed in Margaret's room. Maria lay still, as if asleep, but wide awake and listening. Margaret mourned her turquoise with silent tears all the rest of the night. End of chapter 39, part 2.
Section 48 of Deerbrook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Deerbrook by Harriet Martineau. Section 48. Lightsome Days, Part 1. Before he returned home in the morning, Hope went to Dr Levitt's to report of what he had seen and heard on Mr Grey's premises in the course of the night. He was persuaded that several persons had been about the yards, and he had seen a light appearing and disappearing among the shrubs which grew thick in the rear of the house. Sydney and he had examined the premises this morning, in company with Mr Grey's clerk, and they had found the flower beds trampled, and drops of tallow from a candle which had probably been taken out of a lantern, and ashes from tobacco pipes scattered under the lee of a pile of logs. Nothing was missed from the yards. It was probable that they were the resort of persons who had been plundering elsewhere; but the danger from fire was so great, and the unpleasantness of having such night neighbours so extreme, that the gentlemen agreed that no time must be lost in providing a watch which would keep the premises clear of intruders. The dog, which had by some means been cajoled out of his duty, must be replaced by a more faithful one, and Dr Levitt was disposed to establish a patrol in the village. The astonishment of both was great when Margaret appeared, early as it was, with her story. It was the faint hope of recovering her ring which brought her thus early to the magistrates. Her brother was satisfied to stay and listen, when he found that Hester knew as yet nothing of the matter. It was a clear case that the Greys must find some other guardian for the nights that Mr Grey spent from home, and Dr Levitt said that no man was justified in leaving his family unprotected for a single night in such times as these. He spoke with the deepest concern of the state of the neighbourhood this winter, and of his own inability to preserve security by his influence either as clergyman or magistrate. The fact was, he said, that neither law nor gospel could deter men from crime when pressed by want, and hardened against all other claims by those of their starving families. Such times had never been known within his remembrance, and the guardians of the public peace and safety were almost as much at their wits' end as the sickly and savage population they had to control. He must to-day consult with as many of his brother magistrates as he could reach, as to what could be done for the general security and relief. As Hope and Margaret returned home to breakfast, they agreed that their little household was more free to discharge their duties at such a time than most of their neighbours of their own rank could possibly be. They had now little or nothing of which they could be robbed. It was difficult to conceive how they could be further injured. They might now, wholly free from fear and self-regards, devote themselves to forgive and serve their neighbours. Such emancipation from care is as the blessing of poverty, even more than of wealth, was theirs, and, as a great blessing in the midst of a very tolerable evil, they felt it. Margaret laughed as she asked Edward if he could spare a few pence to buy horn spoons in the village, as all the silver ones were gone. Hester was not at all too much alarmed or disturbed when she missed her watch, and heard what had happened. She was chiefly vexed that she had slept through it all. It seemed so ridiculous that a master of the house should be safe at a distance, and the mistress comfortably asleep during such an event, leaving it to sister, maid, and guest to bear all the terror of it. Dr Levitt's absence of mind did not interfere with the activity of his heart, or with his penetration in cases where the hearts of others were concerned. He perceived that the lost turquoise was, from some cause, inestimable to Margaret, and he spared no pains to recover it. But weeks passed on without any tidings of it. Margaret told herself that she must give up this, as she had given up so much else, with as much cheerfulness as she could. But she missed her ring every hour of the day. Christmas came, and the expected contest took place around the rent of the corner house. Mr Rowland showed his lady the bank notes on the morning of quarter day, and then immediately and secretly sent them back. Mrs Rowland had never been so sorry to see bank notes, yet she would have been so angry at their being returned, that her husband concealed the fact from her. Within an hour the money was in Mr Rowland's hand again, with a request that he should desist from pressing favours upon those who could not but consider them as pecuniary obligation, and not as justice. Mr Rowland sighed, turned the key to his desk upon the money, and set forth to the corner house, to see whether no repairs were wanted, whether there was nothing that he could do as landlord to promote the comfort and security of his excellent tenants. Christmas came, and Morris found she could not leave her young ladies while the days were so very short. She would receive no wages after Christmas, and she would take care that she cost them next to nothing. But she could not be easy to go till brighter days externally brighter at least, were at hand, nor till the baby was a little less tender, and had shown beyond dispute that he was likely to be a stout little fellow. She could not think of Miss Margaret getting up quite in the dark to light the fire. It was a dismal time to begin such a new sort of work. Margaret privately explained to her that these little circumstances brought no discouragement to persons who undertake such labour with sufficient motive, and Morris admitted this. She saw the difference between the case of a poor girl first going to service, who trembles half the night at the idea of her mistress's displeasure if she should not happen to wake in time. Such poor girl undertaking service for maintenance, and by no means from love in either party towards the other. Morris saw the difference between the morning waking to such a service, and Margaret's being called from her bed by love of those whom she was going to serve through the day, and by an exhilarating sense of honour and duty. Morris saw that, while to the solitary dependent every accessory of cheerfulness is necessary to make her willingly leave her rest, the early sunshine through her window, and the morning songs of birds, it mattered little to Margaret under what circumstances she went about her business, whether in darkness or in light, in keen frost or genial warmth. She had the strength of will, in whose glow all the disgust, all the meanness, all the hardship of the most sordid occupations is consumed, leaving unimpaired the dignity and delight of toil. Margaret saw and fully admitted all this, and yet she stayed on until the end of January. By that time her friends were not satisfied to have her remain any longer. It was necessary that she should now earn money. and she had an opportunity of earning what she needed at Birmingham. The time was come when Morris must go. The family had their sorrow all to themselves that dismal evening, for not a soul in Deerbrook, except Maria, knew that Morris was going at all. Maria had known all along, and it had been settled that Maria should occupy Morris's room after it was vacated, as often as she felt nervous and lonely in her lodging. But she was not aware of the precise day when the separation of these old and dear friends was to take place. So they mourned Morris as privately as she had long grieved over their adversity. Mr Hope meant to drive Morris to Buckley himself, and to see her into the coach for Birmingham, and he had borrowed Mr Grey's gig for the purpose. He had been urged by Mr Grey not to think of returning that night, had desired his wife and sister not to expect him, and had engaged a neighbour to sleep in the house. The sisters might well look forward to a sad evening, and their hearts were heavy when the gig came to the door, when they were fortifying Morris with a parting glass of wine, and wrapping her up with warm things which were to come back with her master, and expressing their heart's sorrow by the tenderness by which they melted the very soul of poor Morris. She could not speak. She could resist nothing. She took all they offered to comfort herself with, from having neither heart nor voice to refuse. Morris never gave way to tears, but she was as solemn as if she were going to execution. The baby alone was insensible to her gravity. He laughed in her face when she took him into her arms for the last time. A seasonable laugh it was, for it relieved his mother of some slight superstitious dread which was stealing upon her as she witnessed the solemnity of Morris's farewell to him. They all spoke of her return to them, but no one felt that there was any comfort in so vague a hope amidst the sadness of the present certainty. As Hester and Margaret stood out on the steps to watch the gig till the last moment, a few flakes of snow were driven against their faces. They feared Morris would have a dreary journey, and this was not the pleasantest thought to carry with them into the house. While Hester nursed her infant by the fire, Margaret went round the house to see what there was for her to do to-night. It moved her to find how thoughtfully everything was done. Busy as Morris had been, with 1,000 little affairs and preparations, every part of the house was left in the completest order. The very blinds of the chambers were drawn down, and a fire was laid in every grate in case it was wanted. The tea tray was set in the pantry, and not a plate left from dinner unwashed. Margaret felt and said how badly she would supply the place of Morris's hands, to say nothing of their loss of her head and heart. She sighed her thankfulness to her old friend, that she was already at liberty to sit down beside her sister, with actually nothing on her hands to be done before tea time. It was always a holiday to Margaret when she could sit by at leisure, as the morning and the evening dressing and undressing of the baby went on. Hester would never entrust the business to her or to any one, but it was the next best thing to watch the pranks of the little fellow, and the play between him and his mother, and then to see the fun subside into drowsiness, and be lost in that exquisite spectacle, the quiet sleep of an infant. When he was this evening laid in his basket, and all was unusually still, from there being no one but themselves in the house, and the snow having by this time fallen thickly outside, Margaret said to her sister, "If I remember rightly, it is just a 12-month since you warned me how wretched marriage was. Just a year, is it not?" "Is it possible?" said Hester, withdrawing her eyes from her infant. "I wish I could have foreseen then how soon I might remind you of this. Is it possible that I said so? And of all marriage?" "Of all love and all marriage. I remember it distinctly." "You have but too much reason to remember it, love. But how thankless, how wicked of me to ever say so! We all, perhaps, say some wretched things which dwell on other people's minds, long after we have forgotten them ourselves. It is one of the acts we shall waken up to as sins, perhaps every one of us, whenever we become qualified to review our lives dispassionately. As sins, no doubt, for the pain does not die with the utterance, and to give pain needlessly, and to give lasting pain, is surely a sin. We are none of us guiltless, but I am glad you said this particular thing, dreadful as it was to hear it. It has caused me a great deal of thought within the year, and now it makes us both aware how much happier we are than we were then. We? Yes, all of us. I rather shrink from measuring states of fortune and of mind, as they are at one time against those of another. But it is impossible to recall that warning of yours, and be unaware how differently we have cause to think and speak now. I felt at the time that it was too late for us to complain of love and of marriage. The die was then cast for us all. It is much better to feel now that those complaints were the expression of passing pain, long since over. I rejoice to hear you say this for yourself, Margaret, though I own I should scarcely have expected it. And yet no one is more aware than I that it is a blessing to love, a blessing still, whatever may be the woe that must come with the love. It is a blessing to live for another, to feel far more deeply than the most selfish being on earth ever felt for himself. I know that it is better to have felt this disinterested attachment to another, even in the midst of storms of passion hidden in the heart, and of pangs from disappointment, than to live on in the very best peace of those who have never loved. Yet, knowing this, I have been cowardly for you, Margaret, and at one time sank under my own troubles. Any one who loved as I did should have been braver. I should have been more willing, both for you and for myself, to meet the suffering which belongs to the exercise of all the highest and best part of our nature. But I was unworthy then of the benignant discipline appointed to me, and at the moment I doubt not I should have preferred, if the choice had been offered to me, the safety and quiet of a passionless existence, to the glorious exercise which has been graciously appointed me against my will. I do try now, Margaret, to be thankful that you have had some of this exercise and discipline, but I have not faith enough. My thanks are all up in grief before I have done, grief that you have the struggle and the sorrow, without the support and the full return which has been granted to me. You need not grieve much for me. I have not only had the full return you speak of, but I have it still. It cannot be spoken or written, or even indulged, but I know it exists, and therefore am I happier than I was last year. How foolish it is, she continued, as if thinking aloud. How perfectly childish to set our hearts on what we call happiness, on any arrangement of circumstances, either in our minds or our fortunes. So little as we know. How you and I should have dreaded this night and tomorrow, if they could have been foreshown to us a little while ago. How we would have shrunk from sitting down under a cloud of sorrow which appears to have settled upon this house. And now this evening has come. The evening of Morris's going away, and everything else so dreary. No servant, no money, no prospect, careful economy at home, ill will abroad, the times bad, the future all blank. We two sitting here alone, with the snow falling without, and our hearts aching with parting with Morris. We must come back to that principal grief. How dismal all this would have looked, if we could have seen it in a fairy glass at Birmingham long ago. And yet I would not change this very evening for any we ever spent in Birmingham, when we were exceedingly proud of being very happy. Nor I. This is life, and to live with the whole soul and mind and strength, is enough. It is not often that I have the strength to feel this, and the courage to say it, but tonight I have both. And in time we may be strong enough to pray that this child may truly and wholly live, may live in every capacity of his being, whatever suffering may be the condition of such life. But it requires some courage to pray so for him. He looks so unfit for anything but ease at present, for anything but feeding and sleeping and laughing in our faces. Did you ever see an infant sleep so softly? Are not those wheels passing? Yes, surely I heard wheels rolling over the snow. She was right. In 5 minutes more, Margaret had to open the door to her brother.
Hope had arrived at Blickley only just in time to drive Morris up to the door of the Birmingham coach, and put her in as the guard was blowing his horn. Mr Grey's horse had gone badly, and they had been full late in setting off. He had not liked the prospect of staying where he was till morning, and had resolved to bid defiance to footpads and return. So he stepped into the coffee room and read the papers while the horse was feeding, and came home as quickly after as he could. As he was safe, all the three were glad he had done so, and the more that, for once, Edward seemed sad. They made a bright fire and gave him tea, but their household offices did not seem to cheer him as usual. Hester asked at length whether he had heard any bad news. Only public news. The papers are full of everything that is dismal. The epidemic is spreading frightfully. It is a most serious affair. The people you meet in the streets at Blickley look as if they have had the plague raging in the town. They say the funerals have never ceased passing through the streets all this week, and really the churchyard I saw seemed full of new graves. I believe the case is little better in any town in the kingdom. And the villages? The villages follow, of course, with difference according to their circumstances. None will be worse than this place when once the fever appears among us. I would not say so anywhere but by our own fireside, because everything should be done to encourage the people instead of frightening them. But indeed it is difficult to imagine a place better prepared for destruction than our pretty villages just now, from the extreme poverty of most of the people and their ignorance, which renders them unfit to take any rational care of themselves. You say, whenever the fever comes. Do you think it must certainly come? Yes, and I have had some suspicions within a day or two that it is here already. I must see Walcot to-morrow, and learn what he has discovered in his practice. Mr Walcot? Will not Dr Levitt do as well? I must see Dr Levitt too, to consult about some means of cleansing and drying the worst of the houses in the village. But it is quite necessary that I should have some conversation with Walcot about the methods of treatment of this dreadful disease. If he is not glad of an opportunity of consulting with a brother in the profession, he ought to be, and I have no doubt he will be, for he will very soon have as much upon him as any head and hands in the world could manage. Cannot you let him come to you for advice and assistance when he wants it? I must not wait for that. He is young, and, as we all imagine, not over-wise, and a dozen of our poor neighbours might die before he became aware of as much as I know to-night about this epidemic. No, love, my dignity must give way to the safety of our neighbours. Depend upon it, Walcot will be glad enough to hear what I have to say, if not to-morrow, by next week at the furthest. So soon? What makes you say next week? I judge partly from the rate of progress of the fever elsewhere, and partly from the present state of health in Deerbrook. There are other reasons too. I have seen some birds of ill omen on the wing hitherward this evening. What can you mean? I mean fortune tellers. Are you not aware that in seasons of plague, of the epidemics of our times, as well as the plagues of former days, conjurers and fortune tellers and quacks appear, as a sort of heralds of the disease? They are not really so, for the disease in fact precedes them, but they show themselves so immediately on its arrival, and usually before its presence is acknowledged, that they often have been thought to bring it. They have early information of its existence in any place, and they come to take advantage of the first panic of its inhabitants, when there are enough who are ignorant to make the speculation a good one. I saw 2 parties of these people trooping hither, and we shall have heard something of their prophecies and of a fever case or 2 before this time to-morrow, I have little doubt. It is this prospect which has made you sad, said Hester. No, my dear, not that alone. But do not let us talk about being sad. What does it matter? Yes, do let us talk about it, said Margaret. If, as I suspect, you are sad for us, it is about Morris's going away, is it not? About many things. It is impossible to be at all times unaffected by such changes as have come upon us. I cannot always forget what my profession was once to me.
for honour, for occupation, and for income, I confidently reckoned on bringing you both to a home full of comfort. Never were women so cherished as I meant you should be. Now it has ended in your little incomes being almost our only resource, and in your being deprived of your old friend Morris some years before her time. I can hardly endure to think of to-morrow." "And do you really call this the end?" asked Margaret. "Do you consider our destiny fixed for evermore?" "As far as you and I are concerned, love," said Hester to him, "I could almost wish that this were the end. I feel as if almost any change would be for the worse. I mean, supposing you not to look as you do now, but as you have always been till now. Oh, Edward, I am so happy." End of section 48, part 1.
Section 49 of Deerbrook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Deerbrook by Harriet Martineau. Section 49. Lightsome Days, Part 2. Her husband could not speak for astonishment and delight. "You remember that evening in Verdon Woods, Edward? The evening before we were married?" "Remember it? Well, how infinitely happier are we now than then! Oh, that fear, that mistrust of myself! You reproved me for my fear and mistrust then; and I must beg leave to remind you of what you then said. It is not often that I can have the honour of preaching to you, my dear husband, as it is rather difficult to find an occasion. But now I have caught you tripping. What is there for you to be uneasy about now, that can at all be compared with what I troubled myself about then? Since that time, I have caused you much misery, I know, misery which I partly foresaw I should cause you. But that is over, I trust. It is over at least for the time that we are poor and persecuted. I dare not and do not wish for anything otherwise than as we have it flow. Persecution seems to have made us wiser, and poverty happier. And how, if only Margaret were altogether as we would see her, how could we be better than we are? You are right, my dear wife." These few tender words, and her husband's brightened looks, sufficed. Hester had no cares. She forgot even the fever in seeing Edward look as gay as usual again, and in feeling that she was everything to that feeling, that conviction, for which she had sighed in vain for long after her marriage. She had then fancied that his profession, his family, his own thoughts, were as important to him as herself. She now knew that she was supreme, and this was supreme satisfaction. When Margaret sprang up to her new labours in the chill dusk of the next morning, she flattered herself that she was the first awake. But it was not so. When she went down, busy shovelling the snow away, and making a clear path from the kitchen door to the coal house, he declared it delightfully warm work. By the time he had brought coals in enough for the day, and wanted more employment of the same sort, he went round to the front of the house, and cleared the steps and pavement there, caring nothing for the fact that 2 or 3 neighbours gazed from their front doors, and that some children stood blowing upon their fingers and stamping with their feet, enduring the cold for the sake of seeing the gentleman clearing his own steps. "What would the Greys say?" asked Margaret, laughing, as, duster in hand, she looked from the open window and spoke to her brother outside. "I am sure they ought to say I have done my work well." "That is just what Hester is observing within here. You are almost ready for breakfast, are you not?" "She is setting the table." "Quite ready. What warm work this is! Really, I do not believe there is such a bit of pavement in all Deerbrook as this of ours. Come in to breakfast. You have admired your work quite enough for this morning." The 3 who sat down to breakfast were as reasonable and philosophical as most people; but even they were taken by surprise with the sweetness of comforts provided by their own immediate toil. There was something in the novelty, perhaps; but Hope threw on the fire with remarkable energy the coals he had himself brought in from the coal house, and ate with great relish the toast toasted by his wife's own hands. Margaret too looked round the room more than once, with a new sort of pride in there being not a particle of dust on table, chair, or book. It was scarcely possible to persuade Edward that there was nothing more for him to do about the house till the next morning; that the errand boy would come in an hour and clean the shoes; and that the only assistance the master of the house could render would be to take charge of the baby for a quarter of an hour, while Hester helped her sister to make the beds. After breakfast, when Hester was dressing her infant, and Margaret washing up the teacups and saucers, the postman's knock was heard. Margaret went to the door, and paid for the letter from the emergency purse, as they called the little sum of money they had put aside for unforeseen expenses. The letter was for Edward, and so brief that it must be on business. It was on business. It was from the lawyer of Mr Hope's aged grandfather, and it told that the old gentleman had at last sunk rather suddenly under his many infirmities. Mr Hope was invited to go, not to the funeral, for it must be over before he could arrive, but to see the will in which he had a large beneficial interest, the property being divided between himself and his brother, subject to legacies of £100 to each of his sisters, and a few smaller bequests to the servants. "This is as you always feared," said Hester to her husband, observing the expression of concern on his face on reading the letter. "Indeed, I always feared it would be so," he replied. "I did what I could to prevent this act of posthumous injustice, and I am grieved that I failed, for nothing can repair it. My sisters will have their money, the same in amount, but how different in value! They will receive it as a gift from their brothers, instead of as their due from their grandfather. I am very sorry that his last act was of this character."
"Will you go? Must you go?" "No, I shall not go; at least, not at present. The funeral would be over, you see, before I could get there; and I doubt not the rest of the business may be managed quietly and easily by letter. I have no inclination to travel just now, and no money to do it with, and strong reasons of another kind for staying at home. No, I shall not go." "I am very glad. Now, the first duty is to write to Emily and Anne, I suppose, and to Frank?" "Not to Frank just yet. He knows what I meant to do, in case of my grandfather recurring to this disposition of his property; and, further than this, I must not influence Frank. He must be left entirely free to do as he thinks proper; and I shall not communicate with him till he has had ample time to decide on his course. I shall write to Emily and Anne to day. I am sorry for them. So am I. What a pity it is when the aged, whom one would wish to honour after they have gone to their graves, impair one's respect by an unjust arrangement of their affairs. How easily might my grandfather have satisfied us all, and secured our due reverence at the last, by merely being just! Now, after admitting what was just, he has gone back into his prejudices, and placed us all in a painful position, from which it will be difficult to every one of us to regard his memory as we would wish." "He little thought you would look upon his rich legacy in this way," said Margaret, smiling. "I gave him warning that I should. It was impossible to refuse it more peremptorily than I did." "That must be your satisfaction now, love. You have done everything that was right; so we will not discompose ourselves because another has done a wrong which you can partly repair. My dear wife, what a comfort you give! What a blessing it is that you think and feel and will act with me, making my duty easy instead of difficult. I was going to asked Margaret, whether you have no misgiving, no doubt whatever that you are right in refusing all this money." "Not the slightest doubt, Margaret. The case is not in any degree altered by my change of fortune. The facts remain that my sisters have received nothing yet from the property, while I have had my professional education out of it. That my profession does not at present supply us with bread does not affect the question at all, nor can you think it does, I am sure. But Hester, my love, what think you of our prospect of £100? £100? Yes, that is the sum set down for me when the honest will was made, and that sum I shall of course retain. Oh, delightful! What a quantity of comfort we may get out of £100! How rich we shall be!" "She is thinking already," said Margaret, "what sort of a pretty cloak baby is to have for the summer." "And Margaret must have something out of it, must she not, love?" asked Hester. "We will all enjoy it, with many thanks to my poor grandfather. Surely this £100 will set us on through the year." "That will be very pleasant, really," observed Margaret, "to be sure of bread for all the rest of the year. Oh, the value of £100 to some people!" "What a pity that Morris did not stay with us one other day!" exclaimed Hester. "And yet, perhaps not so. It might have perplexed her mind about leaving us, and induced her to give up her new place. And there is nothing in a chance £100 to justify that. It is better as it is." "All things are very well as they are," said Hope, "as long as we think so. Now, I am going to call on Walcot. Good bye." Stop 1 moment. "Stay and see what I have found," cried his wife, in a tone of glee. "Look, feel, tell me, is this not our boy's first tooth?" "It is. It certainly is. I give you joy, my little fellow." "Worth all the hundreds of pounds in the world," observed Margaret, coming in her turn to see and feel the little pearly edge, whose value its owner was far from appreciating, while worried at the inquisition which was made into the mysteries into his mouth. "Now it is a pity that Morris is not here," all exclaimed. "We must write to her. Perhaps we might have found it yesterday, if we had any idea it might come so soon." No, Hester was quite positive there was no tooth to be seen or felt last night. "Well, we must write to Morris." "You must leave me a corner," said Hope. "We must all try our skill in describing a first tooth. I will consider my part as I walk. Bite my finger once more before I go, my boy." The sisters busied themselves in putting the parlour in order, for the reception of any visitors who might chance to call, though the streets were so deep in snow as to render the chance a remote one. Margaret believed that, when the time should come, she might set the potatoes over the parlour fire to boil, and thus, without detection, save the lighting another fire. But before she had taken off her apron, while she was in the act of sweeping up the hearth, there was a loud knock, which she recognised as proceeding from the hand of a Grey. The family resemblance extended to their knocks at the door. As if no snow had fallen, Mrs Grey and Sophia entered. "You are surprised to see us, my dears, I have no doubt. But I could not be satisfied without knowing what Mr Hope thinks of this epidemic, this terrible fever, which everyone is speaking about so frightfully." "Why, what can he think? I mean, my dear, does he suppose that it will come here? Are we likely to have it?" "He tells us, what I suppose you hear from Mr Grey, that the fever seems to be spreading everywhere, and is just now very destructive at Buckley. Does not Mr Grey tell you so?" "No, indeed. There is no learning anything from Mr Grey that he does not like to tell. Sophia, I think we must take in a newspaper again, that we may stand a chance of knowing something." Sophia agreed. Sophia and I found that we really had no time to read the newspaper. There it lay, and nobody touched it, for Mr Grey reads the news in the office always. I told Mr Grey that it was paying so much a week for no good to anybody, and I begged he would countermand the paper. But we must take it in again, really, to know how this fever goes on. Does Mr Hope think, my dears, as many people are saying here this morning, that it is a sort of plague?" "Oh, mamma!" exclaimed Sophia, "how can you say anything so dreadful?" "I have not heard my husband speak of it so," said Hester. "He thinks it is a very serious affair, happening as it does in the midst of a scarcity, when the poor are already depressed and sickly. Ah, that is always the way, Mr Grey tells me. After a scarcity comes the fever, he says. The poor are much to be pitied indeed, But what should those do who are not poor? Have you heard Mr Hope say? He thinks they should help their poor neighbours to the very utmost." "Oh, yes, of course. But what I mean is, what precautions would be advised?" "We will ask him. I have not heard him speak particularly of this on the present occasion." "Then he has not established any regulations in his own family?" "No; but I know his opinion on such cases is in general to be, that the safest way is to go on as usual, taking rational care of health, and avoiding all unnecessary terror. This common way of living, and a particularly diligent care of those who want the good offices are the rich, are what he would recommend, I believe, at this time. But when he comes in, we will ask him. You had better stay until he returns. He may bring some news. Meantime, I am sorry my baby is asleep. I should like to show you his first tooth." "His first tooth, indeed! He is a forward little fellow. But, Hester, do you happen to have heard your husband say what sort of fumigation he would recommend in case of such a fever as this showing itself in the house?" "Indeed, I have not heard him speak of fumigations at all. Have you, Margaret?" "I should just like to know, for Mrs Jones told me of a very good one, and Mrs Howell thinks ill of it. Mrs Jones recommended me to pour some sulphuric acid upon salt, common salt, in a saucer. But Mrs Howell says there is nothing half so good as hot vinegar." "Somebody has come and put up a stall," said Sophia, "where he sells fumigating powders and some pills, which he says are an infallible remedy against the fever." "Preventative, my dear." "Well, mamma, 'tis just the same thing. Does Mr Hope know anything of the people who have set up that stall?" Hester thought she might venture to answer that question without waiting for her husband's return. She laughed as she said that medical men avoided acquaintance with quacks. "Does Mr Hope think that medical men are in any particular danger?" asked Sophia bashfully, but with great anxiety. "I think that they must be, going among so many people who are ill. If there is a whole family in the fever in a cottage at Crossley End, as Mrs Howell says there is, how very dangerous it must be to attend them." Sophia was checked by a wink from her mother, and then first remembered that she was speaking to a surgeon's wife. She tried to explain away what she had said, but there was no need. Hester calmly remarked that it was the duty of many to expose themselves at such time in an equal degree with the medical men, and that she believed that few were more secure than those who did so without selfish thoughts and ignorant panic. Sophia believed that every one did not think so. Some of Mr Walcot's friends had been remonstrating with him about going so much among the poor sick people just at this time, and Mr Walcot had been consulting her as to whether his duty to his parents did not require that he should have some regard to his own safety. He had not known what to do about going to a house in Turnstile Lane, where some people were ill. A dead silence followed this explanation. Mrs Grey broke it by asking Margaret if she might speak plainly to her, the common preface to a lecture. "As usual," Margaret replied. "Oh, certainly." "I would only just hint, my dear, that it would be as well if you did not open the door yourself. You cannot think how strangely it looks, and some very unpleasant remarks might be made about it. It is of no consequence, such a thing happening when Sophia and I come to your door. I would not have you think we regard it for ourselves in the least, the not being properly shown in by a servant." "Oh, not in the least," protested Sophia. "But you know it might have been the Levitts. I suppose it would have been just the same if the Levitts had called?" "It certainly would." "It might have been the Levitts, certainly," observed Hester. "But I must just explain that it was to oblige me that Margaret went to the door." "Then, my dear, I hope you will point out some other way in which Margaret may oblige you; for really you have no idea how oddly it looks for young ladies to answer knocks at the door. It is not proper self-respect, proper regard to appearance. And was it to oblige you that Margaret carried a basket all through Deerbrook on Wednesday, with the small end of a carrot peeping out from under the lid? Fie, my dears, I say fie. It grieves me to find fault with you, But really this is folly. It is really neglecting appearances too far." Mr Hope did not return in time to see Mrs Grey. When she could wait no longer, Hester promised to send her husband to solve Mrs Grey's difficulties. "What would she have said," exclaimed Hester, "if she had seen my husband's doings of this morning? Ah, what indeed? Actually shovelling snow from his own steps! Oh, I thought you meant giving away a competence. Which act would she have thought the least self-respectful? She would have had a great deal to say on his duty to his family in both cases. But it is all out of kindness that she grieves so much over his enthusiasm, and lectures us for our disregard of appearances. If she loved us less, we should hear less of her concern, and it would be told to others behind our backs. So we will not mind it. You do not mind it, Margaret? I rather enjoy it. That is right. Now I wish my husband would come in. He has been gone very long, and I want to hear the whole truth about this fever." End of section 49.
Chapter 41 of Deerbrook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Deerbrook by Harriet Martineau. Chapter 41. Deerbrook in Shadow. It was some hours before Hope appeared at home again, and when he did, he was very grave. Mr Walcot had been truly glad to see him, and it was plain would have applied to him for aid and co-operation some days before, if Mrs Rowland had not interfered to prevent any consultation of the kind. The state of health of Deerbrook was bad, much worse than Hope had had any suspicion of. Whole families were prostrated by the fever in the labourers' cottages, and was creeping into the better sort of houses. Mr Walcot had requested Hope to visit some of his patients with him, and what he had seen had convinced him that the disease was of a most formidable character, and that a great mortality must be expected in Deerbrook. Walcot appeared to be doing his duty with more energy than might have been expected, and it seemed as if whatever talent he had was exercised in his profession. Hope's opinion of him was raised by what he had seen this morning. Walcot had complained that his skill and knowledge could have no fair play among a set of people so ignorant as the families of his Deerbrook patients. They put more faith in charms than in medicines or care, and were running out in the cold and damp to have their fortunes told by night, or in the grey of the morning. If a fortune teller promised long life, all the warnings of the doctor went for nothing. Then again, the people mistook the oppression, which was one of the first symptoms of the fever, for debility, and before the doctor was sent for, or in defiance of his directions, the patient was plied with strong drinks, and his case rendered desperate from the beginning. Mr Walcot had complained that the odds were really too much against him, and that he believed himself likely to lose almost every fever patient he had. It may be imagined how welcome to him were Mr Hope's countenance, suggestions, and influence, such as the prejudices of the people had left it. Dr Levitt's influence was of little more avail than Mr Hope's. From this day he was as busily engaged among the sick as the medical gentlemen themselves, laying aside his books, and spending all his time among his parishioners, not neglecting the rich, but especially devoting himself to the poor. He co-operated with Hope in every way, raising money to cleanse, air, and dry the most cheerless of the cottages, and to supply the indigent sick with warmth and food. But all appeared to be of little avail. The disease stole on through the village, as if it had been left to work its own way. From day to day tidings came abroad of another and another who was down in the fever. The Tuckers' maidservant, Mr Hill's shop boy, poor Mrs Paxton, always sure to be ill when anybody else was, and all John Ringworth's 5 children. In a fortnight the church bell began to give token how fatal the sickness was becoming. It tolled till those who lived very near the church were weary of hearing it. On the afternoon of a day when its sound had scarcely ceased since sunrise, Dr Levitt and Hope met at the door of the corner house. "You are the man I wanted to meet," said Dr Levitt. "I have been inquiring for you, but your household could give me no account of you. Could you just step home with me, or come to me in the evening, will you?" But stay, there is no time like the present, after all, so if you will allow me, I will walk in with you now, and if you are going to dinner, I will make one. I have nobody to sit down with me at home at present, you know, or perhaps you do not know." "Indeed, I was not aware of the absence of your family," said Hope, leading the way into the parlour, where Margaret at the moment was laying the cloth. "You must have wondered that you had seen nothing of my wife all this week. If you did not know where she was, I thought it was best, all things considered, to send them every one away. I hope we have done right. I find I am more free for the discharge of my own duty, now that I am untouched by their fears for me, and untroubled by my own anxiety for them. I have sent them all abroad, and shall go for them when this epidemic has run its course, and not till then. I little thought what satisfaction I could feel in walking about my own house, to see how deserted it looks. I never hear that bell, but I rejoice that all that belong to me are so far off." "I wanted to ask you about that bell," said Mr Hope. "My question may seem to you to savour strongly of dissent, but I must inquire whether it is absolutely necessary for bad news to be announced to all Deerbrook every day, and almost all day long, however far we may be from objecting to hear it in ordinary times. Should not our first consideration now be for the living? Is not the case altered by the number of deaths that takes place at a season like this?" "I am quite of your opinion, Mr Hope, and I have talked with Owen and many others about that matter within this week. I have proposed to dispense for the present with a custom which I own myself to be attached to in ordinary times, but which I now see may be pernicious. But it cannot be done. We must yield the point. I will not engage to cure any sick, or to keep any well, who live within sound of that bell. I am not surprised to hear you say so, but this practice has so become a part of people's religion, that it seems as if worse effects would follow from discontinuing it than from pursuing the usual course. Owen says there is scarcely a person in Deerbrook who would not talk of a heathen death burial if the bell were silenced, and if once the people's repose in their religion is shaken, I really know not what will become of them. I agree with you there. Their religious feelings must be left untouched, or all is over. But I am sorry that this particular observance is implicated with them so completely as you say. It will be well if it does not soon become an impossibility to toll the bell for all who die." "It would be well, too," said Dr Levitt, "if this were the only superstition with people entertained. They are more terrified with some others than with this bell. I am afraid they are more depressed by their superstitions than sustained by their religion. Have you observed, Hope, how many of them stand looking at the sky every night?" "Yes, and we hear, wherever we go, of fiery swords and dreadful angels seen in the clouds, and the old prophecy have all come up again, at least, all of them that are dismal. As for the death watches, they are out of number, and there is never a fire lighted but a coffin flies out." "And this story of a ghost of a coffin, with 4 ghosts to bear it, and goes up and down in the village all night long," said Hester. "I really do not wonder that it shakes the nerves of the sick to hear of it. They say that no one can stop those bearers, or get any answer from them, but on they glide, let what will be in their way." "Come, tell me," said Dr Levitt. "Have not you yourself looked out for that sight?" Hester acknowledged that she had seen a real, substantial coffin, carried by human bearers, pass down the middle of the street at an hour past midnight, the removal of a body from a house where it had died, she supposed, to another whence it was to be buried. This coffin and the ghostly one she took to be one and the same. Dr Levitt mentioned instances of superstition, which could scarcely have been believed by him, if related by another. "Do you know the Platts?" he inquired of Hope. "Have you seen the poor woman that lies ill there with her child?" "Yes, what a state of destitution they are in! At the very time that that woman and her child are lying on shavings, begged from the carpenter's yard, her mother finds means to fee the fortune teller in the lane for reading a dream. The fortune teller dooms the child, and speaks doubtfully of the mother. I could not conceive the reason why no one of the family would do anything for the boy. I used what authority I could while I was there, but I fear he has been left to his fate since. The neighbours will not enter the house." "What neighbours?" said Margaret. "You have never so much as asked me." "You are our main stay at home, Margaret. I could ask no more of you than you do here." Margaret was now putting the dinner on the table. It consisted of a bowl of potatoes, salt, the loaf and butter, and a pitcher of water. Dr Levitt said grace, and they sat down, without one word of apology from host or hostess. Though Dr Levitt had not been prepared for an evidence like this of the state of affairs in the family, he had known enough of their adversity to understand the case now at a glance. No one ate more heartily than he, and the conversation went on as if a sumptuous feast had been spread before the party. "I own myself disappointed," said Hope, "in finding among our neighbours so little disposition to help each other. I hardly understand it, trusting as I have ever done in the generosity of the poor, and having always before seen my faith justified. The apathy of some, and the selfish terrors of others, are worse to witness than the disease itself." "How can you wonder," said Dr Levitt, "when they have such an example before their eyes in certain of their neighbours to whom they are accustomed to look up? Sir William Hunter and his lady are enough to paralyse the morals of the whole parish at a time like this. Do not you know the plan they go upon? They keep their outer gates locked, lest any one from the village should set foot within their grounds. Every article left at the lodge for the use of the family is fumigated before it is admitted into the house, and it is generally understood that neither the gentleman nor the lady will leave the estate, in any emergency whatever, till the disease has entirely passed away. Our poor are not to have the solace of their presence even in church, during this time of peril, when the face of the prosperous is like light in a dark place. Sir William makes it no secret that they would have left home altogether, if they could have hoped to be safer anywhere else, if they could have gone anywhere without danger of meeting the fever. If the fact had not been, said Hester, as Mrs Howell states it, that the epidemic prevails partially everywhere." "There is a case where Lady Hunter's example immediately operates," observed Dr Levitt. "If Lady Hunter had not forgotten herself in her duty, Mrs Howell would have given the benefit of her good offices to some who she might have served, for she is really a kind-hearted woman. But she is struck with the panic because Lady Hunter is, and one cannot get a word with her or Miss Miskin." "I saw that her shutters were nearly closed," observed Margaret. "I suppose she had lost some relation." "No, she is only trying to shut out the fever. She and Miss Miskin are afraid of the milkman, and each tries to put upon the other the peril of serving a customer. This panic will destroy us if it spreads." The sisters looked at each other, and in one glance exchanged agreement that the time was fully come for them to act abroad, let what would become of their own comforts. "I ought to add, however," said Dr Levitt, "that Sir William Hunter has supplied my poor's purse with money very liberally. I spend his money as freely as my own, at a time like this; but I tell him that 1 hour of his presence among us would do more good than all the gold he can send. His answer comes in the shape of a handsome draft on his banker, smelling strongly of aromatic vinegar. They fumigate even their blotting paper. It seems to me I did hope my last letter would have brought him the call." "Our friends are very ready with their money," said Hope. "I should have begged of you before this, but that Mr Grey has been liberal in that way. He concludes it to be impossible that he should look himself into the wants of the village, but he permits me to use his purse pretty freely. Is there anything that you can suggest that can be done by me, Dr Levitt? Is there any case unknown to me where I can be of service?" "Or I?" said Margaret. "My brother and sister will spare me, and put up with some hardship at home. I know if you can point out any place where I can be more useful." "To be sure I can. Much as I like to come to your house, to witness and feel the thorough comfort which I always find in it, I own I shall care little to see everything that sixes and sevens here for a few weeks. If you will give me your time and talents for such services as we gentlemen cannot perform, and as we cannot at present hire persons to undertake. You see, I take you at your word, my dear young lady. If you had not offered, I should not have asked you as you have. I snatch at the good you hold out. I mean to preach a very plain sermon next Sunday on the duties of neighbours in a season of distress like this, and I shall do it with the better hope, if I have, meanwhile, a fellow labourer of your sex, no less valuable in her way than my friend Hope in his." "I shall come and hear your sermon," said Hester, "if Margaret will take charge of my boy for the hour. I want to see clearly what is my duty at a time when claims conflict as they do now. There was at present no time for the conscientious and charitable to lose in daylight loiterings over the table, or chat by the fireside. In a few minutes the table was cleared, and Margaret ready to proceed with Dr Levitt to the Platts' cottage. As soon as Margaret saw what was the real state of affairs in the cottage, she sent away Dr Levitt, who could be of no use till some degree of decency was instituted in the miserable abode. What to set about first was Margaret's difficulty. There was no one to help her but Mrs Platt's mother, who was sitting down to wait the result of the fortune teller's predictions. Her daughter lay moaning on a bedstead spread with shavings only, and she had no covering whatever but a blanket worn into a large hole in the middle. The poor woman's long hair, unconfined by any cap, strayed about her bare and emaciated shoulders, and her shrunken bands picked at the blanket incessantly, everybody appearing to her diseased vision covered with black spots. Never before had so squalid an object met Margaret's eyes. The husband sat by the empty grave, stooping and shrinking, and looking at the floor with an idiotic expression of countenance, as appeared through the handkerchief which was tied over his head. He was just sinking into the fever. His boy lay on a heap of rags in the corner, his head also tied up, but the handkerchief stiff with the black hood, which was still oozing from his nose, ears, and mouth. It was inconceivable to Margaret that her brother, with Mr Grey's money in his pocket, could have left the family in his state. He had not. There were cinders in the hearth which showed that there had been a fire, and the old woman acknowledged that a pair of sheets and a rug had been pawned to the fortune teller in the lane since the morning. There had been food, but nobody had any appetite but herself, and she had eaten it up. The fortune teller had charmed the pail of fresh water that stood under the bed, and had promised a new spell in the morning. In a case of such extremity, Margaret had no fears. She set forth alone for the fortune teller's, not far off, and redeemed the sheets and blanket, which were quite clean. And she went. She was sorry she had dismissed Dr Levitt so soon. As a magistrate, he could have immediately compelled the restoration of the bedding. The use of his name, however, answered the purpose, and the conjurer even offered to carry the articles for her to Platt's house. She so earnestly desired to keep him and her charge apart, that she preferred loading herself with the package. Then the shavings were found to be in such a state that every shred of them must be removed before the sick man could be allowed to lie down. No time was to be lost. In the face of the old woman's protestations that her daughter should not stir, Margaret spread the bedding on the floor, wrapped the sick woman in a sheet, and laid her upon it. Finding the poor creature so light from emaciation, she was as easy to lift as a child. The only thing that the old woman would consent to do was to go with a pencil note to Mr Grey, and bring back the clean dry straw which would be given her in his yard. She went in hopes of receiving something else with the straw, and while she was gone, Margaret was quite alone with the sick family. Struggling to surmount her disgust at the task, she resolved to employ the interval in removing the shavings. The pail containing the charmed water was the only thing in the cottage which would hold them, and she made bold to empty it in the dish close at hand. Platt was capable of watching all she did, and he made a frightful gesture of rage at her as she re-entered. She saw in the shadow of the handkerchief his quivering lips move in the act of speaking, and her ear caught the words of an oath. Her situation now was far from pleasant, but it was still a relief that no one was by to witness what she saw and was doing. She conveyed pailful after pailful of the noisome shavings to the dunghill at the back of the cottage, wondering the while that the inhabitants of the dwelling were not all dead of the fever long ago. She almost gave over her task, when a huge toad crawled upon her foot from its resting place among the shavings. She shrunk from it, and was glad to see it make for the door of its own accord. Platt again growled, and clenched his fist at her. He probably thought that she had again broken a charm for which he had paid money. She spoke kindly and cheerfully again and again, but he was either deaf or too ill to understand, to relieve the sense of dreariness. She went to work again. She thoroughly cleansed the pail, and filled it afresh from the brook, looking anxiously down the lane for the approach of some human creature, and then applied herself to rubbing the bedstead as dry and clean as she could, with an apron of the old woman's. In due time her messenger returned, and with her Ben, carrying a truss of straw. His face was the face of a friend. "We must have some warm water, Ben, to clean these poor creatures, and there seems to be nothing to make a fire with. And it would take a long time, miss, to get the coals and heat the water. And the poor soul lying there all the time. Could not I bring you a pail of hot water from the Bonnet so Blue quicker than that?" "Do, and soap and towels from home." Ben was gone from the pail during the whole time of spreading the straw on the bedstead. The old woman remonstrated against anything being done to her daughter, beyond laying her where she was before, and giving her a little warm spirits. But when she discovered that the charmed water had been thrown out into the ditch, all to her seemed over. Her last hope was gone, and she sat down in a sulky silence, eyeing Margaret's proceedings without any offer to help. When the warm water arrived, and the sick woman seemed to like the sponging and drying of her fevered limbs, the mother began to relent, and at last approached to give her assistance, holding her poor daughter in her arms, while Margaret spread the blanket and sheet on the straw, and then lifting the patient into the now clean bed. She was still unwilling to waste any time and trouble on the child in the corner, but Margaret was peremptory. She saw that he was dying, but not the less for this must he be made as comfortable as circumstances would permit. In half an hour he too was laid on his bed of clean straw, and the filthy rags with which he had been surrounded were deposited out of doors, till someone who would wash them could come for them. By a promise of fire and food, Margaret bribed the old woman to let things remain as they were while she went for her brother, whose skill and care she hoped might now have some chance of saving his patients. She recommended that Platt himself should not attempt to sit up any longer, and engaged to return in half an hour. She paused on the threshold a minute to see how far Platt was able to walk. So great seemed to be difficulty with which he raised himself from his chair. With the old woman's assistance, once he stumbled, and would have fallen, if Margaret had not sprung to his side. On recovering himself, he wrenched his arm from her, and pushed her backwards with more force than she had supposed he possessed. There was a half smile on the old woman's face as he did this, which made Margaret, but she was more troubled by a look from the man, which he caught from beneath the handkerchief that bound his head, a look which she could not fancy she had met before with the same feeling of uneasiness. When she had seen him safely seated on the bedside, she hastened away for her brother. They lost no more time in returning than just to step to Widow's Rise, to ask whether she would sit up with this miserable family this night. The widow would have done anything else in the world for Mr Hope, and she did not positively refuse to do this. But the fear of her neighbours had so infected her, and her terror of a sick room was so extreme, that it was evident her presence there would do more harm than good. She was glad to compound for a less hazardous service, and agreed to watch for the sick with all diligence, if she was not required to enter the houses, but might fetch the linen from tubs of water placed outside the doors, after seeing on plenty of water to heat. She now followed Hope and Margaret to the cottage in the lane. It was nearly dark, and they walked rapidly, Margaret describing as they went what she had done, and what she thought remained to be done, to give Mrs Platt a chance of recovery. "What now? Why do you start so?" cried Hope, as she stopped short in the middle of a sentence. Margaret even stood still for one moment. Hope looked the way she was looking, and saw, in the little twilight that remained, the figure of someone who had been walking on the opposite side of the road, but whose walk was now quickened to a run. It is he," said Hope, as Philip disappeared from the darkness. Answering to what he knew must be in Margaret's thoughts, he continued, "He knows the state the village is in, the danger that we are all in, and he cannot stay away. We
All? When I say we, I mean you particularly." "If you think so," murmured Margaret, and stopped for breath. "I think so; but it does not follow that there is any change. He has always loved you. Margaret, do not deceive yourself. Do not afflict yourself with expectations."
"Do not speak to me, brother. I cannot bear a word from you about him." Hope sighed deeply, but he could not remonstrate. He knew that Margaret had only too much reason for saying this. They walked on in entire silence to the lane.
A fire was now kindled, and a light dimly burned in Platt's cottage, as Margaret stood by the bedside, watching her brother's examination of his patient, and anxious to understand rightly the directions he was giving.
The poor woman half raised her head from her pillow, and fixed her dull eyes on Margaret's face, saying, as if thinking aloud, "The lady has heard some good news, sure.
She looks cheerful like." The mother herself turned round to stare, and for the first time dropped a curtsy.
"I hope we shall see you
"Look cheerful too, one day soon, if we nurse you well," said Margaret.
"Then, miss, don't let them move me to take the blankets away again. You shall not be moved unless you wish it. I am going to stay with you tonight." Her brother did not oppose this, for he did not know of the unpleasant glances and mutterings with which Platt rewarded all Margaret's good offices.
Hope believed he should himself be out all night among his patients. He would come early in the morning, and now fairly warned Margaret that it was very possible that the child might die in the course of the night. She was not deterred by this, nor by her dread of the sick man. She had gained a new strength of soul, and this night she feared nothing. During the long hours there was much to do, 3 sufferers at once requiring her cares, and amidst all that she did, she was sustained by the thought that she had seen Philip, and that he was near. The abyss of nothingness was past, and she now trod the ground of certainty of his existence, and of his remembrance. When her brother entered, letting in the first grey of the morning, as he opened the cottage door, he found her almost untired, almost gay. Platt was worse, his wife much the same, and the child still living. The old woman's heart was so far touched with the unwonted comfort of the past night, and with her having been allowed, and even encouraged, to take her rest, that she now offered her bundle of clothes for the lady to lie down upon, and when that favour was declined, readily promised not to part with any article to the fortune teller, till she should see some of Mr Hope's family again. Hope thought Mrs Platt might possibly get through, and this was all that was said on the way home. Margaret lay down to rest, to sweet sleep, for a couple of hours, and when she appeared below, her brother and sister had half done breakfast, and Mr Grey and his twin daughters were with them. Mr Grey came to say that he and all his family were to leave Deerbrook in 2 hours, where they should settle for the present. They had not yet made up their minds. The first object was to get away. The epidemic being now really too frightful to be encountered any longer, they should proceed immediately to Brighton, and there determine whether to go to the Continent, or seek some healthy place nearer home, to stay in till Deerbrook should again be habitable. They were extremely anxious to carry Hester, Margaret, and the baby with them. They knew Mr Hope could not desert his posts, but they thought he would feel as Dr Levitt did, far happier to know that his family were out of danger, than to have them with him. Hester had firmly refused to go, from the first mention of the plan, and now Margaret was equally decided in expressing her determination to stay. Mr Grey urged the extreme danger. Fanny and Mary hung about her, and implored her to go, and to carry the baby with her. They should so like to have the baby with them for a great many weeks, and they would take care of him, and play with him all day long. Their father once more interposed for the child's sake. Hester might go to Brighton, there wean her infant, and return to her husband, so that the little helpless creature might at least be safe. Mr Grey would not conceal that he considered this a positive duty, that the parents would have much to answer for, if anything should happen to the boy at home. The parents' hearts swelled. They looked at each other, and felt that this was not a moment in which to perplex themselves with calculations of incalculable things, with comparisons of the dangers which threatened their infant abroad and at home. This was a decision for their hearts to make. Their hearts decided that their child's right place was in his parents' arms, and that their best hope now,
as at all other times, was to live and die together. Hester had heard from her husband of the apparition of the preceding evening, and she therefore knew that there was less of enthusiasm, as Mr Grey called what some others would have named virtue, in Margaret's determination to stay than might appear. If Philip was here, how vain must be all attempts to remove her. Mr Grey might as well set about persuading the old church tower to go with him, and so he found. "Oh, cousin Margaret," said Mary in a whisper, with a face of much sorrow, "mamma will not ask Miss Young to go with us. If she should be ill while we are gone, if she should die." "Nonsense, Mary," cried Fanny, partly overhearing, and partly discussing what her sister had said. "You know mamma says it's not convenient, and Miss Young is not like my cousins, as mamma says, a member of a family, with people depending upon her. It is quite a different case, Mary, as you must know very well. Only think, cousin Margaret, what an odd thing it will be to be so many weeks without saying any lessons. How we shall enjoy ourselves!" "But if Miss Young should be ill and die?" persisted Mary. "Pooh! Why should she be ill and die? More than Dr Levitt, and Ben, and her cook, and my cousins, and all that are going to stay behind. Margaret, I do wish cousin Hester would let us carry the baby with us. We shall have no lessons to do, you know, and we could play with him all day long." "Yes, I wish he might go," said Mary. "But, Margaret, do you not think if you spoke a word to papa and mamma, they would let me stay with Miss Young? I know she would make room for me, for she did for Phoebe, when Phoebe nursed her, and I should like to stay and help her, and read to her, even if she should not be ill." "I think papa and mamma might let me stay, if you asked them." "I do not think they would, Mary, and I had rather not ask them. But I promise you that we will all take the best care we can of Maria. We will try to help and amuse her as well as you could wish. Come, Mary, we must go," cried Fanny. "There is papa giving Mr Hope some money for the poor. People always go away quick after giving money. Good bye, cousin Margaret. We shall bring you some shells or something, I dare say, when we come back. Now let me kiss the baby once more. I can't think why you won't let him go with us. We should like so to have him." "So do we," said Hester, laughing. As the door closed behind the Greys, the three looked in each other's faces. That glance assured each other that they had done right, and that glance was a mutual promise of cheerful fidelity through whatever might be impending. There was no sadness in the tone of their conversation, and when, within 2 hours, the Greys went by, driven slowly, because there was a funeral train on each side of the way, there was full as much happiness in the faces that smiled a farewell from the windows, as in the gestures of the young people who started up in the carriage to kiss their hands, and who were being borne away from the abode of danger and death, to spend several weeks without doing any lessons. Often during this day was the voice of mirth even heard in this dwelling. It was not like the mirth of the well-known company of the prisoners in the first French Revolution, men who knew that they should leave their prison only to lose their heads, and who, once mutually acknowledging this, agreed vainly and pusillanimously to banish from that hour all sad, all grave thoughts, and laugh till they died. It is not this mirth of despair, nor yet that of carelessness, nor yet that of defiance. Nor were theirs the spirits of the patriot in the hour of struggle, nor of the hero in the crisis of danger. In a peril like theirs, there is nothing imposing to the imagination, or flattering to the pride, or immediately appealing to the energies of the soul. There were no resources for them in emotions of valour or patriotism. Theirs was the gaiety of simple faith and innocence. They had acted from pure inclination, from affection, unconscious of pride, of difficulty, of merit, and they were satisfied and gay as the innocent ought to be, enjoying what there was to enjoy, and questioning and fearing nothing beyond. From a distant point of time or place, such a state of spirits in the midst of a pestilence may appear unnatural and wrong, but experience proves that it is neither. Whatever observers may think, it is natural, and it is right that minds strong enough to be settled, either in a good or evil frame, should preserve their usual character amidst any changes of circumstance. To those involved in new events, they appear less strange than in prospect or in review. Habitual thoughts are present, familiarizing wonderful incidents and the fears of the selfish, the repose of the religious and speculations of the thoughtful, and the gaiety of the innocent pervade the life of each. Let what will be happening. Yet to the prevailing mood the circumstances of the time will interpose an occasional check. This very evening, when Margaret was absent at the cottage in the lane, and Hope, wearied with his toils among the sick all the night and all this day, was apparently sleeping for an hour on the sofa, Hester's heart grew heavy as she lulled her infant to rest by the fire, and she thought on what was passing in the houses of her neighbours. Death seemed to close around the little being she held in her arms. As she gazed in his face, watching the slumber stealing on, she murmured over him, "Oh, my child, if I should lose you, what should I do?" "Hester, my love," said her husband, in a tone of tender remonstrance, "what do you mean?" "I did not think you would hear me, love, but I thank you." "What did I mean?" "Not exactly what I said, for God knows I would strive to part willingly with whatever he might see fit to take away. But, oh Edward, what a struggle it would be! And how near it comes to us! How many mothers are now parting from their children!" "God's will be done," cried Hope, starting up and standing over his babe. "Are you sure, Edward? May we feel quite certain that we have done rightly by our boy in keeping him here?" "I am satisfied, my love." "Then I am prepared. How still he is now! How like death it looks!" "What, that warm, breathing sleep?" "No more like death than his laugh is like sin." And Hope looked about him for pencil and paper, and hastily sketched his boy in all the beauty of repose, before he went forth again among the sick and wretched. It was very like, and Hester placed it before her as she plied her needle all that long solitary evening. End of chapter 41.
Section 51, Chapter 42 of Deerbrook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gary Day. Deerbrook by Harriet Martineau. Section 51, Chapter 42. Church going. Hester went to church the next Sunday as she wished, to hear Dr Levitt's promised plain sermon on the duties of the times. Margaret gladly stayed at home with the baby, thankful for the relief from the sight of sickness, and for the quiet of solitude while the infant slept. Edward was busy among those who wanted his good offices, as he was now almost without intermission. Hester had to go alone. Everything abroad looked very strange, quite unlike the common Sunday aspect of the place. The streets were empty, except that a party of mourners were returning from a funeral. Either people were already in church, or nobody was going. She quickened her pace in the fear that she might be late, though the bell seemed to assure her that she was not. Widow Rye's little garden plot was all covered with linen put out to dry, and Mrs Rye may be seen through the window at the wash tub. The want of fresh linen was so pressing that the sick must not be kept waiting, though it was Sunday. Miss Nares and Miss Flint were in curl papers plying their needles. They had been up all night, and were now putting the last stitches to a suit of family mourning, which was to enable the bereaved to attend afternoon church. Miss Nares looked quite haggard, as well she might, having scarcely left her seat for the last fortnight, except to take orders for mourning, and to snatch a scanty portion of rest. She had endeavoured to procure an additional workwoman or two from among her neighbours, and then from Blickley; but her neighbours were busy with their domestic troubles, and the Blickley people wanted more mourning than the hands there could supply. So Miss Nares and Miss Flint had been compelled to work night and day, till they both looked as if they had the sickness, and were justified in saying that no money could pay them for what they were undergoing. They began earnestly to wish what they had till now deprecated, that Dr Levitt might succeed in inducing some of his flock to forego the practice of wearing mourning. But of this there was little prospect. The people were as determined upon wearing black as upon having the bell tolled for the dead, and Miss Nares's heart sank at the prospect before her. If the epidemic should continue, and she should be able to get no help! Almost every second house in the place was shut up. The blank windows of the cottages, where plants or smiling faces were usually to be seen on a Sunday morning, looked dreary. The inhabitants of many of the better dwellings were absent. There were no voices of children about the little courts, no groups of boys under the churchyard wall. Of those who had frequented this spot, several were under the sod. Some were laid low in fever within the houses, and others were with their parents, forming a larger congregation around the fortune tellers' tents in the lanes than Dr Levitt could assemble in the church. Hester heard the strokes of the hammer and the saw as she passed the closed shop of the carpenter, who was also the undertaker. She knew that people were making coffins by candlelight within. Happening to look around after she had passed, she saw a woman come out, wan in countenance, and carrying under her cloak something which a puff of wind showed to be an infant's coffin, a sight from which every young mother averts her eyes. As Hester approached a cottage whose thatch had not been weeded for long, she was startled by a howl and a whine from within, and a dog, emaciated to the last degree, sprang upon the sill of an open window. A neighbour, who perceived her shrink back and hesitate to pass, assured her that she need not be afraid of the dog. The poor animal would not leave the place, whose inmates were all dead of the fever. The window was left open for the dog's escape, but he never came out, though he looked famished. Some persons had thrown food in at first, but now no one had time or thought to spare for dogs. Mr Walcot issued from a house near the church as Hester passed, and he stopped her. He was roused or frightened out of his usual simplicity of manner, and observed with an air of deep anxiety that he trusted Mr Hope had better success with his patients than he could boast of. The disease was most terrific, and the saving of a life was a chance now seemingly too rare to be reckoned on. It really required more strength than most men had to stand by their duty at such a time, when they could do little more than see their patients die. Hester thought him so much moved that at this moment he was hardly fit for business. She said, "We all have need of all our strength. I do not know whether worship gives it to you as it does to me. Will it not be an hour, or even half an hour, well spent, if you go there with me?" pointing to the church. "You will say you are wanted elsewhere, but will you not be stronger and calmer for the comfort you may find there?" "I should like it. I have always been in the habit of going to church. It would do me good, I know. But, Mrs Hope, how is this? I thought you had been a dissenter. I always said so. I have been very wrong, very ill-natured." "I am a dissenter," said Hester, smiling, "but you are not, and therefore I may urge you to go to church. As for the rest of the mystery, I will explain it when we have more time. Meanwhile, I hope you do not suppose that dissenters do not worship, and need and love worship as other people do." Mr Walcot replied by timidly offering his arm, which Hester accepted, and they entered the church together. The Rowlands were already in their pew. There was a general commotion among the children when they saw Mrs Hope and Mr Walcot walking up the aisle arm in arm. Matilda called her mother's attention to the remarkable fact, and the little heads all whispered together. The church looked really almost empty. There were no Hunters with their train of servants. There were no Levitts. The Miss Andersons had not entered Deerbrook for weeks, and Maria Young sat alone in the large double pew commonly occupied by her scholars. There was a sprinkling of poor, but Hester observed that every one in the church was in mourning but Maria and herself. It looked sadly chill and dreary. The sights and sounds she had met, and the aspect of the place she was in, disposed her to welcome every thought of comfort that the voice of the preacher could convey. There were others to whom consolation appeared even more necessary than to herself. Philip Enderby had certainly seen her, and was distressed at it. He could not have expected to meet her there, and his composure was obvious. He looked thin and grave, not to say subdued. Hester was surprised to find how she relented towards him the moment she saw he was not gay and careless, and how her feelings grew softer and softer under the religious emotions of the hour. She was so near forgiving him that she was very glad Margaret was not by her side. If she could forgive, how would it be with Margaret? The next most melancholy person present, perhaps, was Mr Walcot. He knew that the whole family of the Rowlands remained in Deerbrook, from Mrs Rowland's ostentation of confidence in his skill. He knew that Mr Rowland would have removed his family when the Greys departed, but that the lady had refused to go, and he felt how groundless was her confidence. Not that he had pretended to more professional merit than he had believed himself to possess, but that, amidst this disease, he was like a willow twig in the stream. He became so impressed with his responsibilities now, in the presence of the small and sad-faced congregation, that he could not refrain from whispering to Hester that he could never be thankful enough that Mr Hope had not left Deerbrook long ago, and that he hoped they should be friends henceforth, that Mr Hope would take his proper place again, and forgive and forget all that had passed. He thought he might trust Mr Hope not to desert him and Deerbrook now. Hester smiled gently, but made no reply, and did not appear to notice the proffered hand. It was no time or place to ratify a compact for her husband in his absence. All this time Mr Walcot's countenance and manner were sufficiently subdued, but his agitation increased when the solemn voice of Dr Levitt uttered the prayer: "Have pity upon us miserable sinners, who are now visited with great sickness and mortality." Here the voice of weeping became so audible from the lower part of the church that the preacher stopped for a moment, to give other people, and possibly himself, time to recover composure. Then he went on: "That, like as thou didst then accept of an atonement, and didst command the destroying angel to cease from punishing, so may it now please thee to withdraw us from this plague and grievous sickness, through Jesus Christ our Lord." Everybody in the church uttered "Amen," except Mr Walcot's. He was struggling with his sobs. Unexpected and excessive as were the tokens of his grief, Hester could not but respect it. It was so much better than gross selfishness, carelessness, that she could pity and almost honour it. She felt that Mr Walcot was as far superior to the quacks who were making a market of the credulity of the suffering people, as her husband, with his professional decision, his manly composure, and his forgetfulness of the injuries of his foes in their hour of suffering, was above Mr Walcot. The poor young man drank in, as if they were direct from heaven, the suggestions contained in the preacher's plain sermon on the duties of the time. Plain it was indeed, familiarly practical to an unexampled degree, so that most of his hearers quitted the church with a far clearer notion of their business as nurses and neighbours than they ever had before. The effect was visible as they left their seats in the brightening of their countenances, and the increased activity of their step as they walked. "There, go," said Hester kindly to her companion. "Many must be wanting you, but you have lost no time by coming here." "No, indeed. But Mr Hope—" "Rely upon him. He will do his duty. Go and do yours." "God bless you!" cried Walcot, squeezing her hand affectionately. Mrs Rowland saw this, as she always saw everything. She beckoned to Mr Walcot with her most engaging smile, and whispered him with an air of the most intimate confidence, till she saw that her presence was wanted elsewhere. Then she let him go. Mr Rowland, followed by Philip, slipped out of his pew as Hester passed, and walked down the aisle with her. He was glad to see her there. He hoped it was a proof that all her household were well in this sickly time. Philip bent forward to hear the answer. Mr Rowland went on to say how still and dull the village was. The shutters up, or the blinds down, at all the Greys' windows, looked quite sad, and he never saw any of his friends from the corner house in the shrubbery now. They had too many painful duties, he feared, to allow of their permitting themselves such pleasures. But his friends must take care not to overstrain their powers. They and he must be very thankful that their respective households were thus far unvisited by the disease, and they should all, in his opinion, favour their health by the indulgence of a little rational cheerfulness. Hester smiled, aware that never had their household been more cheerful than now. Whether it was that Hester's smile was irresistible, or that other influences were combined with it, it had an extraordinary effect upon Philip. He started forward in front of her, and offered his hand, saying, so as to be heard by her alone, "Will you not? I have no quarrel with you." "And you can suppose," she replied, in a tone more of compassion than of anger, "that I have none with you? How strangely you must forget," she added, as he precipitately withdrew his offered hand and turned from her. "Forget! I forget!" he murmured, turning his face of woe towards her for one instant. "How little you know me!" "How little we all know each other!" said Hester, for the moment careless what construction might be put upon her words. "Even in this place," said Dr Levitt, who had now joined them, and had heard these last words, "even in this place, where all hearts should be open, and all resentments forgotten, are there any here who refuse to shake hands at such a time as this?" "It is not for myself," said Hester, distressed. "But how can I?" "It is true she cannot. Do not blame her, Dr Levitt," said Philip, and he was gone. It was this meeting which had cut short Mrs Rowland's whispers with Mr Walcot, and brought her down the aisle in all her stateliness, with her train of children behind her. When Hester went home, she thought it right to tell Margaret exactly what had happened. "I knew it," was all Margaret said; but her heightened colour during the day told what unspeakable things were in her heart. Hester was occupied with speculations as to what might have been the event if Margaret had been to church instead of herself. Her husband would only shake his head and look hopeless; but she still thought all might have come right under the influences of the hour. Whether it were to be wished that Philip and Margaret should understand each other again was another question. Yesterday Hester would have earnestly desired that Margaret should never see Enderby again. Today she did not know what to wish. She and Margaret came silently to the same conclusion. There is nothing for it but waiting. If he had heard this, Hope would have shaken his head again. End of section 51.
Chapter 43 of Deerbrook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chris Caron. Deerbrook by Harriet Martineau. Chapter 43. Working round. Several days passed, and there was no direct news of Enderby. Maria never spoke of him, though many little intervals in Margaret's busy life occurred when the friends were together, and Maria ought to have taken occasion to say anything she wished. It was clear that she chose to avoid the subject. Her talk was almost entirely about the sick, for whom she laboured as strenuously as her strength would permit. She would not go about among them, nor sit up with the sufferers, but she cooked good things over her fire for them all day long, and she took to her home many children who were too young to be useful, and old enough to be troublesome in a sick house. Between her cooking, teaching, and playing with the children, she was as fully occupied as her friends in the corner house, and perhaps might not really know anything about Mr Enderby. Each one of the family had caught glimpses of him at one time or another. There was reason to think that he was active among Mr Walcot's poor patients, and Hope had encountered him more than once in the course of his rounds, when a few words on the business of the moment were exchanged, and nothing more happened. Margaret saw him once on a horseback. Then he turned suddenly down a lane to avoid her, and at the Rowlands' dining-room window, with Ned in his arms. She never now passed that house when she could help it, but this once it was necessary, and she was glad that Philip had certainly not seen her. His back was half turned to the window at the moment, as if someone within was speaking to him. Each time his image was so stamped in upon her mind, that amidst all the trials of such near neighbourhood, without intercourse, his presence in Deerbrook was, on the whole, certainly a luxury. She had gained something to compensate for all her restlessness, in the 3 glimpses of him with which she had now been favoured. A thought sometimes occurred to her, of which she was so ashamed that she made every endeavour to banish it. She asked herself now and then, whether if she had been able to sit at home, or take her accustomed walks, she would not have beheld Philip oftener; whether she was not sadly out of the way of seeing him at the cottage, in the lane, and the other sordid places where her presence was necessary. Not for this occasional question did she stay away one moment longer than she would otherwise have done from the cottage in the lane. But while she was there, it was apt to recur. There she sat one afternoon, somewhat weary, but not dreaming of going home. There lay the 3 sick creatures still. The woman was likely to recover. The boy lingered, and seemed waiting for his father to go with him. Platt had sunk very rapidly, and this day had made a great change. Margaret had taken the moaning and restless child on her lap, for the ease of change of posture, and she was now shading from his eyes with her shawl the last level rays of the sun which shone in upon her from the window. She was unwilling to change her seat, for it seemed as if the slightest movement would quench the lingering life of the child, and there was no one to draw the window curtain, the old woman having gone to buy food in the village. Mrs. Platt slept almost all the day and night through, and she was asleep now, so Margaret sat quite still, holding up her shawl before the pallid face which looked already dead. Nothing broke the silence but the twitter of the young birds in the thatch, and the mutterings of the sick man, whom Margaret imagined to be somewhat disturbed by the unusual light that was in the room. It had not been the custom of the sun to shine into any houses of late, and the place, full of yellow light, did not look like itself. She knew that in a few minutes the sun would have set, and she hoped that then poor Platt would be still. Meantime she appeared to take no notice, but sat with her eyes fixed on the boy's face, marking that each sigh was fainter than the last. At length a louder sound than she had yet heard from the sick man made her look towards him, and the instant throb of her heart seemed to be felt by the child, for he moved his head slightly. Platt was trying to support himself upon his elbow. White in the other shaking hand, he held towards her turquoise wing. She remembered her charge, and did not spring to seize it. But there was something in her countenance that strongly excited the sick man. He struggled to rise from his bed, and his face was fierce. Margaret spoke gently, as calmly as she could, told him she would come presently, that there was no hurry, and urged him to lie down till she could put the child off her lap. But her voice failed her, in spite of herself, for now, at last, she recognized in Platt the tall woman. This was the look which had perplexed her more than once. "Patience, a little further patience," she said to herself, as she saw the ring still trembling in the sick man's hand, and felt one more sigh from the little fellow on her lap. No more patience was needed. This was the boy's last breath. His head fell back, and the sunlight, which streamed in upon his half-closed eyes, could now disturb them no more. Margaret gently closed them, and laid the body on its little bed in the corner, straightening and covering the limbs before she turned away. She then gently approached the bed, and took her ring into a hand which trembled little less than the sick man's own. She spoke calmly, however. She strove earnestly to learn something of the facts. She tried to understand the mutterings of mist, which only a word here and there sounded like speech. She thought, from the earnestness with which Platt seized and pressed her hand, that he was seeking pardon from her, and she spoke as if it were so. It grew very distressing, the earnestness of the man, and the uncertainty whether his mind was wandering or not. She wished the old woman would come back. She went to the door to look for her. The old woman was coming down the lane. Margaret put on her ring, and drew on her gloves, and determined to say nothing about it at present. "Mr. Platt has been talking almost ever since you went," said Margaret, "and I can make out nothing that he says. Do try if you can understand him. I am sure there is something he wishes me to hear." "There is no time to lose, I am afraid. Do try." The woman coaxed him to lie down, and then turning round, said she thought he wanted to know what o'clock it was. "Is that all? Tell him that the sun is now setting. but if you have a watch, that will show more exactly. Are you sure you have no watch in the house?" The old woman looked suspiciously at her, and asked her what made her suppose that poor folks had watches, when some gentlefolks had none? Margaret inquired whether a watch was not a possession handed down from father to son, and sometimes found in the poorest cottages. She believed she had seen such at Deerbrook. The old woman replied by saying she believed Margaret might have understood some few things among the many the poor sick creature had been saying. Not one, Margaret declared, but it was so plain that she was not believed, in that she had little doubt of Hester's watch having been harboured in this very house, if it was not there still. The poor boy, who had had little care from his natural guardians, while alive from the hour of his being doomed by the fortune teller, was now loudly mourned as dead. Yet the mourning was strangely mixed with exultation at the fortune teller having been right in the end. The mother suddenly awakened, groaned and screamed, so that it was fearful to hear her. All efforts to restore quiet were in vain. Margaret was moved, shocked, terrified. She could not keep her own calmness in such a scene of confusion. But while her cheeks were covered with tears, while her voice trembled as she implored silence, she never took off her glove. In the midst of the tumult, Platt sank back and died. The renewed cries had the effect of bringing some neighbours from the end of the lane. While they were there, Margaret could be of no further use. She promised to send coffins immediately, that stage of pestilence being now reached when coffins were the first consideration, and then slipped out from the door into the darkness, and ran till she had turned the corner of the long lane. She usually considered herself safe abroad, even in times like these, as she carried no property of value about with her. But now that she was wearing her precious ring again, she felt too rich to be walking alone in the dark. She did not slacken her pace till she approached lights and people, and then she was glad to stop for breath. She could not resist going first to Maria, to show her the recovered treasure, and this caused her to direct her steps through the churchyard. It was there that she came in view of lights and people under the limes. It was that she stopped for breath. The churchyard was now the most frequented spot in the village. The path by the turnstile was indeed grown over with grass, but the great gate was almost always open, and the ground near it was trodden bare by the feet of many mourners. Funeral trains which daily grew shorter, till each coffin was now followed only by 2 or by 3, were passing in from early morning, at intervals till sunset, and now might be often seen by torchlight far into the night. The villager passing the churchyard wall might hear, in the night air, the deep voice of the clergyman announcing the farewell to some brother or sister, committing ashes to ashes and dust to dust. There was no disturbance now from the boys leaping over the graves, or from little children eager to renew their noisy play. Such of the young villagers as remained above the ground appeared to be silenced and subdued by privation, the dreariness, the neglect of these awful days. They looked on from afar, or avoided the spot. Instead of such, the observer of the 2 funerals, which were now in the churchyard, was a person quite at the other extremity of life. Margaret saw the man of 100 years, Jem Bird, the pride of the village in his way, seated on the bench under the spreading tree, which was youthful in comparison with himself. He was listlessly watching the black figures which moved about in the light of a solitary torch by an open grave, while waiting for the clergyman who was engaged with the group beyond. "You are late abroad, Mr. Bird," said Margaret. "I should have not looked for you here so far on in the evening." "What's your will?" said the old man. "Grandfather won't go home ever till they have done here," said a great-grandchild of the old man, running up from his amusement of hooting to the owls in the church tower. "They'll soon have done with these 2, and then grandfather and I shall go home. Won't we, Granny?" "Does it not make you sad to see so many funerals?" said Margaret, sitting down on the bench beside him. "Ay. Had you not better stay at home than to see so many that you knew laid on the ground?" "Does he understand?" she asked aside of the boy. "Does he ever answer but in this way?" "Oh, he talks fast enough sometimes. It is just as you happen to take him." Margaret was curious to know that were the meditations among the tombs of one so aged as this man. So she spoke again. "I have heard that you knew this place before anybody lived in it, and now you seem likely to see it empty again." "It was a wild place enough in my young time," said Jem, speaking now very fluently. "There was nothing of it but the church. and that there was never used, because it had had its roof pulled off in the wars. There was only a footpath to it, through the fields then, and few people went nigh it, except a few gentry that came a-pleasuring here, into the woods. The owls and I knew it as well as then as we do to-day, and nobody else that is now living, the owls and I. And the old man laughed a chuckling laugh, which was all he had strength for. "The woods," said Margaret. "Did the Verdon woods spread as far as this church in those days? And were they not private property then?" "It was all forest hereabouts, except a clear space round the church tower. It might be thin sprinkled, but it was called forest. The place where I was born had thorns all about it, and when I could scarce walk alone, I used to scramble among the blossoms that made the ground white all under those thorns. The birds that lived by the haws in winter were prodigious. That cottage stood, as near as I can tell, where Grey Rowland's great granary is now. There used to be much swine in this woods then, and many's the time they have thrown me down when I was a young thing, getting acorns. That was about the time of my hearing the first music I ever heard, unless you call the singing of the birds music. We had plenty of that. And the bells on the breeze from a distance, when the wind was south. The first music, so to call it, that I heard was from a blind fiddler that came to us. What brought him, I don't know, whether he lost his way or what, but he lost his way after he left us. His dog seems to have been in fault, but he got into a pool in the middle of the wood, and there he lay drowned, with one foot up on the bank. When I went to see what the barking of the dog could be about, he clutched his fiddle in the drowning, and I remember I tried to get the music out of it as it lay wet and broken on the bank, while father was saying the poor soul must have been under the water now 2 days. So I have reason to remember the first music I heard." "You have got him talking now," said the grandchild, running off, and presently the owls were heard hooting again. "Whereabouts was this pool?" asked Margaret. "It is a deep part of the brook, that in hot summers is left a pond. It is there that the chief of the sledding goes on in winter now. In the meadow. It is meadow now, but then the deer used to come down through the wood to drink at the brook there. That is how the village got its name." "So you remember the time when the deer came down to drink at the brook? How many things have happened since then? You have heard a great deal of music since those days." "Aye, there have been a good deal of fiddling at our wedding since that, and we have had recruiting parties through in war times, and many a mother singing to her baby, and the psalm in the church for so many years. Yes, the place have been full of music for long, but it seems likely to be silent enough now. I began to think I should be left the last, as I was the first," said the old man. "But they say the sickness is abating now, and that several are beginning to recover. Pray God it may be so. First, after the wood was somewhat cleared, there was a labourer's cottage or two, now standing empty, and the folk that lived in them lying yonder. Then there was the farmhouse, and then a carpenter came, and a wheeler. Then there was a shop wanted, and the church was roofed in and used, and some gentry came and sat down by the riverside, and the place grew to what it is, they say now. It is not near its end yet, but it is strange to me to see the churchyard the fullest place near, so that I have come here for company." And the old man chuckled again. As she rose to go, Margaret asked whether he knew the Platts, who lived in the cottage in the lane. "I know him to see too." "Is he down?" "He is dead, and his child, but his wife is recovering." "Ay, there's many recovering now, they say." "Indeed! Who?" "Why, a many, but the fewer has got into Rowland's house, they say." Margaret's heart turned sick at hearing these words, and she hastily pursued her way. It was not Philip, however, who was seized. He was in the churchyard at this moment. She saw him walking gently along the turnstile path, slackening his pace only for a moment as he passed the funeral group. The light from the torch shone full upon his face, the face settled and composed, as she knew it would not be if he were aware who was within a few paces of him. She felt the strongest impulse to show him her ring, the strongest desire for his sympathy in his recovery, but an instant showed her the absurdity of the thought, and she hung down her blushing head in the darkness. From Maria she had sympathy, such as it was, sympathy without any faith in Philip. She had from her also good news of the state of the village. There were recoveries talked of, and there would be more, now that those who were seized would no longer consider death inevitable. Mrs. Howell was ill, and poor Miss Nares was down with the fever, which no one could wonder at. But Mr Jones and his son John were both out of danger, and the little Tuckers were likely to do well. Mr James was already talking of sending for his wife and sister-in-law home again, as the worst days of the disease seemed to be the past, and so many families had not been attacked at all. It was too true that Matilda Rowland was unwell today, but Mr Walcot hoped it was only a slight feverish attack, which would be thought nothing of under any other circumstances. On the whole, Maria thought the neighbours she had seen to-day in better spirits than at any time since the fever made its appearance. Margaret found more good news at home. In the first place, the door was opened to her by Morris. Hester stood behind to witness the meeting. She had her bonnet on. She was going on with her husband to see Mrs Howell, and make some provision for her comfort. But she had waited a little while, in hopes that Margaret would return, and be duly astonished to see Morris. "You must make tea for each other, and be comfortable while we are away," said Hester. "We will go now directly, that we may be back as early as we can." "I have several things to tell you," said Margaret, "when you return, and one now, brother, which must not be delayed. Platt and his child are dead, and coffins must be sent. The sooner the better, or we shall lose the poor woman too." Hope promised to speak to the undertaker as he went by. "We have become very familiar with death, Morris, since you went away," said Margaret, as she obliged her old friend to sit down by the fire and prepared to make tea for both. "That is why you see me here, Miss Margaret. Every piece of news could get of this place was worse than the last, and I could perceive from your last letter that you had sickness all about you, and I could not persuade myself but that it was my duty to come and to be useful, and to take care of you, my dear, if I may say so. And now you are here, I trust you may stay. I trust we may be justified in keeping you. We have meat every day now, Morris, at least when we have time to cook it. Since my brother has been attending so many of Mr Jones's family, we have had meat almost every day. Indeed, my dear, I don't know how you could keep up without it, so busy as I find you are among the sick. Busy night and day, my mistress tells me, till the people have got to call you the good lady. You do not look as if you had lost much of your natural rest. But I know how the mind keeps the body up. Yours is an earnest mind, Margaret, that will always keep you up. But, my dear, I do hope it has been an easy mind too. You will excuse my saying so." Margaret more than excused it, but she could not immediately answer. The tears trembled in her eyes, and her lip quivered when she would have spoken. Morris stroked her hair, and kissed her forehead, as if she had been still a child, and whispered that all things ended well in God's own time. "Oh yes, I know," said Margaret. "Has Hester told you how prosperous we are growing? I do not mean only about money. We are likely to have enough for that too, for my brother's old patients have almost all sent for him again. But we care the less about that, from having discovered that we were as happy with little money as with much. But it is a satisfaction and pleasure to find my brother regarded more and more as he ought to be, and yet greater to see how nobly he deserves the best that can be thought of him. He forgives his enemies, no doubt, heaping coals of fire on their heads. You will witness it, Morris. You will see him among them, and it will make your heart glow. Poor creatures, I have heard some of them own to him, from their sick beds, with dread and tears, that they broke his windows, and slandered his name. Then you should see him smile when he tells them that it is all over now, and that they will not mistake him so much again. No, never. He has shown himself now what he is. He sat up 2 nights with one poor boy who is now likely to get through, and in the middle of the second night the boy's father got up from his sick bed in the next room, and came to my brother to say that he felt that ill luck would be upon them all, if he did not confess that he put that very boy behind the hedge, with stones in his hand, to throw at Edward, the day he was mobbed at the almshouses. He was deluded by the neighbours, he said, into thinking that my brother meant ill by the poor. They have learned to the contrary now, my dear. And what does Sir William Hunter say of my master nowadays? Do you know? There is very little heard of Sir William and Lady Hunter at present, shut up at home as they are. But Dr. Levitt, who loves to make peace, you know, and tell what is pleasant, declares that Sir William Hunter has certainly said that, after all, it does not so much signify which way a man votes at an election, if he shows a kind heart to his neighbours in troublesome times. Sir William Hunter has learned his lesson, then, it seems, from this affliction. I suppose he sees that one who does his duty, as my master does at a season like this, is just the one to vote according to his conscience at an election. But, my dear, what sort of heart have these hunters got, that they shut themselves up as you say? They give their money freely, and that is all that we can expect from them. If they have always been brought up and accustomed to fear sickness and danger and death, we cannot expect that they should lose their fear at a time like this. We must be thankful for what they give, and their money has been of great service, though there is no doubt that their example would have been of more. One would like to look into their minds, and see how they regard my master there. They regard him, no doubt, so far rightly as to consider him quite a different sort of person from themselves, and no rule for them. So far they are right. They do not comprehend his satisfactions and ease of mind, and it is very likely that they have pleasures of their own which we do not understand. And they are quite welcome, I am sure, my dear, as long as they do not meddle with my master's name. That is, as he says, all over now. After this, however, the people in Deerbrook will be more ready to trust in my master's skill and kindness than in Sir William Hunter's grandeur and money, which can do little to save them in time of need. Margaret explained how ignorantly the poor in the neighbourhood had relied on the fortune-tellers, who had only duped them, how that which would have been religion in them, if they had been early taught, and which would have enabled them to rely on the only power which really can save, had been degraded by ignorance into a foolish and pernicious superstition. Morris hoped that this also was over now. She had met some of these conjurers on the Blickley road, and seen others breaking up their establishment in the lanes, and returning their backs upon Deerbrook. Whether they were scared away by the morality of the place, or had found the tide of fortune-telling beginning to turn, mattered nothing as long as they were gone. The tea-table was cleared, and Morris and Margaret were admiring the baby as he slept, when Hester and her husband returned. Mrs. Howell was very unwell, and likely to be worse. All attempts to bring Miss Miskin to reason and induce her to enter her friend's room, where in vain. She bestowed abundance of tears, tremors, and foreboding on Miss Howell's state and prospects, but shut herself up in a fumigated apartment, where she promised to pray for a good result, and to await it. The maid was a hardy lass, who would sit up willingly, under Hester's promise that she should be relieved in the morning. The girl's fear was of not being able to satisfy her mistress, whom it was not so easy to nurse as it might have been, from her insisting on having everything arranged precisely as it was in her poor dear Howell's last illness. As Miss Miskin had refused to enter the chamber, Hester had been obliged to search the chest of drawers for Mr. Howell's last dressing-gown, which Miss Miskin had promised should be mended and aired, and ready for wear by the morning. "Margaret!" cried Hester, as her sister was lighting her candle. The exclamation made Edward turn round, and brought back Morris into the parlour after saying good night. "Margaret, your ring?" There was as much joy as shame in Margaret's crimson blush. She let her sister examine the turquoise, and said, "Yes, this is the boon of to-day. Edward's £100 has come," said Hester, "but that is nothing to this." Margaret's eyes thanked her. She just explained that poor Platt had been the thief, and had restored it to her before he died, and that she could get no explanation, no tidings of Hester's watch, and she was gone. Dr. Levitt's early stir about this ring prevented its being disposed of. "I have no doubt," said Edward. "If so, it is yet possible that we may recover your watch. I will speak to Dr. Levitt in the morning." "Dear Margaret," said Hester. She is now drinking in the hue of that turquoise, and blessing it for being unchanged. She regards this recovery of it as a good omen, I see, and far to be it from us to mock at such a superstition. As usual, when she was upon this subject, Hester looked up into her husband's face, and as usual, when she spoke on this subject, he made no reply. End of chapter 43. Recording by Chris Caron.
Chapter 44 of Deerbrook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Deerbrook by Harriet Martineau. Chapter 44, read by Gary Day. Late Religion. A few days after Morris's return, she told Margaret that the tidings in the village of Miss Rowland's illness were not good.
Mrs Rowland was quite as sure as ever that, if anybody could cure Matilda, it was Mr Walcot. But Mr Walcot himself looked anxious, and a bed had been put up for him in the room next to the sick child. Margaret wondered why Mr Rowland did not send to Blickley for further advice; but Morris thought that Mrs Rowland would not give up her perfect faith in Mr Walcot, if all her children should die before her face. When Morris had left the room, Margaret was absorbed in speculations, as she played with her sister's infant speculations on the little life of children, and on their death. Her memory followed Matilda through every circumstance in which she had seen her. The poor little girl's very attitude, voice, and words full, alas, of folly and vanity, rose again upon her ear and eye, in immediate contrast with the image of death and the solemnity of the life to come. In the midst of these thoughts came tears of shame and self-reproach; for another thought, how low, how selfish, thrust itself in amongst them, that she was secure for the present from Philip's departure, that he would not leave Deerbrook while Matilda was in a critical state. As these tears rolled down her cheeks, the baby looked full in her face, and caught the infection of grief. He hung his little lip, and looked so woebegone that Margaret dashed away the signs of her sorrow, and spoke gaily to him; and as the sun shone in at the moment upon the lustres on the mantelpiece, she set the glass drops in motion, and let the baby try to catch the bright colours that danced upon the walls and ceiling. At this moment Hester burst in with a countenance of dismay. "Margaret, my husband has a headache." A headache was no trifle in these days. "Anything more than a headache?" asked Margaret. "No other feeling of illness? There is nothing to wonder at in a mere headache. It is very surprising that he has not had it before, with all his toil and want of sleep." "He declares it is a trifle," said Hester; "but I see he can hardly hold up. What shall I do?" "Make him lie down and rest, and let me go to Mrs Howell instead of you. She will be a little disappointed, but that cannot be helped. She must put up with my services to day. Now, do not frighten yourself, as if no one ever had a headache without having a fever. I shall desire Morris to let no one in, and to bring no messages to her master while his headache lasts." "Very right. I will tell her as I go for my bonnet. One more kiss before I go, baby. Do not wait tea for me, Hester. I cannot say when I shall be back." Margaret had been gone to Mrs Howell's about an hour and a half, when there was a loud and hasty knock at the door of the corner house. It roused Hope from a doze in which he had just fallen, and provoked Hester accordingly. There was a parley between Morris and somebody in the hall, and presently a voice was heard calling loudly upon Mr Hope. Hester could not prevent her husband from springing from the bed and going out upon the stairs. Mr Rowland was already halfway up, looking almost beside himself with grief. "You must excuse me, sir. You must excuse me, Mr Hope. You must not judge me hardly. If you are ill, I am sorry, sir. But, sir, my child is dying. We fear she is dying, sir, and you must come and see if anything can save her. I shall never forgive myself for going on as we have been doing. She has been sacrificed, fairly sacrificed, I fear." "Nay, Mr Rowland, I must comfort you there," said Hope, as they walked rapidly along the street. "I have had occasion to see a great deal of Mr Walcot and his professional conduct in the course of these last few weeks, and I am certain that he has a very competent knowledge of his business. I assure you he shows more talent, more power altogether in his professional than his unprofessional conduct; and in this particular disease he now has had much experience." "God bless you for saying so, my dear sir. It is like you, always generous, always just and kind. You must forgive us, Mr Hope. At a time like this, you must overlook all causes of offence. They are very great, I know, but you will not visit them upon us now." "We have only to do with the present now," said Hope. "Not a word about the past, I entreat you." Mrs Rowland, to day reckless of everything but her child, was standing out on the steps, watching as for the last hope for her Matilda. "She is much worse, Mr Hope, suddenly and alarmingly worse. This way, follow me." Hope would speak with Mr Walcot first. As he entered the study to await Mr Walcot, Philip passed out. They did not speak. "Oh, Philip, speak to Mr Hope!" cried Mrs Rowland. "For God's sake, do not do anything to offend him now." "I will do everything in my power, madam, to save your child," said Hope. "Do not fear that the conduct of her relations will be allowed to injure her." "My love," said Mr Rowland, "Mr Hope came from a sick bed to help us. Do not distrust him. Indeed, he deserves better from us." "Pray forgive me," said the miserable mother. "I do not well know what I am saying, but I will atone for all if you save my child." "Priscilla!" cried her brother from the doorway, against which he was leaning. His tone of wonder was lost as Walcot entered, and the study was left for the conference of the medical men. As the gentlemen went upstairs to Matilda's room, they saw one child here, and another there, peeping about, in silence and dismay. As Hope put his hand on the head of one in passing, Mr Rowland said: "There is a carriage coming for them presently, to take them away. Anna and George are now with Miss Young, and she will take them all away. She is very good, but I knew we might depend on her, upon her heart, and her forgiveness. Ah, you hear the poor child's voice. That shows you the way." Matilda was wandering, and, for the moment, talking very loud. Something about grandmamma seeing her dance, and "when I am married," struck the ear as Hope entered her chamber, and entirely overset the mother. Matilda was soon in a stupor again. It was impossible to hold out much prospect of her recovery. It was painful to every one to hear how Mrs Rowland attempted to bribe Mr Hope, by promises of doing him justice, to exert himself to the utmost in Matilda's behalf. He turned away from her again and again, with a disgust which his compassion could scarcely restrain. Philip was so far roused by the few words which had been let drop below stairs, as to choose to hear what passed now, in the antechamber to the patient's room. It was he who decidedly interposed at last. He sent his brother-in-law to Matilda's bedside, dismissed Mr Walcot from the room, and then he said: "A few minutes will suffice, I believe, sister, to relieve your mind, and they will be well spent. Tell us what you mean by what you have been saying so often within this quarter of an hour. As you hope in heaven, as you dare to ask God to spare your child, tell us the extent to which you feel that you have injured Mr Hope." Hope sank down into the window seat by which he had been standing. He thought the whole story of his love was coming out now. He waited for the first words as for a thunderclap. The first words were: "Oh, Philip, I am the most wretched woman living. I never saw it so strongly before. I believe I did it with an idea of good to you, but I burned a letter of Margaret's to you." "What letter? When?" "The day you left us last. The day you were in the shrubbery all the morning. The day the children found the shavings burnt." "What was in that letter? Did you read it?" "No, I dared not." "What made you burn it?" "I was afraid you would go to her, and that your engagement would come on again." "Then what you told me, what made me break it off, could not have been true." "No, it was not. Not all true." "What was true, and what was not?" Mrs Rowland did not answer, but looked timidly at Mr Hope. Now was the moment for him to speak. "It was true," said he, "that at the very beginning of my acquaintance with Hester and Margaret, I preferred Margaret, and that my family discerned that I did. As true as that, Hester has long been the beloved of my heart, beloved as but I cannot speak of my wife of my home, in the hearing of one who has endeavoured to profane both. All I need say is that neither Hester nor Margaret ever knew where my first transient fancy lighted, while they both know as they know in their own hearts, where it has fixed. It is not true that Margaret ever loved any one but you, Enderby. and Mrs Rowland cannot truly say that she ever did." "What was it, then, that Margaret confided to my mother?" asked Enderby, turning to his sister. "I cannot tell what possessed me at the time to say so, but that I thought I was doing the best for your happiness. But, Philip, I really believe now that Margaret never did love any one but you. I know nothing to the contrary. But my mother? She knew very little of any troubles in Mr Hope's family, and what she did hear was all from me. Do you mean that all you told me of Margaret's confidences to my mother was false?" There was no answer, but Mrs Rowland's pale cheeks grew paler. "Oh God! what can Margaret have thought of me all this time?" cried Philip. "I can tell you what she thought, I believe," said Hope. "Her brother and sister have read her innocent mind, as you yourself might have done, if your faith in her had been what she deserved. She has believed that you loved her, and that you love her still. She has believed that that Mrs Rowland traduced her to you; and in her generosity she blames you for nothing but that you would not see and hear her, that you went away on the receipt of her letter, of that letter which it now appears you never saw." "Where is she?" cried Enderby, striding to the door. "She is not at home. You cannot find her at this moment; and if you could, you must hear me first. You remember the caution I gave you when we last conversed in the abbey, and again in the meadows?" "I do, and I will observe it now." "You remember that she is unaware that that interview with Mrs Grey ever took place. She shall never learn it from me. It is one of those facts which have ceased to exist, which is absolutely dead, and should be buried in oblivion. You hear, Priscilla?" She bowed her head. "You believe that? Say no more, brother. Do not humble me further. I will make what reparation I can. Indeed, I will; and then perhaps God will spare my child." Hope's passing reflection was, "How alike is the superstition of the ignorant and of the wicked! My poor neighbours stealing to the conjurer's tent in the lane, and this wretched lady, hope alike to bribe heaven in their extremity, they by gifts and rites, she by remorse and reparation. How different from the faith which say, not as I will, but as thou wilt." "Where is Margaret? Will you tell me?" asked Enderby impatiently. "But before I see her, I ought to ask forgiveness from you, Hope. You find how cruelly I have been deceived, by what incredible falsehood. But," glancing at his pale sister, "we will speak no more of that. If, in the midst of all this error and wretchedness, I have hurt your feelings more than my false persuasions rendered necessary, I hope you will forgive me." "And me? Will you forgive me?" asked Mrs Rowland faintly. "There is nothing to pardon in you," said Hope to Philip. "Your belief in what your own sister told you in so much detail can scarcely be called a weakness; and you did and said nothing to me that was not warranted by what you believed. And I forgive you, madam. I will do what I can to relieve your present affliction; and as long as you attempt no further injustice towards my family, no word shall be spoken by any of us to remind you of what is past." "You are very good, Mr Hope." "I tell you plainly," he resumed, "that you cannot injure us beyond a certain point. You cannot make it goodness in us to forget what is past. It is of far less consequence to us what you and others think of us, than what we think of our neighbours. Our chief sorrow has been the spectacle of yourself in your dealings with us. We shall be thankful to be reminded of it no more. And now, enough of this. Where is Margaret?" again asked Enderby, as if in despair of an answer. "She is nursing Mrs Howell. As soon as I have seen this poor child again, I will go home, and take care that Margaret is prepared to see you. Remember how great the surprise, the mystery, must be to her." "If the surprise were all " said Philip. "But will she hear me? Will she forgive me? Will she trust me? Was there ever a woman who really loved, who would not hear, who would not forgive, would not trust?" said Hope, smiling. "I must not answer for Margaret, but I think I may answer for woman in the abstract. I will follow you in an hour, Hope." "Do so. Now, madam." And Hope followed Mrs Rowland again to the bedside of her dying child. Chapter 44. Chapter 45 of Deerbrook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Deerbrook by Harriet Martineau, read by Gary Day. Chapter 45. Rest of the Placable. Margaret was not at Mrs Howell's at the moment that her brother believed and said she was. She had been there just in time to witness the poor woman's departure, and she was soon home again, and relating the circumstances to Hester by the fireside. Even the news that Edward was now in the same house with Philip could not efface from her mind what she had seen, nor could Hester help listening, though full of anxiety about her husband. "Miss Miskin was prevailed upon to leave the room at the last, I suppose?" "Scarcely. Poor Nanny was supporting her mistress's head when I went in, and she said, with tears, that there was no depending on any one but us. They both looked glad enough to see me; but then nothing would satisfy Mrs Howell but that I should warm myself and be seated to the last. And she offered you some cherry bounce, I suppose?" "Yes, just as usual. Then she told me that it would be as well to mention now, in case she should grow worse, and be in any danger, that she should be gratified if you and I would select each a rug or screen pattern from her stock, and worsteds to work with it; and she gave a broad hint that there was one with a mausoleum and 2 weeping willows, which she hoped one of us would choose, and that perhaps her name might fill up the space on the tomb." Poor Nanny began to cry, and this affected Mrs Howell, and she begged earnestly to see Miss Miskin. "And then she came, I suppose?" "Not she. She would not come till her friend sent a message, threatening to haunt her if she did not." "Did you carry the message?" "No, but Nanny did, and I thought with hearty good will. Miss Miskin came trembling, but too much frightened to cry. She would not approach nearer than the doorway, and there fell on her knees, and so remained the whole time she was receiving directions about the shop and the stock, in case, as the poor soul said again, of my getting worse, so as to be in any danger. And yet Dr Levitt thought he had told her plainly enough what he thought of her state this morning." "And was she aware at last, or did she go off unconsciously?" "I think she was aware. I think so from her last words, `Oh, my poor dear Howell.' I sat behind the curtain while she was speaking to Miss Miskin, sometimes so faintly that Nanny had to repeat her words, to make them heard as far as the door. That selfish wretch, Miss Miskin! It was very moving, I assure you, to hear not one word of reproach, or even notice of Miss Miskin's desertion in this illness. What was said was commonplace enough, but every word was kind. I have it all. I took it down with my pencil behind the curtain, for I was sure Miss Miskin would never remember it. Mrs Howell went on till she came to directions about the bullfinch that her poor dear Howell used to laugh to see perched upon her nightcap of a morning, and then she grew unintelligible. I thought she was only fainting, but while we were trying to revive her, Nanny said that she was going, and Miss Miskin drew back into the passage, shut the door, and made her escape. Her friend looked that way once more, and said that we had all been very good to her. She mentioned her husband, as I told you, and then died very quietly." "Miss Miskin knows, of course?" "I told her, and did not pretend to feel much sympathy in her lamentations. I told her she had lost a friend who would have watched over her, I believed, till her last breath, if she had been the one attacked by the fever." "What did she say?" "She exclaimed a good deal about how good we all were, and wondered what Deerbrook would have done without us, and said she was sure I was too kind to think of leaving her in the house with the corpse, with only Nanny. When I declined passing the night there, she comforted herself with thinking aloud that her friend would not haunt her, certainly would not haunt her, as she had gone to her room at last. Her final question was, how soon I thought it likely that she should feel the fever coming on, in case of her having caught it after all by going into the room. What an end to a sentimental friendship of so many years! I rather expect to hear in the morning that she has taken refuge in some neighbour's house, and left Nanny alone with the corpse to-night. My husband's knock!" cried Hester, starting up. "How is your headache, love?" asked she anxiously, as she met him at the room door. "Gone, quite gone," he replied. "I must step down into the surgery for a minute, about this poor little girl's medicine, and then I have a great deal to tell you." The sisters sat in perfect silence till his return. "Matilda?" said Margaret, looking up at her brother. "She is very ill, not likely to be better." "And poor Mrs Howell is gone," said Hester. "What a sweep it is! Did you hear, love? Mrs Howell is dead." "I hear. It is a terrible destruction that we have witnessed; but I trust it is nearly over. I know of only 1 or 2 cases of danger now, besides this little girl's. Poor Matilda! But we have little thought to spare, even of her to-night. If I did not know that Margaret is ready for whatever may betide," he continued, fixing his benevolent gaze upon her, "and if, moreover, I were not afraid that some one would be coming to tell my news if I did not get it out at once, I should hesitate about saying what I have to say." "Philip has been explaining. He is coming," said Margaret, with such calmness as she could command. "Enderby is coming, and some one else whose explanations are more to the purpose has been explaining. Mrs Rowland, alarmed and shaken by her misery, has been acknowledging the whole series of falsehoods, by which she convinced her brother that you did not love him, that you were, in fact, attached elsewhere. I see how angry you are, Hester. I see you are asking in your own mind how Enderby could be thus deluded, how he could trust his sister rather than Margaret. How can I speak of him as deserving to have her after all this? Your questions are reasonable enough, love, and yet they cannot be answered. Your doubts of Enderby are reasonable enough, and yet I declare to you that he is, in my eyes, almost, if not quite, blameless." "Thank you, brother," said Margaret, looking up with swimming eyes. "There is one great point to be settled," resumed Hope, "and that is, whether you will both be content to bury in silence the subject of this quarrel from this hour, relying on my testimony and Mrs Rowland's. Oh, Edward, do not put your name and hers together! For Enderby's justification, and for Margaret's sake, my name shall be joined with the archfiend's, if necessary, my love. You must, as I was saying, rely upon the testimony of those who know the whole. That Enderby's conduct throughout has been, if not the very wisest and best, perfectly natural and consistent with the love for Margaret which he has cherished to this hour." "I knew it," murmured Margaret. "He will himself disclose as much as he thinks proper when he comes; but he comes full of fear and doubt about his reception." Margaret hung her head, feeling that it was well she was reminded what reason there was for his coming with doubt and trembling in his heart. "As he comes full of fear and doubt," resumed Hope, "I must tell you first that he never received your last letter, Margaret. He thought you would not answer his. He thought you took him at his word about not attempting explanation." "What an unhappy accident!" cried Hester. "Who carried that letter? How did it happen?" "It was no accident, my dear. Mrs Rowland burned that letter." Margaret covered her face with her hands. Then, suddenly looking up, she cried,
Did she read it?
"No, she says she dare not." "Why, Margaret, you seem sorry that she did not. You think it would have cleared you?" "I have no doubt she thought so too, and that was the reason why she averted her eyes from it. Yes, it was a cruel injury, Margaret. Can you forgive it, do you think?" "Not to-night," said Hester. "Do not ask it of her to-night." "I believe I may ask it at this very moment. The happy can forgive. Is it not so, Margaret?" "For myself, I could, and I do, brother. I would go now and nurse her child and comfort her. But you cannot forgive the wretchedness she has caused to Philip. Well, if you each forgive her for your own part, there is a chance that she may yet lift up her humbled head." "What possessed her to hate us so?" said Hester. "Her hatred to us is the result of long habits of ill will, of selfish pride, and of low pertinacity about small objects. That is the way in which I account for it all. She disliked you first for your connection with the Greys, and then she disliked me for my connection with you. She nourished up all her personal feelings into an opposition to us and our doings; and when she had done this, and found her only brother going over to the enemy, as she regarded it, her dislike grew into a passion of hatred. Under the influence of this passion, she has been led on to say and do more and more that would suit her purposes, till she has found herself sunk in an abyss of guilt. I really believe she was not fully aware of her situation, till her misery of to-day revealed it to her." "Poor thing!" said Margaret. "Is there nothing we can do to help her?" "We will ask Enderby. I take hers to be no uncommon cause. The dislikes of low and selfish minds generally bear very much the character of hers, though they may not be pampered by circumstances into such a luxuriance as in this case. In a city, Mrs Rowland might have been an ordinary spiteful fine lady. In such a place as Deerbrook, and with a family of rivals, cousins, incessantly before her eyes, to exercise her passions upon, she has ended in being what she is," said Margaret, as Hope stopped for a word. "Margaret is less surprised than you expected, is she not?" said Hester. "You did not suppose that she would sit and listen as she does to your analysis of Mrs Rowland. But if the truth were known, she carries a prophecy about her on her finger. I have no doubt she has been expecting this very news ever since she recovered her ring. Yes or no, Margaret?" "I should rather say she has carried a prophecy in her heart all these long months," said Hope, "of which that on her finger is only the symbol." "However it may be," said Hester, "it has prepared a reception for Mr Enderby. There is no resisting a prophecy. What is written is written. I must hear him, you know," said Margaret, gently. "You must; and you must hear him favourably," said her brother. "I had forgotten," said Hester, ringing the bell. "Morris, a good fire in the breakfast room, immediately." Within an hour, Philip and Margaret were by that fireside, finally wedded in heart and soul. It was astonishing how little explanation was needed, when Margaret had once been told, in addition to the fact of her letter having been destroyed, that she was declared to have made Mrs Enderby the depository of her confidence about a prior attachment. There was, however, as much to relate as there was little to explain. How Enderby's heart burned within him when, in sporting with the idea of a prior attachment, it came out what Margaret had felt at the moment of his intrusion upon the conference with Hope, of which he had since, as at the time, been so jealous. The amusement on her own part, and the joy on Hester's, which she was trying to conceal by her downcast looks. How his soul melted within him when she owned her momentary regret at being saved from under the ice, and the consolation and stimulus she had derived from her brother's expression of affection for her on the spot. How clear, how true a refutation were the revealings of the imputations that had been cast upon her, and how strangely had the facts been distorted by a prejudiced imagination! How sweet in the telling was the story of the ring, so sad in the experience, and the recountings of the times that they had seen each other of late! Philip had caught more glimpses than she. He came down, he dare not say to watch over her in this time of sickness, but because he could not stay away when he heard of the condition of Deerbrook. But for this sickness, would they have met? Should they ever have understood each other again? This was a speculation on which they could not dwell. It led them too near the verge of the grave which was yawning for Matilda. Mrs Rowland would have been relieved, but the relief would have been not unmixed with humiliation, if she could have known how easily she was let off in this long conference. Not only can the happy easily forgive, but they are exceedingly apt to forget the causes and the history of their woes; and the wretched lady who, in the midst of her grief and terror for her child, trembled at home at the image of the lovers she had injured, was to those lovers in their happiness much as if she had never existed. "Mrs Howell," said Margaret, hearing her sister mention their departed neighbour after Philip was gone, "is it possible that it was this very afternoon that I saw that poor woman die?" "Even so, dear. How many days, or months, or years have you lived since? A whole age of bliss, Margaret." Margaret's blush said, "Yes." Chapter 46. Chapter 46 of Deerbrook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gary Day. Deerbrook by Harriet Martineau. Chapter 46. Deerbrook in Sunshine. On the first news of the fever being gone, the Greys returned to Deerbrook, and Dr Levitt's family soon followed. The place wore a strange appearance to those who had been absent for some time. Large patches of grass overspread the main street, and cows might have pastured on the thatch of some of the cottages, while the once green churchyard looked brown and bare from the number of new graves crowded in among the old ones. In many a court were the spring flowers running wild over the weedy borders, for want of hands to tend them, and the birds built in many a chimney from which the blue smoke had been wont to rise in the morning air. Sophia and her sisters noticed these things as they walked through the place on the morning after their arrival, while their father was engaged in inspecting the parish register to learn how many of his neighbours were gone, and their mother was paying her visit of condolence to Mrs Rowland. Fanny and Mary were much impressed this day with Matilda's death. They had first wondered, and then wept, when they had heard of it at a distance; and now, when once more on the spot where they had seen her daily, and had hourly criticised her looks, her sayings and doings, they were under a strong sense of the meanness and frivolity of their talk, and the unkindness of their feelings about one whose faults could hardly be called her own, and who might now, they supposed, be living and moving in scenes and amidst circumstances whose solemnity and importance put to shame the petty intercourse they had carried on with her here. Both resolved in their hearts that if Anna Rowland should praise her own dancing, and flatten her back before she spoke, and talk often of the time when she should be married, they would let it all pass, and not tell mamma or Sophia, or exchange satirical looks with each other. They remembered now that Matilda had done good and kind things, which had been disregarded at the time they were bent on ridiculing her. It was just hereabouts that she took off her worsted gloves one bitter day in the winter, and put them on the hands of her little brother, who was crying with cold; and it was by yonder corner that she directed a stranger gentleman into the right road so prettily that he looked after her as she walked away, and said she would be the pride of the place some day. Alas, there she lay in the vault under the church, and she would be no one's pride in this world, except in her poor mother's heart. "There is some one not in mourning," cried Fanny; "the very first, beside my cousins, that we have seen to day. Oh, it is Mrs James! Shall we not speak to her?" Mrs James seemed warmed out of her usual indifference. She shook hands almost affectionately with Sophia. The meeting of acquaintances who find themselves alive after a pestilence is unlike any other kind of meeting. It animates the most indifferent, and almost makes friends of enemies. While Mrs James and Sophia were making mutual inquiries, Mary called Fanny's attention to what was to be seen opposite. There was a glittering row of large, fresh gilt letters: Miskin, late Howell, haberdasher, etc. Miss Miskin, in the deepest mourning, with a countenance trained to melancholy, was peeping through the ribbons and handkerchiefs which veiled her window, to see whether the Miss Greys were on their way to her or not. Sophia would not have been able to resist going in, but that, on parting from Mrs James, she saw the true object of her morning walk approaching in the person of Mr Walcot. Her intention had been to meet him in his rounds, and here he was. If Mrs James had been almost affectionate, what was Mr Walcot? He had really gone through a great deal of anxiety and suffering lately, and his heart was very soft and tender just now. He turned about and walked with Sophia, walked a mile out into the country by her side, and neither seemed to have any thought of turning back, till Fanny reminded her sister how long mamma would have been kept waiting for her to go and call on the Levitts. The conversation had been in an under voice all the way out and back; but when the parting was to take place, when Mr Walcot was to leave them in the outskirts of the village, the little girls heard a few words which threw some light on what had been passing. They caught from Sophia, "I must consult my parents;" and as they hurried homewards with her, they ventured to cast up a glance of droll meaning into her face, which made her try to help smiling, and to speak sharply, and then they knew that they had guessed the truth. Mr Grey made his call upon his cousins that evening. He requested some private conversation with Hope. His objects were to learn Hope's opinion of Mr Walcot, as he had seen him of late under very trying circumstances, and if this opinion should be sufficiently favourable to warrant the proposition, to open the subject of a partnership in which, as was fair, Mr Walcot should have a small share at present of the income, and a large proportion of the labour, which was all that the young man, under the effect of his recent terrors, and of his veneration for Mr Hope, wished or desired. He had declared that, if he could obtain his beloved Sophia, and be permitted to rely on Mr Hope as his partner and friend, he should be the happiest man alive; and he was confident that his parents would consider him a most fortunate youth, to be received, at his outset into life, into such a family as Mr Grey's, and under the professional guidance of such a practitioner and such a man as Mr Hope. There seemed to be every probability of his becoming the happiest man alive, for the Greys were clearly well disposed towards him, and Mr Hope had nothing to say of him which could hurt their feelings. He repeated what he had declared to Mr Rowland, that Mr Walcot's energies seemed to be concentrated in the practice of his profession, and that his professional knowledge appeared to be sufficient. There was no doubt of his kindness of heart; and though it could not be expected of him that he should ever make a striking figure in the world, yet he might sustain a fair portion of respectability and usefulness in a country station. As to the partnership, no difficulty arose. Mr Grey frankly explained that present income was far less of an object than to have his daughter settled beside her parents, and his son-in-law usefully and honourably occupied. Sophia would have enough money to make Walcot's income an affair of inferior consideration. If he should deserve an increase by and by, it would all be very well. If not, the young people must get on without. Anything was better than sending the young man away to establish himself in a new place, with no happier prospects to Sophia's family than that of parting with her to a distance at last. It did not require many days to complete the arrangements. Hester was at first a little vexed, but on the whole much more amused, at the idea of her husband having Mr Walcot for a partner; and she soon saw the advantage of his being spared many a long country ride, and many a visit at inconvenient seasons, by his junior being at hand. She made no substantial objection, and invited Mr Walcot to the house with all due cordiality. The young man's gratitude and devotion knew no bounds, and the only trouble Hope felt in the business was the awkwardness of checking his expressions of thankfulness. When the announcement of the double arrangement was to be made, Mrs Grey could not resist going herself to Mrs Rowland; and Sophia was sorry that she could not be present too, to see how the lady would receive the news of a third gentleman marrying into the Greys' connection so decidedly. But Mr Grey took care to enlighten his partner on the matter some hours before, so that Mrs Rowland was prepared. She persuaded herself that she was very apathetic, that she had no feelings left for the affairs of life, that her interests were all buried in the tomb of her own Matilda. Mrs Grey had therefore nothing in particular to tell Sophia when she returned from paying the visit. In exchange for the news, Sir William and Lady Hunter sent back their congratulations, and a very gracious and extensive invitation to dinner. Finding that Mrs Rowland's brother was really, with the approbation of his family, going to marry Mrs Hope's sister, and that Mrs Rowland's protege was entering into partnership with Mr Hope himself, they thought it the right time to give their sanction to the reconciliations which were taking place, by being civil to all the parties round. So Lady Hunter came in state to Deerbrook one fine day, made all due apologies, and invited to dinner the whole connection. Mrs Rowland could not go, of course, and Margaret declined, but all the rest went. Margaret was on the eve of her marriage, and she preferred one more day with Maria to a visit of ceremony. She begged Philip to go, as his sister could not, and he obeyed with a good grace, grudging the loss of a sweet spring evening over Sir William Hunter's dinner table the less, that he knew Margaret and Maria were making the best use of it together. Once more the friends sat in the summer house by the window, whence they loved to look abroad upon meadow, wood, and stream. Here they had studied together and cherished each other. Here they had eagerly imparted a multitude of thoughts, and carefully concealed a few. Here they were now conversing together for the last time, before their approaching separation. Maria sighed often, as well she might; and when Margaret looked abroad on the bean setters in the distant field, and listened to the bleat of the lambs which came up from the pastures, and was aware of the scent of the hyacinths occasionally wafted in from poor Matilda's neighbouring flower pot, she sighed too. "You must take some of our hyacinths with you to London, and see whether they will not blossom there," said Maria, answering to her friend's thought. "I hardly know whether there would be most pain or pleasure in seeing plants sprout and then wither, in the little balcony of a back drawing room, which overlooks gables or stables, instead of these delicious green meadows. How fond you were 2 years ago of imagining the bliss of living always in sight of this very landscape! Yet it has yielded already to the back drawing room, with a prospect of stables and gables. We shall come and look upon your woods sometimes, you know. I'm not bidding good bye to this place, or to you, God forbid. Now tell me, Margaret," said Maria, after a pause, "tell me when you are to be married." "That is what I was just about to do. We go on Tuesday." "Indeed! In 3 days. But why should it not be so? It is a weary time since you promised first." "A year ago there were reasons, as Philip admits now, why I could not leave Hester and Edward. There are no such reasons now. They are prosperous. Their days of struggle, when they wanted me, my head, my hands, my little income, are past. Edward's practice has come back to him, with increase for Mr Walcot. There is nothing more to fear for them." "Have you done your duty by them now?" "My duty? What has it been to theirs? Oh, Maria, what a spectacle has that been! When I think how they have overcome evil with good, how they have endured, how forgiven, how toiled and watched on their enemies' behalf, till they have ruled all the minds and touched all the hearts of friends and foes for miles around, I think theirs the most gracious piece of tribulation that ever befell. At home! Oh, even you do not know what a home it is." Nor was Margaret herself aware what that home was now. She saw how Edward had there too overcome evil with good; how he had permanently established Hester in her highest moods of mind, strengthened her to overcome the one unhappy tendency from which she had suffered throughout the whole of her life, and dispersed all storms from the dwelling wherein his child was to grow up. But she did not know half the extent of his victory, or the delight of its rewards. She knew nothing of the secret shudder with which he looked back upon the entanglement, the peril, the suffering he had gone through, or of the deep peace which had settled down upon his soul, now that the struggle was well past. She little imagined how, when all the world regarded him as an old married man, his was now, in truth, the soul of the lover; how, from having at one time pitied, feared, recoiled from her with whom he had connected himself for life, he had risen by dint of a religious discharge of duty towards her, from self-reproach and mere compassion, to patience, to hope, to interest, to admiration, to love at last worthy of hers, love which satisfied even Hester's imperious affections, and set even her over-busy mind and heart at rest. Little did Margaret imagine all this. There was but one beside Edward himself who knew it, and that one was Morris, who daily thanked God that strength had been given according to the need. "There is but one person in the world, Maria," said her friend, "on whose account I cannot help being anxious. I was faithless about Hester, as long as it was possible to have an uneasy thought for her; and now I am afraid I shall sin in the same way about you." "And why should you, Margaret? If I were without object, without hope, without experience, without the power of self-rule which such experience gives, you might well fear for me. But why now? It is not reasonable towards the providence under which we live. It is not just to me." "That is very true. But though it is not too much for your faith that you are infirm and suffering in body, poor, solitary, living by toil, without love, without prospect; though all this may not be too much for your faith, Maria, I own it is at times for mine. Of all these evils there is but one which is very hard to bear. I am solitary, and the suffering from the sense of this is great. But what has been borne may be borne; and this evil is precisely that which has been the peculiar trial of the greatest and best of their race, or of those who have been recognised as such. You will not suppose that I try to flatter my pride with this thought, or that the most insane pride could be a support under this kind of suffering. I mean only that there can be nothing morally fatal in a trial which many of the wisest and best have sustained. But it is painful, very painful. For the mere pain, let it pass; and for the other desagremens of my lot, let us not dare to speak evil of them, lest we should be slandering my best friends. If infirmity, toil, poverty, and the foibles of people around us, all go to fortify us in self-reliance, God forbid that we should quarrel with them. But are you sure, quite sure, that you can stand the discipline, that your nerves as well as your soul can endure?" "Far from sure; but my peril is less than it was, and I have, therefore, every hope of victory at last. In my wilderness some tempter or another comes, at times when my heart is hungry and my faith is fainting, and shows me such a lot as yours, all the sunny kingdoms of love and hope given into your hand; and then the desert of my lot looks dreary enough for the moment. But then arises the very reasonable question: why should we demand that one lot should, in this exceedingly small section of our immortality, be as happy as another? Why we cannot each husband our own life and means, without wanting to be all equal? Let us bless heaven for your lot, by all means; but why, in the name of Providence, should mine be like it? Nay, Margaret, why these tears? For their sake I will tell you, and then we shall have talked quite enough about me, that you are no fair judge of my lot. You see me often, generally, in the midst of annoyance; and you do not, because no one can, look with the eye of my mind upon the future. If you could, for one day and night, feel with my feelings, and see with my eyes, oh, that I could, I should be the holier for ever after." "Nay, nay; but if you could do this, you would know, from henceforth, that there are glimpses of heaven for me in solitude, as for you in love; and that it is almost as good to look forward without fear of chance or change, as with such a flutter of hope as is stirring in you now. So much for the solitaries of the earth. And because Providence should be justified of his children. Now, when is this family meeting to take place in the corner house?" "Frank hopes to land in August; and Anne, Mrs Gilchrist, will meet him as soon as she can hear, in her by corner of the world, of his arrival. The other sister is still abroad, and cannot come. I hope Anne may be a friend to you, an intimate. Judging by her brother's and her own letters, I think she must be worthy." "Thank you; but you are, and you ever will be, my intimate. There can be no other. We shall be often seeing you here." "Sometimes; and we shall have you with us." "No, I cannot come to London. I shall never leave this place again, I believe; but you will be often coming to it. When that crowd of new graves in the churchyard shall be waving with grass, and those old woods looking more ancient still, and the grown people of Deerbrook telling their little ones all about the pestilence that swept the place at the end of the great scarcity, when they were children, you and yours, and perhaps I, may sit, a knot of grey-headed friends, and hear over again about those good old days of ours, as we shall then call them, and tell how there was an aged man who told us of his seeing the deer come down through the forest to drink at the brook. I should like to behold those future days, and to remember whose face you saw in the torchlight, at the time and place of your hearing the old man's tale. Whose horse do I hear stopping at the stable?" "It is Philip's. He has galloped home before the rest," said Margaret, drawing back from the window, with the smile still upon her face. "Now, Maria, before anyone comes, tell me, would you like to be with me on Tuesday morning or not?" "Do as you like." "I will come, to be sure," said Maria, smiling. "And now, while there is any twilight left, go and give Mr Enderby the walk in the shrubbery that he galloped home for." Margaret kept Philip waiting while she lighted her friend's lamp, and its gleam shone from the window of the summer house for long, while, talking of Maria, the lovers paced the shrubbery, and let the twilight go. Chapter 46. End of Deerbrook by Harriet Martineau.